Dian felt all of the memories swimming in his mind. Some had array locks on them, while some weren't paths in cultivation he wanted to take, but a lot of it was useful. He felt that his aurora had entered the middle blossom stage and was even faintly closing in on the higher blossom stage. Only one more push and he'd be there. Dian was the most happy to find many soul cultivation methods in his memories. Rather than relying on the passive growth of his soul, he could finally be more active about it. Coming past a certain memory, Dian smiled bitterly. It seems like the massive array I passed through was actually a concealment array. I wouldn't have even seen it had Master not wanted me to. No wonder this place managed to remain hidden for so long. That sinister aura must have also been Martial Father's demon chi leaking. Dian took a deep breath. Though the celestial lady had never said anything about going so far, he did it anyway. You're the only master I'll bow to in this life. Dian bowed deeply, clasping his hands in respect towards the dead body of the celestial deer. The 25th White Mother of the Celestial Deer Clan, I will always remember you. Your disciple won't fail you. It seemed like the 25th White Mother was the last of her clan. The war of the Celestial Deer Clan ended in mass genocide. Dian had a feeling that a part of the sealed memories in his mind were actually the details of what happened all those years ago. After bowing towards his martial father, Dian walked out of the tomb, closing the heavy doors to let them rest in peace. Alright, according to these memories, much of the good things of the sect were looted in the war. However, the things a sect powerful enough to destroy the Celestial Deer Clan would find useless enough to leave behind, or maybe less important to pick up during a raging war, would be incomprehensible to the lower realms of the martial world. So, I think I'll check out the vaults too. There are a few arrays that the invaders couldn't break through too. Maybe there's a method in Master's memory. After walking for about an hour and stroking Little Black's fur, Dian finally came to the weapons vault. As he expected, much of the higher floors were looted, but the lower levels were filled with weapons. My spatial ring isn't enough to take all of it. There isn't enough space. I guess I'll only take a few then. Maybe a lyre as a gift to Madeline? I'm not sure about Eli's martial cultivation, but I'm sure if I take a few, he'll find one he likes. I should thank Delia with a sword too. I owe Ava as well. She did save my life twice. Dian walked along the shelves looking through the weapons. These are all master-level weapons. These are what they left behind. How powerful were the weapons they actually took? The blacksmithing, and by proxy the weapons ranking system, worked much the same way the array alchemy system worked. The beginning was the common level, then the practitioner level, then the master level followed by the grandmaster level. So, a master level weapon was most useful to someone who had crossed over the meridian formation stage and entered the essence gathering stage. That wasn't to say those of lower cultivations couldn't use them, but just that the power wouldn't be maximized unless you reached that level. If a master level weapon appeared in Focus Academy, no, even the big sects, the commotion would be enough to start a war, even for the weakest of them. Dian found a sparkling lyre for Madeline as well as a defensive protection hairpin. He found a short sword that had a white handle with lilies chained to the end for Delia. Since Dian wasn't sure what Eli would want, he just picked whatever looked interesting. As Dian was about to leave, a side room caught his eye. Oh? What's in there? Dian walked up to what looked like a door, but there was no handle. When he focused his gaze, he realized that it wasn't possible to see this door without his aurora. From his master's memories, he realized that this door was sealed by a special array and could only be opened by filtering in innate aurora flames. Dian's hands gently pressed against the door. It heated under his touch, before the door pushed in and disappeared upwards. If the invaders knew they had left this behind, they'd cough up blood with regret. This was a room the Celestial Deer Clan created specifically looking for proper successors once they knew their end was inevitable. The weapons here were all of the spiritual grade, and there was even one of each and every kind. If it wasn't for his master's memories, Dian wouldn't even be worthy of recognizing these treasures and their ranks at all. To put this matter into perspective, there was the common, then practitioner, then master, then grandmaster grades. Only above this, a step beyond, would spiritual grade weapons appear. And here I was about to give my Madeline a subpar lyre when there's this here. There were tens of pedestals, filled with short swords, long swords, flexible and rigid spears, musical instruments for those who cultivated the will of music, whips, clubs, hammers. The sect really covered all their bases. Although Diane wasn't familiar enough with weapons to make an accurate ranking of them within the spiritual grade, he concluded that they were at least high-level ranging from the 7th to 9th spiritual level. However, this was only the very beginning of the surprises. At the end of the room, Diane caught sight of a ring. It swirled with vivid colors like it was the night sky, and northern lights shrunk to the size of a finger band. Diane picked it up and threw his senses into it. But what he saw left him reeling. Inside, there was an incomparably vast world. Since when could storage rings store life? Diane was stunned speechless. The space inside the ring was at least hundreds of kilometers. It was filled with fields of high-level herbs. Off to the side, Diane noticed a pile of millions of stones. They were so high-grade he had no idea what level of stone it was. He was only familiar with profound stones, but these were clearly more potent. He was aware that common stones, profound stones, and so on were actually used to help cultivation. As such, they were the perfect currency for the cultivation world. But he was absolutely sure that if he tried to absorb the energy within the stones he was looking at, he'd implode. According to Master's memories, these are Tao stones. I won't have a strong enough body to use these until I reach the peak of the celestial realm. A step away from Tao formation, that's 5 full realms away from me. I can't even use these as currency. Even if I disregard the danger, who would be able to give me proper change? Diane shook his head bitterly. If you were going to leave me wealth, you could have left something I could use, you know. I can still use them, though. If I ever need to power a formation in the future, I could just use one. In fact, I could probably use one to power multiple strong formations. Also, these plants might be useful in my creating cultivation pills for myself in the future. Diane slipped the ring onto his finger. His eyes flashed with gold as he diligently worked on a concealment array his master had left him. After failing a few times and after hours of painstaking work, he finally succeeded in creating a 5th practitioner-level concealment array. It was the highest grade of array he had ever formed. As long as it wasn't someone with an innate aurora, or as long as they weren't at the saint stage which preceded the essence gathering stage who had the intent to see through him, they wouldn't be able to see the rarity of his ring. In every way, it would look like a low-level storage ring. Diane was actually planning on doing this with the weapons as well. If he lowered them to peak practitioner-level weapons, then, although they'd be coveted, it wouldn't be to the point of causing large-scale wars. As his cultivation increased, he'd slowly reduce the concealment. Diane turned and was about to continue to place all the weapons in his new ring when he suddenly had a wild thought. Why don't I place the whole building into the ring? There's more than enough space. Actually, I should be able to fit the whole of the celestial deer sect in it. Maybe that was the other purpose of the array master setup. It made the whole sect one entity. It should be recognizable by the ring. Alright, that's what I'll do after I'm finished training. According to Master's memories, there are a whole bunch of training arrays I can use the Tao stones to power. It would be inconvenient if I had to come back here just to train. It's much better if I take it with me. But first, I want to master the pill condensation technique so I can cure Madeline. Diane was about to walk out of the room when his eyes fell on a long pitch-black sword. He hadn't really taken any weapons he saw before to heart, but this seemed to resonate with him. The sword must have been pushing 7 feet long. It had a slight curve to it, and its guard was continuous with the blade, its only distinguishing feature being the blazing black suns rotating around it. Everything about the sword was domineering. It seemed that just by looking at it, Diane would be sliced in half. Diane walked up with steady steps, a sharp light in his eyes. "You'll be my weapon." Roar. The sword vibrated in protest, its rage palpable. Diane looked on unperturbed. "I've said it, so I mean it. You either submit now, or you can rot here until I decide I'm strong enough to come back and force you. At that time, you won't be my partner. You'll be my slave. I'll snap you in half. I'll use you to plunge toilets. If you're lucky, I might even use you to scratch my back. Make your choice now and hurry. I'll give you 5 seconds. Diane's voice was domineering. His eyes had turned jet black and black scales covered in shining crystals started to appear on him. His shirt burst open, causing Little Black to scurry to his head as he looked on in excitement. The sword, though, was having none of it. Roar! The sword charged, trying to pierce Diane's forehead. An incomparably strong wind blasted Diane, but he remained expressionless as the sword charged towards his head. Bang! A trickle of blood fell from Diane's forehead as he looked on at the sword. His eyes were cold as he felt the sword slice through his head. But his eyes remained unmoved. You think your illusion will fool me? The sword fell into Diane's hands, vibrating. Though it fell into dormancy, Diane could still feel an unbridled strength lashing out within it. After spending time concealing its aura to that of a first master-level weapon, Diane finally headed to the pill room after changing into black sweats and a white tee. It wasn't that he didn't want to conceal the aura anymore. It was just that his sword couldn't stand to be seen as so weak. So, Diane could only shake his head bitterly after strapping the sword, using a black master-level weapons belt he found in the other room. A wave of medicinal fragrance as Diane walked into a pill room that was at least 10,000 square meters large. They really left all these high-level pills? Such a waste. Scanning the room, Diane finally found the area where the Constitution Awakening pills were, smiling bitterly. No wonder they left them. These pills can only awaken 20% of a constitution at most. And that was at their peak. After so many years, they might be able to reach 5%. How would that be useful to a god-level clan? Clearly, they took all the stronger, better pills for themselves already. But Diane found the silver lining. There were thousands here, maybe hundreds of thousands. That was more than enough for him to practice his technique. He knew that a single 100% pill would require the combination of hundreds, if not thousands of pills. But luckily, he had a lot of chances. He'd start with 2 and increase 1 by 1. Then he'd do the same with the cleansing pill so Madeline could cultivate like the genius she was. Diane sat down cross-legged and began to meditate on the pill condensation technique. It seemed simple enough, but doing it with just his level was near impossible. Although his master had said it was possible, the truth was that that was only true if it was a pill within the range of a middle blossoming stage. If he wanted to do it for such a high-level pill, he'd need a clear understanding of the pill and the technique. The only reason the 25th White Mother had even suggested this to be possible was because of Diane's talent and his innate aurora, which made him capable of things a regular array alchemist wasn't. Diane took a deep breath, focusing his determination. "It'll be easy," he said sarcastically. Ball? I know you're Tammy's cousin and everything, but haven't you heard of personal space? Ava said, quite annoyed. They had been in the elven forest for quite a while, but with each passing day Ball got more and more handsy, and his eyes had a sinister light that was making Ava more and more uncomfortable. Ball, though, didn't seem to care to reply to her. Ball looked over to Tammy. There's less than a day left, right? Don't you think the others would have found the items by now? What is he talking about? Thought Ava. Tammy remained silent, trembling as she couldn't look her friend in the eye. Her voice shook, but through gritted teeth. I'll kill you with my own hands for this. Just you wait. Tammy erupted with her cultivation and vanished before their eyes. Bale's laugh filled the dark forest as he watched Tammy disappear. He seemed to find it all hilarious. He could hardly stop laughing. Ava froze, looking toward where Tammy had disappeared. The darkness of the forest seemed to become that much more eerie. What's going on? Tammy's in the Meridian Formation realm? I thought she was in the 8th formation stage layer? Ava suddenly screamed out in pain as Ball grabbed her chest from behind, slowly stroking her leg. I've been waiting to savor you for a long time. She thrashed and fought, but the difference in their cultivation was too much. Ball clasped down so hard that tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to fall. The mixture of humiliation and pain made her heart almost beat out of her chest. Bang! Ava felt the air get knocked out of her as Ball slammed her against a tree, ripping apart her leather top and leering disgustingly. Ava wanted to cover her chest, but she felt sparks of electricity running through her, paralyzing her. She wanted to scream, but the lightning coursing through her veins wasn't allowing her to. Ball leaned into Ava's ear as she shivered, stroking her breasts with his hands. How does it feel? Getting abandoned by your friend, I mean? I wonder how you'd react if you knew she left your brother like this too? She's quite a cold bitch, don't you think? Ava trembled. She had promised herself that no matter what this sick bastard did, she wouldn't cry. But what he had said had impacted her too much. This was exactly the kind of sight Ball wanted to see. That exact twisting, complicated pain dancing in Ava's eyes right now. Even within the darkness, it shone so bright that he almost moaned in pleasure before even getting a taste. Ball gripped her breast tightly as though to vent his lust, his eyes practically rolling back. Ava bit down hard on her lip, feeling the trickling blood run down her chin. Rip. Ava felt a cold breeze as her shorts were pulled away, but her eyes were dull, spilling out tears endlessly. A harsh pain ripped into her cheek as it slammed against the bark of a tree. Hidden deep within the foliage of some trees, Tammy's fingers dug into the solid wood, her blue eyes practically going red. A guilt she would never wash herself of flooded her mind and body. I couldn't save Arios, and I couldn't save you. At that moment, a rustling sound came from a distance away, causing Ball to look over. Oh? Looks like there are people who want to add to the fun. Ava. Ball leered at Ava's bare bottom. The moonlight trickled in just enough for him to catch a delectable sight. Ball suddenly noticed that Ava was too silent. Silence was fine, but her body showed no sort of reaction at all. Even though he hadn't gotten to the fun part yet, she was still a bit too controlled. No? Ho ho ho, you actually killed yourself already? TSK, TSK. That's no fun. Bale's laughter was like a twisting knife in Tammy's heart. It's too bad. I'm not above playing with a corpse. I've waited too long to not at least taste you. Ball flipped Ava over, cupping her cheek with a hand and watching her breasts fly and bounce around. Unfortunately, by the vacancy in her eyes, it was clear that Ava had already used some unknown method to end her life. A shame, a shame. At that moment, Bale's gaze suddenly narrowed. His body flashed and appeared dozens of meters away, letting Ava's naked corpse slump to the ground and appearing before two people who had encroached upon his fun. Who? Venus' voice boomed through the forest as she immediately jumped back with Eli's arm in her hand. Ball licked his lips. Another beauty? And this one's actually alive, good. Oh, is he important to you? That's even better. That way you won't kill yourself before we get to the fun part. Right? Bale's grin shimmered beneath the moonlight. A look of disgust appeared on Venus' face as she noticed something crude and unsightly hanging out of Bale's pants. Eli shivered, but held onto his sister tightly. He refused to run away and leave his sister to defend him alone. Eli frantically scanned the area to find a way they might escape, but what he saw shook him to the core. Ava! Eli trembled as he noticed Ava's naked and lifeless body lying limply against a tree. Venus' face steeled as she noticed what Eli noticed. Eli, he's too strong for me. I need you to run when I make an opening. We'll be automatically teleported out soon. Venus whispered in a hurry. Ball slowly walked towards the siblings. You're quite cute too, little boy. I haven't had boy meat in a long time. How about I taste you too? Venus and Eli were going to react, but it was already too late. Bang! Venus was sent flying, her clothes charred by an arc of lightning, blowing away in ashes under the night sky. Sister! Tears streamed down Eli's face as he looked at Ball in hatred. There's the emotion I was looking for. You've woken me up. Bale's member stood disgustingly at full mast as he licked his lips. Ack! Ball grabbed a fist full of Eli's hair, licking the tears off of his face. How thoughtful of you, salting yourself up for me. Eli sent a kick flying at Bale's knee, but could only despair as he noticed Bale's lack of a reaction. Kicking me? That's not so nice, you know. Maybe as punishment I should make you watch me take your sister first? Ball dragged Eli over to where his sister was lying unconscious, pressing Eli's face firmly against her exposed chest. Eli's tears wouldn't stop. He couldn't understand how sick and demented a person had to be to do this. Your sister has quite an ample bosom, don't you think? He pressed Eli's cheek into one breast, forcing him to watch as he took a handful of the other, wantonly kneading. Don't lie. You have some fantasies about this sister of yours, right? Look at how beautiful she is. Bale's horrid laughter boomed as he slapped Eli lightly on the cheeks with a palm. Ball tossed him to the side, causing Eli to land limply on the ground. He could only watch as Ball rolled his sister over. Ball slowly licked his finger, sticking it up into the air as though he really cared to check the wind. Another virgin, Ball slapped Venus awake with his wet palm. Hey you, no sleeping. Venus groaned, jumping back in horror as she noticed the state of her body. You! Venus had not a care for her exposed body as she immediately sent vines towards Ball. Eli! Crush fire emblem, ice core, and fertilizing steed together now. Eli could barely move. He wanted to do exactly what his sister asked, but his tears could only grace the soil as he struggled. Venus looked over in despair as she realized the problem. She could only slowly back away as Ball approached her. You know you shouldn't hide such wonderful breasts from the world. After you die, maybe I'll mount them on some wood for everyone to see. A sinister glare flashed in Bale's eye. Just as Ball was about to reach Venus, flickering lights started to surround them. FEK. Ball looked on in disgust as he disappeared. Venus sighed in relief, but then looked on in panic as she realized that the formation wasn't taking Ava's body since she was dead. Venus quickly pulled Ava into her ring before rushing to her brother and covering them in a blanket. Tears rushed down her face as she thought about what transpired. I'm sorry, Eli. Sister's too weak to protect you. Eli could only watch his big sister cry as they disappeared. What they didn't know was that they weren't the only tragedy that took place in the elven forest that night. Everywhere, hundreds of students died as sacrifices. Their pride was trampled, their wills ignored, their dignity taken away. However, what the Pillar families and big sect leaders didn't know was that as soon as they decided to harm Diane's friends, their fates had been sealed. Thousands of miles away, in the hall of a dark palace, a crack resounded. Huh? Ava. An elder ran up to a line of soul crystals. He knew they connected to the lives of the clan members. If one cracked, it could only mean that one was either severely injured or dead. She shattered part of her soul? She's pretending to be dead. She must be in real danger to use such a forbidden danger. It was as the elder thought. Ava had suspended herself in a death-like state to escape the situation and hopefully protect her virginity. But she had underestimated how disgusting Ball was. He was planning on continuing even with her dead body. If it wasn't for Venus and Eli, who knows when it would have ended. To Ava, her virginity was secondary. The anger she felt in her heart was something that would never subside. Now she finally had a target, not just for herself, but for her brother who died far too early. The Storm family. The elder rushed to the throne room. Leader, the young mistress is in trouble. We can't afford to lose her and the young master. It's clear something is going on at Focus Academy. For two peak geniuses to be killed like this, it isn't a coincidence. Killed! A booming voice radiated from the throne. A man with fiery red hair raged as the floor cracked under his pressure. She isn't dead yet, sect leader. But she used our clan's assassin's technique and shattered her soul. If we don't hurry, it'll become exponentially more difficult to repair. And if the one who wants to kill her finds out she's alive, her life could be in danger. She's counting on us. Mobilize the assassin guilds. It seems this Focus Academy thinks I'm magnanimous because I let the death of my son go. No, I only think that a man should live under his own power. But my daughter is different. I will not lose all of my children. If I have to destroy everyone in that academy, I will. Yes, leader. The elder bowed respectfully, his shoulders trembling beneath the might. The Sicarius clan was bustling. As an assassin clan, they normally worked in the shadows. In fact, no one knew that the Sicarius clan were the leaders of the assassin guilds. To most of the world, The Sicarius clan was a backwater clan near the edge of the continent. To the center of the continent, however, the Sicarius clan was the protector of the Royal God clan. And, to the Royal God clan, the Sicarius clan was the underground network of the continent. The might of the Sicarius clan wasn't something Focus Academy could face, unless the true Storm family revealed themselves, something they most definitely didn't want to do. But it was looking like the Storm clan would have no choice but to fight. With all of their geniuses, their future being concentrated at Focus Academy, and the fact Ava was actually alive and not dead and would be able to tell her truths after she awakened, how could the Storm clan stand by and watch their juniors be killed? It was looking more and more like the perfect storm. The ambitions of the Kami God clan, the sinister Dayu clan, the oblivious Pillar families, the helpless Sapientia family and Madeline, the Big Sex, the angered Sicarius clan, the evil Storm clan. Little did they know that, in this clash of clans, a young 17-year-old boy sitting quietly in a pill room would have the biggest impact. Ring. Ring. Heaven's chimes rung out as Diane looked on in satisfaction at 2 sets of 3 pills. It had taken him much longer than he wanted, 2 weeks, in fact, but he finally managed to make 3 100% effective Constitution awakening pills and 3 cultivation cleansing pills. He didn't need 3 of each, but he thought that he might in the future. In fact, the cleansing pills might be an effective weapon if used properly. After combining them, they should be potent enough to clear the cultivation of a peak celestial stage expert. Thinking of that, Diane shivered. But when he thought about it, he sobered up. It would be impossible to force something into the mouth of such an expert, especially since whatever expert it was would be powerful enough to force him to use something he only had 3 of. Therefore, to use against an expert like that, he'd have to ground it into powder and toss it into the air. But if used like that, it would probably only be effective against a peak essence gathering expert. Well, that'll have to be good enough for now. I only have a month left and all I've done is make 6 pills and learn the weapon's hell array. Speed arraying form. But even with my increased body strength, I still have no movement techniques. Plus, I'd look like a clown if I try and use a sword now. I could use the spirit fruits in the world ring to fuse with the blood some more and increase my speed and strength, but I feel like techniques would be more effective now. I'll focus on sword, celestial wind and space wills for now. With a small understanding of the celestial wind and space, I'll have the bare minimum needed to use the celestial movement technique. Sword will is a necessity, Diane thought with a grin. Swinging a 7-foot-long sword while saving a beautiful girl would be fucking awesome. Of course, if others knew Diane's thoughts, they'd think him to be a madman. But, with the training rooms of the Celestial Deer sect at his disposal, he was in a unique position to make it work. Aside from this, Diane wanted to see if he could gain a better understanding of soul techniques and cultivation. But he was very disappointed to find out that casting soul techniques took time and often had to be at long range with the support of a team. So, he decided to instead focus on defense. By learning a defensive soul technique known as Devour, should anyone attack him with their soul, he would not only be able to defend, but he'd also strengthen his soul quicker by absorbing their attack. Diane was happy to find out if he reached the 2nd stage of this defensive skill, it could become an attack skill wherein which he could use contact to forcibly absorb memories, erase the will of people, and take their soul power as his own. Although Diane had learned the method of reading memories from people, those people had to either be unconscious or allow it willingly. He wasn't as strong as his master, as such he could only settle for that. Over the course of his training, Diane learned much about soul cultivation etiquette as well. He learned about how it was smart to conceal one's soul strength so attackers would underestimate you and hurt themselves. He learned about how it was rude to use your soul to investigate others and how that could often lead to conflict. He also learned about innate souls and the fact that his soul only reached the peak of the middle blossoming stage so quickly because he was born with that strength. It was just that he couldn't manifest it because his body was too weak. It seemed that his innate soul was even more powerful than he thought it was. And, somehow, he still felt it had more room for growth, but his body had once again become a limiting factor. So, just like that, Diane focused on those techniques. His blood and sweat coated the training rooms. His muscles ached, and his mind learned the pain of training one's soul. He fought puppets and destroyed formations, running through tens of Dao stones a day to keep up with his training. He bathed in recovery pools, and sometimes stayed awake for chunks of 5 to 6 days without rest. He had one goal in mind and one purpose. Focus Academy would soon feel his wrath. 1 month later, on the eve of the winter solstice, Dian walked out of the sword cultivation room. His eyes were sharp, his aura changed. His looks had a combined devilishness and otherworldly presence to it, and his each step seemed to slice apart the wind. Looking back at the cultivation room, a cold sweat drenched Dian's back. That sword intent room is ridiculous, especially when I accidentally started up the max level. If it wasn't for the safety functions, I'd be dead. However, there was a pride in Dian's heart. Although he hadn't learned any sword techniques yet, he was more confident in his skills. In fact, with enough practice, he might one day break into a realm that made sword techniques obsolete. Soon, Dian was a bit disappointed that he couldn't use time manipulation cultivation rooms to learn wills because that would lead to their distortion. But he believed that he had become strong enough to do what needed to be done. Dian had a great understanding of the fact most elders were only at the peak of the foundation stage. In addition, family heads would only be at the lowest tiers of the meridian formation stage. What Dian didn't know was that the big sect tournament was taking place on the same day. Dian's body flashed, disappearing from where he stood. Moments later, he appeared above the massive array hiding the celestial deer sect. He had put Little Black in the ring while he was in the cultivation rooms so that the little guy could eat spirit fruits and sleep to his heart's content. With a wave of his hand, the massive sect lands disappeared. The water rushed to fill the empty space as Dian flashed again, traveling tens of meters in split seconds. His eyes were sharp, and his goal was singular: Focus Academy. Using a concealment array, Dian walked through the floors of Focus Academy. Anger he had buried for months was bubbling up in his heart, but he was taking deep breaths to try and calm down. He had no idea where Madeline was, and although fighting through the entirety of Sapientia Peak would vent his anger, it would also give the Kami family time to make countermeasures. His best option was to lay low and wait until he had his eyes on her before venting his frustration. So, he decided to go to Eli's room 111 to see how his friend was doing. As Dian walked through the school, he was listening to the murmurs of the students. Since they couldn't see him, they spoke with no reservations. Did you hear about all the students who died in the Elven world? Yeah, there's a reason there used to be a quota and only the best of us could go. But for some reason they allowed any and everyone to enter this year. Dian's eyes narrowed. That may not be the case. I heard rumors that all these new students from Focus Academy showed up. And a lot of students who went to the Elven world talk about how brutal they were. Really? Who were they? Everyone thinks they're from the Storm family. They had the patented blonde hair and blue eyes. But they were freakishly strong. We all thought the best geniuses they had were Tammy and Hawk, but they've hidden themselves so deeply. It doesn't seem to make much sense why, though. Maybe they're planning on taking the sect head position away from sect leader Patieniva. I've heard a lot of elders are displeased with him. He shows up even less frequently than the other pillar family leaders, although everyone knows it most likely has something to do with his missing wife. Sympathy isn't something you find often. Shoo, don't speak too loudly. Come closer. There's another big piece of information I heard, but it's been being kept hush-hush. After pausing to look around, the student continued. I hear that senior sister Ava was one of the casualties in the Elv. Bang! A dense killing intent shook Dian's concealment array. In a flash he disappeared, speeding towards Eli's room as fast as he could. I owe her. Although I wouldn't have actually died that day due to a life-saving measure I had in place, it still stands that she stood up for me. Then she tried to help when she thought I'd be expelled. If I found out that even one hair on her head was hurt. Dian had had a small clash with Ava after the incident with Darius, but this didn't change how grateful he was to her. To him, she was a dear friend as well as someone who had saved his life twice. Venus opened the door with a confused look, but seeing that there was no one, she closed the door and looked back to her brother. Eli was lying on the bed pale and unmoving. The ragged breaths he took every so often was the only thing that let you believe he was alive. Venus' eyes were red with tears and she stood next to Uncle Ale. "Don't worry, little Venus, your master will be here soon. I'm sure she has a way of helping. However, this little Ava girl is an odd case," he said, looking back at Ava, who laid on a table not too far away. "She should be dead, but my Aurora is picking up faint signs of life." The sound of shattering glass resounded. Diane's concealment array shattered as he fell on his knees by Eli's bed, picking up his pale, delicate hand. Venus jumped, startled. Leaping backwards with well-trained movement, thorned vines immediately wrapped around Diane, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. Venus was shaken. Why is his body so strong? "Venus, wait!" Uncle Ale went up and touched Diane's shoulder, then pinched himself. "Diane? Is that really you?" Diane smiled bitterly at Uncle Ale. "Hey, Uncle Ale, long time no see." Venus sighed in relief, but she was still apprehensive. "He's so strong." After Venus removed her vines, Uncle Ale clasped Diane's shoulder hard. Good, he said, partially choked up. "You of all people don't deserve to die so young." Diane patted his back. "Come on now, Uncle Ale, men shouldn't cry so much. I'm here now. So, let's save them." "Save them? Is that possible?" Uncle Ale could only shake his head, looking at Diane. "This boy really tries too hard. He's clearly confident he can save them, but his eyes are still red with unshed tears. Yet he says men shouldn't cry." Diane looked back at the pale-faced girl, gently pushing her red hair away from her face. She was currently covered in a blanket with her arms hanging out, but Diane could tell she was naked. And he had a pretty good idea of why she would be. Although he looked incomparably calm, the boiling rage within him had lit to a new level. Her soul is damaged, accessing his master's memories. Diane began to piece it together after using his aurora to check her body. She used a technique to fake her death, but it clearly comes at a large price. She just needs a soul-mending pill. Venus and Uncle Ale staggered. Being from a family that specialized in alchemy, they knew the value of such a pill. Even Cammy had to pay the price of involving another family in their plans for Glory to pay for a pill like that. And that was not to mention the fact that Mayumi's soul damage was significantly less than Ava's. Venus smiled bitterly. "Even our Veridi family can't afford to make a pill powerful enough to help mend that damage. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for another opportunity." The uncle-niece pair fell into a bitter silence, feeling that things were still hopeless. "You must be Eli's elder sister? He's mentioned you before. I'm glad I'm friends with a guy who has such a beautiful sister," Diane said with a smile on his face. Venus blushed. It wasn't as though she had never heard those words before, but the purity in Diane's eyes in combination with his earnestness gave him a charisma she couldn't ignore. Uncle Ale noticed her reaction and chuckled. "You know, little Venus, Diane's the one Madeline loves. You'll have quite a lot of competition." "That's you. We all thought you were dead," Venus said with a gasp. Diane chuckled bitterly. "I kind of had no choice but to fake it. That aside, I should have a way to help them both. But before I do that, I want to find out what happened to them." Diane's face steeled. Since Diane didn't have the skill of his master, it was hard for him to use the memory search technique. Any slight bit of resistance, even if it was unconscious, would cause damage to his soul. So, it was best if he did it was Ava was incapacitated. Diane trembled as he looked through Ava's memories. He felt her pain at her best friend's betrayal, and anger bubbled over in his heart as he watched the scene that occurred right afterwards. He nearly lost it when he went through Eli's memories. His teeth crushed against each other as his jaw creaked under the strain. His muscles tensed and a dense killing intent filled the room. Storm family. Even Uncle Ale could barely breathe under the aura Diane was releasing. It felt as though if they took a single step, their bodies would be slashed into nothingness. Is this really a guy that Oliver killed? They're not even on the same level, thought Venus, shivering. Venus had met Oliver many times. Compared to Diane, he might as well have been an ant on the side of the road. How did this make any sense? After Diane went through Ava's memories, he closed his eyes, trying to settle himself. Ball. Tammy. The Storm family. Akihiko, Oliver, the Kami family, the Sapientia family, the Dayu family. With a flash, 10 medicinal pills appeared. These are their soul-mending pills, but the potency. It's not enough, thought Uncle Ale. Diane's eyes flashed with gold. Tens of tiny arrays appeared around each pill. They floated into the air, being slowly broken apart into their original ingredients. This is innate aurora. Wait, will of time. No, using arrays to perform alchemy? Wait, is it both? Venus was shocked. Uncle Ale trembled, barely containing his excitement. This is what I meant. You can't reach higher levels of alchemy unless you understand arrays and vice versa. Diane is literally defying the heavens by combining weaker pills to form a stronger one. It's ridiculous. What level is his will of time at? This will is so rare, I have no way to judge. This was why it took Diane an entire half-month to understand the pill condensation technique. Not only did it require his aurora flames to strengthen its healing property, he needed to understand the will of time, which was an incomparably abstract will. As though that wasn't already enough, he needed a thorough understanding of the pills, so he spent days at a time meditating on pill theory and alchemy. In the end, it took more time than even gaining decent understanding of space, celestial, wind, and sword wills combined. Beads of sweat fell down Diane's forehead as the pills finally fully separated. Then, the massive array covered everything. The pill's parts began to condense into a single form, a holy light shining down on it. Diane didn't want heaven's chime to ring, but he had no choice. If he didn't go all out, Ava might not wake up. Chime! Chime! Heaven's chimes, he did it. Venus was shocked. Uncle Ale stood by Diane, smiling brightly. Delia looked up at the moon, hearing the chimes sound off. Could it be him? Then she shook her head bitterly. With how many geniuses there are here for the big sect tournament, it could be any one of them. You'd think I would have stopped hoping by now. I should head to Sapientia Peak, so I can be ready to help Madeline early tomorrow. Back in Eli's room, Diane was slowly circulating the pill within Ava's body using his aurora flame. An hour later, Ava slowly opened her eyes. Ava! Diane, what are you doing here? She said groggily. Wait, what? Diane? Ava's eyes flashed in disbelief. Unable to control herself, she flew up and hugged Diane tightly. As Diane was enjoying the soft sensation, Uncle Ale had turned away blushing. Venus coughed in teasing disdain. You sure have a lot of women. Ava, finally realizing she was naked, screamed, You pervert. She hid her body under the blanket and cuddled in the corner, her scarlet-red face matching her hair. Diane grinned. You left too soon. I was enjoying that. Humph, wait until I tell Madeline. She'll set you right. Wait, you know she's getting married soon, right? What day is it? Diane's face distorted. Married? Uncle Ale smiled bitterly. I didn't get a chance to tell you because of the situation, but Madeline is getting married tomorrow as the opening ceremony for the Big Sect tournament. Big Sect tournament? Seems like I'll be able to do two things I want in a day. Save Madeline and enter the world they'll be opening soon. It'll be hard this time, Diane. The seated geniuses like my sister are participating, and the Storm family has a whole bunch of new members all of a sudden. Hearing the Storm family be brought up, Ava shivered. Her eyes brimmed with tears she refused to let fall. Diane, noticing this, gently touched her knee. You don't need to say anything, Ava. I know what happened. I'll make sure that you can kill him with your own hands. I promise. Although he said nothing to Venus, she could see his meaning in his eyes. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she looked towards Eli's shivering body. Ava looked up in surprise, but seeing the resolute look on Diane's face, she finally couldn't stop the tears anymore. She nodded firmly. All right, your situation was the most dire, but I need to save Eli now. Diane walked to the bed, lightly touching Eli's chest and allowing his aurora flames to circulate. His spine is broken. Diane trembled in anger but fought to maintain his focus. His flames focused on their healing character, slowly and delicately mending his severed nerves and sheared bones. Although he could use a medicinal pill to do this much quicker, Diane had learned that pills were akin to a common cold medicine. A one fix for all. Although it would work, lower-level pills would be too general to really help much of anything, which is why higher-level pills were usually much more specific. However, higher-level pills would most likely still be too general. Often, medicine alchemy specialists create new pill formulae on a case-by-case basis. At least, that's what the top-tier professionals would do. This was not to say that medicinal pills were moot, as they were very useful as a quick fix in battle, for example, but Diane preferred to be diligent with a friend he cared for as much as Eli. Although they had only known each other for a few months, Eli's awkward nature and kind soul had touched Diane. This was a friend one wouldn't meet often. As much as Eli idolized Diane, Diane placed Eli on the same pedestal. Ava, Venus, and Uncle Ale watched anxiously off to the side, holding their breaths in delight when they noticed the color returning to Eli's face. Eli's eyes slowly opened as he groaned. "Diane?" Eli sighed. "I guess I did die then. I hope Big Sister Venus doesn't blame herself. What kind of brother can't protect his own sister?" Venus flew into Eli's arms, sobbing, I'm sorry. Eli's eyes were still out of focus, but when he heard Venus' voice, he trembled. "Venus? Did you die too?" Eli's fists clenched in anger, his eyes tearing up. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Eli held onto his sister tightly while Diane smiled off to the side. "You idiot, how could you be dead with me here?" Diane's grin got wider as Uncle Ale's eyes reddened. Ava smiled a sad smile off to the side, thinking about her brother and her supposed best friend. She had known for a long time that Tammy had loved her elder brother, but she now knew that clearly relationships like that didn't run too deeply for Tammy. She might delude herself into thinking she had no other choice, but when you truly love and care for someone, would something as ridiculous as that even matter? Ava was disgusted with the martial world, its principles and its doctrines. She wanted nothing more than to love with all her heart and protect those she wanted to protect. But it seemed like no one else cared for things like that. However, when she saw Venus and Eli crying in each other's arms, each having been hurt in their own way trying to protect the other, Ava smiled. Maybe there's hope after all. With everyone healthy, Diane took a deep breath and steadied his mind. Tomorrow, I'll start with the Sapientia and Cami family. When the time is right, I'll make the Storm family witness something worse than death. Early the next morning, the center pillar roof was bustling with people. Focus Lake was filled with silver boats and the tunnels were flooded with people making their way to the grand event, unbothered by the dense cold and falling snow. Pillar family leader Cami walked respectfully behind a middle-aged man. Even the crowds of thousands seemed to know to part ways for him. Right this way, Big Sect Elder Cami. The rest of the Big Sect representatives are in the VIP area. It's quite funny really, usually only one was enough to represent all of the sects. But today they've all come because the seated geniuses have decided to participate. AI, it seems as though your son's soon-to-be wife has quite a number of suitors. He's brought pride to the Cami God clan. Although we are mere branches, if he continues to work hard and improve, we believe he can one day reach that peak. I hope he doesn't let down the intentions of our branch. Cami nodded obediently. Of course. He's prepared to work very hard. In fact, he's broken through to the 9th layer of the foundation stage now that his god-level blood is slowly awakening more and more. Not bad. Such a young peak foundation stage expert. He can lift his head high in many places. The two Cami family members reached a box lookout. It was the highest point in Focus Academy and it looked down on a massive stadium. Today, the clouds were so thick that the bottom of the center pillar was cut off from the view of the top. A sea of fluffy white made it seem like the roof was floating on clouds, which was emphasized by the slowly falling snow. Ah, Big Sect Elder Cami, you're quite fashionably late. If you were part of the main Cami branch, I'd understand. But don't you think it's a bit disrespectful in this context? A fat, robust man spoke as soon as he noticed Elder Cami enter the box lookout. Knowing he had no place there, Cami bowed and immediately left. Nice to see you too, Orbis. Is your seated disciple still as lazy as always? Elder Cami asked with a faint smile. Orbis was about to respond when a feminine voice cut it. No use in arguing. Although we're not sure why you're so cocky these days, it remains that we're the representatives of the big sex. Squabbling amongst ourselves doesn't set a good example for the young. My Wind Blade sect won't stand for it. The three other elders could only shake their heads witnessing a scene that they had seen all too often. Saying nothing else, the 6 elders took their seats. Earthbound, Wind Blade, Destruction, Green Blade, Fire Sword, and Infinite Art sects were all there. It was about time for the wedding ceremony to begin. To Cammy, this was of course the most important. However, the other sect leaders were eager to watch whose geniuses bested whose. It was the reason they came in the first place. The idea of recruiting disciples, what should have been the true purpose on their minds, was actually the furthest thing from their thoughts. Slowly, the crowd began to settle into their seats. No one noticed a young man sitting amongst the clouds, even higher than the box lookout, staring at the scene with an incomparably calm gaze while he stoked his burning fury. In a dressing room, a girl dressed in all black was being groomed by an olive-skinned girl and a fair-skinned girl. A knock came at the door, startling them all from their daze. Akihiko walked in with a smile, but it immediately turned ugly as he noticed the color of Madeline's dress. "Maying Delia, leave us for a moment," said Akihiko in a stern voice. They looked towards Madeline, but they only saw a gentle smile. "You guys can go, I'm ready anyway. I'll have to deal with him eventually." Madeline's voice was shaky. It was clear that her trembling was much worse on this today. She was trying very hard to control what she was feeling, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. The 2 girls walked out and Akihiko slowly walked to the door and locked it. "Are you wearing black for him?" Akihiko said faintly. "You already know the answer, so why do you bother asking?" Slap. Madeline tumbled across the room, her face stinging. The feeling of the rough palm rebounding against her delicate skin was seared onto her mind. It was as though she was experiencing it again and again without pause. She made no sounds as she slowly got up and wiped the blood from her lips. There was no point in resisting. She had no access to her cultivation at the moment. All she felt was a burning sensation in her body, as though lava was being poured down her throat. Yet, her skin still felt so cold, leaving goosebumps trailing up her skin. This was the worst she had felt in her entire life. To attend my wedding with a cut lip and a bruised face. How scandalous. You think I'll bother to properly cover this us? We'll let people see you for who you truly are. Akihiko shook in anger, before grabbing Madeline's chin and thrusting her against a wall. He forced open her mouth and shoved a medicinal pill into it, not allowing her to breathe until she swallowed it. After Akihiko felt that the pill had worked well enough, his gaze of anger turned to lust. He stood over her, his eyes no different from a beast's. Madeline clenched her jaw, but her vision was going red. Rage, humiliation, fury the likes of which she had never felt before. Akihiko chuckled. "I don't know why you bother to fight it. Tonight, I'll take your everything. Your first kiss, your virginity, your will. In fact, considering the beast you'll be tonight when the moon rises, you might want to try things I've never even thought of before. You can have your little rebellion for now, it'll be over soon anyway." Madeline slumped to the floor, refusing to cry as Akihiko walked away. After the door opened, Maying and Delia stared coldly at Akihiko before rushing inside. "Big sister," they cried together. Madeline smiled. "I'm okay. I just got flushed thinking about the harem I'll have in a few years." Delia and Maying could only smile sad smiles, but they were helpless to do anything. Akihiko walked towards the ceremonial set up to prepare. "You must be thinking that after you're cured you'll be able to beat me down? Maybe even kill me and marry another man later? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but tonight you really will lose everything, including all of your cultivation and potential. Then, I'll use that to rule the second day of the tournament and make sure the big sects know that it wasn't just my talent that earned me a seated spot. It's my strength too." A cold smile appeared on Akihiko's face, oblivious to the disaster he had brought upon himself. Music began to play. Elegant strings inlaid will of at least the third level through the crowd, making them feel at peace. Akihiko walked to a podium facing the crowd. He wore a chongpyoe laced with gold and whites, standing proudly. The crowd's gaze was one part reverence and another part deep-seated hatred and jealousy. They wished with their everything that they could be Akihiko in that moment. The wedding was actually held in a coliseum. However, the ground floor was filled with Pillar family members as the competition stages had been swapped for exorbitant decorations, place tables, and what seemed like endless food and baked goods. The geniuses of the big sects sat on the floor of the coliseum as well, gazing at Akihiko with disgust and jealousy. He may be talented, but he's still too weak and young to be a seated genius. We'll beat him to a pulp during the tournament proceedings. The other seated geniuses nodded in heavy agreement with Lahabim. They had all had great fortuitous encounters in the elven forest, making their power soar. Their consolation prize would be showing off and fighting to see who was the best among them. In the crowd, Ava, Eli, and Venus looked nervous. They were the only ones who knew that Diane was alive, and they were absolutely certain that he wouldn't allow this to continue. But no matter what they thought of, none of their ideas translated to his victory. If he saved Madeline, how long would it last before he was killed again? Even if he could now beat Oliver, what about Oliver's father? What about Akihiko's father? What if the other Pillar families join in? And isn't Akihiko part of a big sect now? How could they allow him to be cuckolded in front of thousands of people? They would rather die than be shamed like that. The lines of worry increased minute by minute as Chunglei walked up behind Akihiko and discreetly handed him a ring. It seemed as though this would be a very streamlined wedding, most likely to keep Madeline in line. Delicate snow continued to fall from the sky. However, by some odd magic, the ground maintained the absolute purity of the snow, without dirtying. At the same time, the tables of food maintained their heat as though the snowflakes couldn't enter a meter radius of them. It was like a paradise of snow as the music picked up. The crowd stood in respect as Madeline walked into sight. However, the gasps that were heard were followed by endless whispers. This wasn't because of her beauty, but rather because of the clear statement she was making. Whether it was her intention or not, it felt as though the faces of the Kami and Sapientia clans were being slapped. She's wearing black? Her father isn't escorting her? Only 2 little girls. It seems the rumors are true. This must be the poor girl's last rebellion. Despite what was said, Madeline was like the purest lily. She was untouched, untainted. Her beauty couldn't be described with words. Even her slightly pale appearance couldn't manage to dull her to the point of flaws. Even in sickness, she was a celestial goddess. Her gaze was expressionless, and her steps were firm. Although her body imperceptibly trembled as she began to lose more and more control of herself, she knew she had to keep it together. At the very least, she refused to disgrace Diane. The Sapientia family gazed at her with bright smiles on their faces, but she didn't spare them a glance as she continued walking along her solemn path. "Our goddess is truly strong," praised Jessica. "She doesn't deserve this. She deserves me. I can make her happy," muttered Hashim. "I've changed my mind. Even if it means war, I'll directly kill Akihiko," spoke Lahabim, gripping his fists tightly. "Yeah, right, your master would stop you before you could even do that. Do you think the essence-gathering realm is a joke?" spoke Orbis sarcastically. "You all should find a single lady like I have with my love." "Who's your love?" As the geniuses were warring in hushed tones, Madeline had made it to wide stairs. The Colosseum was silent as her delicate and lonely footsteps made it to the top. Delia and Maying were like ghosts following her. They stood silently to the side as the Sapientia family head could only smile bitterly as he saw his daughter's attitude. He thought that when she had agreed to stop fighting this that she would feel good about being cured. But it seemed he was too naive. She had never done this for herself or him. She did this so she could live and repay a debt to that dead boy. Pillar family head Cammy stood at the podium as a witness. Once he saw that Madeline had made it and hadn't caused too much of a scene, he breathed a sigh of relief. His voice boomed, entering the ears of everyone there. Today we've come together to collect the Xianxia family and Kami family as one. In consideration for the big sect tournament, the new soon-to-be husband and wife pair have decided on a shorter, but elegant, ceremony. Although this is usually done in private, we want you all to be witness to their holy union. As such, the marriage license will be signed here and now. Kami waved his hand. A group of servants came out of the back room with a podium that had a thick piece of parchment on it in addition to a feathered pen. Little Madeline soon will be as father and daughter. As a woman marrying into the Kami family, you should follow our traditions as well. The Kami god clan places the utmost importance on bloodlines, particularly the god-level blood. As you all know, my son has awakened his god blood to 20%. Which is even comparable to geniuses in the main branch. The crowd filled with murmurs. He's so powerful? Maybe he does deserve to marry Lady Xianxia. The geniuses of the big sects grit their teeth and endured. As such, it is customary for Kami god clan marriages to seek acceptance of the ancestors by signing the marriage contract in blood. Only a finger prick will be necessary. After the couple has finished, we can begin the festivities. After a proper feast, the tournament will begin. The crowd watched on as Akihiko picked up the feathered pen and pricked his finger, signing his name in blood. The parchment began to resonate with the heavens, as though Akihiko's blood was bestowed by the heavens themselves. Ha, as expected of the Kami sect's seated genius. The contract isn't even complete, yet he's already gained the acceptance of the ancestors. Big sect elder Kami boomed from the box lookout. Akihiko passed the pen to Madeline with a gentle look in his eyes. But Madeline's face couldn't help but flash with disdain as she noticed the hints of lust in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, she tried to steady her trembling body. Although her face was incomparably calm, her heart was a raging storm of emotions. Tears threatened to spill out of her eyes as she couldn't seem to steady her hand to draw blood. Many of those who sympathized with Madeline couldn't help but sigh. Just as Madeline was about to give up and use a bigger target than the tip of her finger, a light voice rang out that made the tears she was holding back spill over as wave after wave of emotion hit her. Hold on, wait. Can we talk about this for a second? I know you want this whole streamlined wedding thing, but what kind of marriage doesn't ask what the crowd thinks first? I don't know about the martial world, but in the human world we have a place called Las Vegas. You can think of them as the king of streamlined marriages. And even they ask if someone wants to speak or forever hold their peace. And here I was counting on the Kami family to follow proper protocol. I had so much faith in you fucks that I almost let my woman be married to some loser. Imagine the laughing stock I'd be if that happened. The sarcasm dripping from the voice was obvious for all to see. In fact, it wasn't like this voice was exactly incorrect. The Kami and Xianxia clan had tacitly decided not to ask for dissenting opinions, knowing that the seated youths in the crowd were still so rowdy. However, everyone had chosen to ignore this for fear of offending two massive clans. Just who was bold enough to say these things? Were they tired of living? No. What is he doing? Ava, Eli and Venus couldn't help but almost faint. They had been thinking of all the ways Diane could deal with this. Maybe burn the marriage contract and kidnap her later when less people were around. Or maybe use the big sect tournament to kill Akihiko before he could do anything to Madeline. But never did they think he'd do it like this. Who is this guy? Diane? That's Diane. Huh? Wasn't he dead? Oliver looked at the boy who had seemed to mature by leaps and bounds with nothing but shock. He was absolutely certain that he had run Diane through the heart. Even if he wasn't dead at the point of contact, there was no way that he would survive such a fall. Pillar family leader Xianxia was trembling as he held on to his wife's hand. He didn't know if he'd have the strength to kill his daughter's love again, especially in front of her. He was conflicted. He had no idea what to do. How had this happened? The geniuses of the big sects looked over all at once. This is the guy she fell for? He's nothing but a pretty boy, said Lahabam with a look of disdain. The more he looked at Diane's face, the more he hated it. I thought he was dead, wasn't he? Said Orbis. But isn't it more interesting this way? This wedding was getting boring. He is quite handsome, said Jessica, licking her lips subconsciously. If only he was as beautiful as he was handsome. Don't be like that, my love. What can looks do for you in the cultivation world? Isn't that why he quote-unquote died in the first place? He won't even get out of here alive. Although Jessica didn't like being called Orbis Love, she had to admit that he was right. Even though the Pillar family leader of the Kami clan was weaker than the seated geniuses, the same could not be said of the big sect elder. So even they as incomparable geniuses didn't dare to make a fuss here no matter how much they loved Madeline. Yet this boy seemed to want to do exactly that. Madeline slowly turned. She couldn't hide her trembling anymore and her voice couldn't leave her throat. But she started running. She started running as fast as her locked cultivation would allow her. Akihiko finally snapped out of his sheer surprise. Where do you think you're going? He was about to reach out when a flash of sword chi nearly severed his arm. He fell backwards and landed on his ass pathetically as he tried to dodge. If you dare try to touch her again, you won't even know how you died. This time, the voice's joking tone was nowhere to be heard. It alone seemed to make their hearts tremble. The crowd shuddered as Diane lifted his foot slowly. Are you sure he's weak? Whispered Jessica after a moment. Orbis didn't know what to say. It was clear none of them had seen how he attacked. Yet, the domineering sword scar on the stairs wasn't an illusion. Madeline was stumbling down the stairs, still unable to speak. Big sister, Delia called out as she noticed Madeline falling down. Diane's descending foot fell to the ground. In what felt like a flash, he was already before Madeline, embracing her tightly. Madeline gripped Diane's chest with both hands, sobbing. Her tears fell like a rain, the weakness of her fingers becoming clear as she failed to get a tight grasp of the young man before her. It seems like she really loves him. We can't pull them apart again, dear. I can't take that kind of pain, whispered Lady Sapientia to her husband. Pillar family head Sapientia shivered as he heard his wife's voice. He's so fast. Wasn't he just in the aisle? How did he get to the stairs? He's so handsome. Strong. No wonder Madeline loves him. But he's going to die soon. Does it matter? The crowd's unneeded commentary seemed endless. In the stands of the Colosseum, the Storm family members looked on in interest. Ball licked his lips. That girl is the best I've seen. I'll have to savor her soon. Autumn snorted. You'll have to be strong enough to beat him first. He's just a small fry. Can't you tell he has no cultivation? How could I lose to such a weakling? You're ignorant. Don't you know that Tammy's elder brother didn't start cultivating until he was 18? He's a true genius. He was the reason why our branch was willing to take such a chance and break off from the Ragnar clan, Dagon said faintly. Yet, did you dare to fight him before he began to cultivate? Are you really trying to compare this nobody to first brother? Said Ball in disdain. Dagon didn't feel like arguing. If you really want to try him out, you'll get a chance later. But I've warned you that your disgusting habits are going to get you killed one day. Ball didn't seem to be listening as he continued to lick his lips. Tammy remained silent, not knowing what to think. The boy she had once told should work hard to reach their level had in the blink of an eye reached such a high level of attainment. Let's see how you'll survive this. Madeline continued to sob, unwilling to let go of Diane's shirt. It seemed like she was trying to say something, but Diane couldn't understand. Why? Finally, Madeline took a deep breath. Although it was broken into a million parts, she finally got air into her lungs. Why you are really W or SW eat pee pants to my W ed ding? Diane was stunned for a bit, before his booming laughter could be heard throughout the arena. Delia and Maying finally had relaxed smiles on their faces, almost as though they had forgotten the danger Diane was in. On the stage, while Akihiko was still sitting on the ground in a daze, Pillar family elder Kami and Big Sect elder Kami were fuming. You've got a lot of nerve. Good. Well done. You'll die here today, boomed Big Sect leader Kami. However, Diane didn't seem to hear him, but he set aside a thought in his mind. Essence gathering third stage? No big deal. Well, I wasn't properly dressed, but I brought you presents, Diane said with a beaming smile. He swung Madeline into his arms and an array formation appeared below him. He rose them up 20 meters in the air, and whether it was on purpose or not, positioned them directly in the center of the Colosseum. Everyone watched with a mixture of loathing, jealousy, or adoration as Diane gently placed the still shivering Madeline in his lap, letting her head rest on his chest. "This is the first present," Diane pointed out toward their position in the skies. "From today onwards, you'll be the center of the world. No one will bully you. No one will hurt you. No one will dare do anything you don't like while I'm here." The crowd sucked in a breath. They weren't sure how to take this. This boy was about to die, but he was still in the mood for speaking sweet nothings to a girl. It was indeed not easy for anyone here to rise 20 meters into the air with such ease. But the Kami clan was one of archery. "I'll kill him," said Hashim, and Lahabim fumed. Before, they had no choice but to not take action for fear of big sect elder Kami. But this was a completely new situation. How could they sit back as a boy with no backing took the woman they wanted? Jessica, though, looked on with sparkling eyes before turning to Orbis. "If you could ever be half that romantic, I'd love you." Orbis' eyes shined with passion as though accepting a challenge. Madeline shivered as she heard Diane's words. The tears she had willed to stop started flowing again. Diane smiled. "The second present is actually a little guy we'll raise together." The crowd was in an uproar. "Even if she loves you, you can't say things like that here." "Yeah. If you wanted to be a pervert, you should have chosen another woman." Diane didn't seem to hear the crowd. But Madeline had taken his words the same way because her breath was hurried, and her face was red. She was beginning to squirm in his lap. "Don't get a boner, don't get a boner, don't get a boner." Although Diane was thinking this, his heart ached thinking of the pain Madeline was suffering through. She wouldn't have reacted so violently if not for it being so close to the winter solstice. With a flick of his finger, a fury and scaled puppy-looking creature jumped out and licked the tears off of Madeline's face. "This is Little Black. I found him while traveling. I'm not sure what species he is, but I thought you'd like cute things, so this is my second present." The crowd seemed to collectively sigh in relief. Of course, Diane lied about Little Black's origins. Although he didn't care about danger to himself, he wasn't willing to have that lead to trouble for Little Black. "At least my Madeline didn't end up with a pervert," said Jessica with a harumph. "He's adorable," said Madeline with a giggle as she happily accepted Little Black into her arms, still leaning on Diane's chest as they sat in the sky, gentle snow still softly falling. Little Black seemed to be trying to catch some on his tongue, which made Madeline giggle more. "She's truly an angel. AI. For my third present, I know you love music, so I have to give you the best." A silver lyre appeared in Diane's hands. "That's a half-step master-level lyre, making a musical instrument of that high quality. Where did this kid get that from?" Even Madeline was stunned. But she didn't refuse. She saw Diane as her future husband. When would a wife ever say no to a present from her husband? Madeline smiled gently, kissing Diane on the cheek. "Hee hee. If you kiss me like that now, who knows what you'll do when you see my next presents." The crowd was in an uproar again. There's no mistaking his words this time. Definitely a pervert. How could Madeline love him? Madeline looked up at Diane, blinking innocently. "There's more. Of course, you think I'd come back if I didn't have the cure to your illness? What kind of man would I be then?" Madeline's eyes widened. Really?" she choked, tears falling. Pillar family elder Kami finally snapped. "Do you think you can talk such nonsense in my precinct?" Bang! 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 Before Elder Kami would even finish talking, 10 magnificent arrays had appeared behind Diane. They began to rotate fiercely before one majestic weapon after another was fired out. No one could see the weapons until they were already surrounding Elder Kami, impaled into the ground. Pillar family head Kami was shivering in panic. He hadn't even seen what happened, but somehow 10 spears made of fantastic golden energy and coated in crystals left massive holes in the ground around him. Had they shifted just the slightest bit, wouldn't he be dead? How was this possible? The crowd was silent. Speak out of turn again, and I won't even give you a chance to defend yourself later. I'll just directly kill you and your whole family, Diane said faintly. The spears flickered out of existence as he turned back to Madeline, who was now staring up at him with a smile. What a genius! I can't even tell how many wills he used in that attack. Did you see it, Orbis? A dark-skinned man with long dreads spoke. Crystal will. The rarity of such an Earth-type will. My Earthbound sect needs a genius like him. Big Sect Elder Kami gripped his fists. He knew if the other sect leaders decided this kid was a genius, it would be impossible for him to kill him. They would all want to recruit him to their sects in preparations for the World Tournament. Who wouldn't want him? This was the only reason he hadn't attacked yet. As soon as he saw Diane's sword chi and movement technique, he could tell the other elders were moved. Do you trust me? Diane asked Madeline. With no hesitation, Madeline nodded yes. With a flick of his finger, a pill about 3 cm wide appeared. This pill will erase all of your cultivation. With a flick of his hands, Diane slowly brought it to Madeline's mouth. She opened with no hesitation, not asking why her cultivation had to be erased or if she'd ever get it back. But her family wasn't the same. They were all pale-faced, wondering what would happen next. After helping Madeline dissolve the pill, Diane pulled out another one. That? What grade pill is that? It must be at least master level, maybe more. How the hell is this kid getting all these treasures? Thought the big sect leaders. Although the previous pill Diane had brought out seemed common. With their key senses, they could tell it was extraordinary. If it wasn't for their wanting to uphold their prestige, they might have went to directly snatch this boy's things. Diane leaned into Madeline's ear and whispered softly, causing her condition to act up again. This is called the Constitution Awakening Pill. It'll awaken your constitution to 100% and then you'll be the genius you once were again. We'll stand tall together. Madeline nodded, taking the pill. But, as Diane was helping her circulate the pill, he couldn't help but frown. He sensed the impurities of another medicinal pill that wasn't the cleansing pill in Madeline. Moreover, with his key senses, he could tell it was a healing pill that Madeline had taken recently. And, considering the aura used to circulate the pill, Diane immediately knew that it was Akihiko. Diane was trembling in anger. He had guesses of what had happened, but he had to focus on helping Madeline first. Such trivial impurities wouldn't affect such a high-grade pill, but the story behind it would send Diane into a rage. As the seconds passed, Madeline was somehow becoming more and more beautiful. She was emanating the aura of a goddess. Her skin had become fairer and smoother. She was absolutely without flaws. The Sapientia family was trembling with happiness. It's really the cure. It's really the cure, dear. Libro stood at the back of the family, smiling in satisfaction. The Pillar family leader had tears in his eyes. How did this kid manage to do something the main branch couldn't? Finally, Madeline awoke, smiling brilliantly. Diane, thank you. There should be no thanks between us, Diane said with a light smile. As soon as you feel you have perfect control, you can start cultivating again. Madeline lifted her hand and touched the side of Diane's face, causing him to lightly grip her wrist before he spoke. Will you let me see what you went through? Although Madeline didn't know how Diane planned to do it, she still nodded. Soon, she felt her memories being gone through, and she felt that Diane had opened himself up to her too. Diane trembled as he felt Madeline's pain. But, when Diane got to today's event, the cheery atmosphere in the Colosseum suddenly dropped into complete darkness. Diane's eyes were red as he stroked Madeline's cheeks gently. I'll be right back. Madeline nodded as she went to play with Little Black, who had been laying on her lap. Diane jumped down from the sky. Without any arrays or wills, he slammed heavily into the ground. Slowly, he walked over to the distraught Akihiko. So, Diane said faintly, it seems that you think you can hit my woman, hmm? The crowd was in an uproar. Akihiko hit such an angel? How dare he? You must have thought you were pretty clever, right? You were going to drain Madeline of all her potential, then claim as if you were just a genius when you're actually just trash. A sword light flashed. Agag, what do you think you're doing? The big sect elder couldn't hold it in anymore, and before he could be stopped, he had already flashed towards Diane. Fuck! We didn't keep enough tabs on him. Orbis was agitated. He needed to know the secrets of Crystal Will. It would multiply his power by many folds. How could he let this genius die? Seems like a genius is about to die. The Wind Blade sect elder shook her head bitterly. The sect leaders could only watch as big sect elder Cami sped towards Diane. Just as the big sect elder was going to reach Diane, a 3 cm wide pill appeared in Diane's hands. He immediately crushed it and used his wind will to guide the powder into the elder's 7 orifices. Boom! The elder came crashing to the ground. The crown was stunned. What was that he just used? It looked like a powder. A powder that could stop an essence-gathering expert? Changlei, who had been standing in the back this whole time with a calm expression on his face, finally frowned. He had thought that this was all a facade and that as soon as the elder acted, this would all end. But who knew that with just a flick of his hand, Diane could cripple an essence-gathering realm expert? Another light of sword chi flashed. Agag! Akihiko's other arm flew off. The sight of splattering blood and the sound of the bone-curdling scream was one no one would ever forget. Why, you'll never get away with this. The Kami God clan values him greatly. He was accepted by the ancestors. You're trampling on the pride of a god clan. The big sect elder was raging. He felt his cultivation dropping more and more as he watched pathetically from the ground. God clan, Diane said faintly. Should I care about something like that? Arrogant. This isn't just arrogance. It's ignorance. God clans aren't something you can imagine. The big sect elders were shifting in agitation. Another blazing light of sword chi flashed. Akihiko writhed on the ground. Only a single limb left. The once pure snow was dyed in blood. I'll tell you all of this right now. I don't care what sect you're from. I don't care who your parents are. I don't care who your lovers are. I don't care who your children are. Diane continued softly. Another light of sword chi flashed. Just like that, Pillar family leader Kami died. Sliced in half and with incomparable grievances. I don't care if you have god-level blood. Another flash. HH Akihiko had lost his last limb. I don't care if you think you rule this world or if you're in an unreachable cultivation realm. A weapon's hell formation began spinning fiercely right above Akihiko's head. Slowly, a spear began to, almost to agonizing degree, pierce his head. It sheared apart his skin before slowly working into his skull. If you touch someone I care about, I'll kill you. The pain Akihiko was experiencing was so excruciating he tore his vocal cords apart, leaving him gurgling in his final moments. Blood spurted from Akihiko's head as he breathed his last. The crowd shivered. He's crazy. Ball licked his lips. Interesting, it was faint, but he directed some killing intent at us, don't you think? You think he could tell I wanted to taste his woman? He said with a disgusting smirk on his face. Tammy shivered. She had felt it too. He knows something. The Storm family juniors didn't answer, instead adopting curious expressions on their faces. What they didn't know is that Diane had allowed them to feel his killing intent on purpose to set a chess piece in motion. So we get to fight the seeded geniuses and him? This tournament will be interesting, said Dagon and Blade. Diane leaped back to Madeline, holding her in his arms again. I almost forgot. I have another present for you. This was left behind by my master. I hope you like it, Diane said with a smile. In a flash, an incomparably pure dress appeared. It was inlaid with so much energy that it was blinding. There's actually a hairpiece to go with it, Diane said, pulling it out. That's another half-step master treasure. I'm going to pull my hair out. The big sects might have one of those each, and it's reserved for their supreme elders. Yet he pulled out so many. Madeline blinked, looking at the dress and hairpiece. I can't let you keep wearing this black, now can I? Said Diane with a smile. This dress will make it easier to sense wills you want to learn, and the pin is a defensive treasure. Don't worry, you can change here. I'll put up a concealment array. Madeline nodded, taking the dress, but first she turned to Diane. No using your innate aurora to peak. The crowd sighed in appreciation for her purity. I promise. Diane laughed, stretching out a pinky. Madeline pouted. You didn't need to answer so quickly. Maybe I was going to promise, then peek anyway? Diane grinned wildly. Madeline playfully hit Diane before the concealment formation appeared around her. Moments later, blinding lights caused the crowd to squint as Diane looking on proudly. It was like a goddess had descended from the skies. Are you watching, Mom? Dad? Your son's done pretty well for himself. Don't you think? Thought Diane with incomparable pride shining in his eyes. Madeline stepped out. Her eyes had lost their previous dullness and now had a shining gold. Her carbon-framed glasses had morphed in crystal-framed ones, and her hair was up in her usual style. The hairpin perfectly complemented the white ching pao that clung to her curves. The dress reached to her feet, a long slit following along her leg. The sparkles of white and gold seemed intent on forcing the world's energies on converging upon it. I can't see the rank of that dress. Can any of you? An old lady whose hair seemed to alternate between braids of white and vines asked. The big sect elders shook their heads. They had no answer for the green blade sect's elder. Diane was in a daze. Wow! Madeline giggled, her gentle laughter causing flutters in the heart of the crowd. Wife! It looks like we almost made the worst mistake of our lifetimes. Lady Sapientia nodded as happy tears streamed down her face. Oliver trembled as he looked down at his hands, feeling disgusted with himself. Pertinacious smiled lightly, which was actually quite rare for him. Diane slowly walked to Madeline, grabbing her hands. Are you willing to stand at the top of the world with me? Diane's voice was soft and gentle, almost as though he couldn't see anyone but the woman in front of him, and he didn't care if another could hear him. Madeline's eyes glistened. Yes. Diane leaned down slowly, kissing Madeline's soft, pink lips, as though he was afraid to break her. His actions were impossibly gentle and caring. Madeline's face and neck flushed with red, her heart fluttering wildly and her blood rushing to her ears. Never did she think her first kiss would be like this. I'm gonna kill him. The geniuses raged all at once. Diane pulled away and looked into her golden eyes. Madeline light punched him. You sure made a girl wait quite a long time for her first kiss. Diane scratched his head awkwardly. Timing. Swear I was looking for the perfect timing. Madeline giggled, grabbing Diane's hand. She faced the crowd together with him. Diane's eyes flashed with battle intent. Now that the most important thing is complete, the other thing I came here to do today is settle some grudges and beat down some geniuses. Who'll play with me? A devilishly handsome grin appeared on Diane's face. Arrogant. I'll crush him. Diane smiled at Madeline. It seems like you've gained me quite a few fans. Madeline giggled, grabbing onto Diane's arm. If you can't deal with this much, I can always get a harem of men to do it for me. The crowd surged. Choose me. Know me. Diane chuckled bitterly. You really know how to stir up trouble. Diane's eyes flashed in seriousness. Since you all want to fight, let's get this tournament started then. I'll be sure to beat it into all of you one by one. My woman isn't someone you can have designs on. Diane's domineering aura surged, covering the whole of the Colosseum. Madeline smiled while looking at Diane's profile. But suddenly, she had a funny thought. Diane, you don't plan on fighting in sweatpants and a wet, snot-filled t-shirt, do you? She teased him mercilessly as though it wasn't her fault things were like this to begin with. Diane smiled bitterly. I actually have a battle Chong Pao, but it would be a waste if these geniuses are only at this level. You! The geniuses were in an uproar. In the stands, the Storm family geniuses smirked. He sure has a lot of nerve, sneered Blade. Well, he just one-shot an essence-gathering expert. Can you do that? Blade's twin sister Calidora teased him. PFT women. All you see is a pretty face and you're already infatuated. How could the tournament rules allow him to use that powder? I'll crush him. Women? Why don't you take a look in the mirror? At least wipe the drool off your face and stop staring at his woman before you say those words to me, harumphed Calidora. Her brother Blade and her cousin Dagon were much the same. Although they were strikingly different in terms of appearance, Dagon being a towering giant and Blade being as skinny as a willow, they were one and the same in terms of love of battle. But even they were clearly still weak to Madeline's appearance. Blade snickered. I might have to fight Ball for a taste of her first. Put a woman in front of them and they forget their purpose. We still need to secure placements to the world opening. First Brother gained a seated entry because of our help in powering the treasure, but we won't be afforded the same privilege. How about you focus on figuring out how to beat him? Muttered Autumn in disgust. Tammy remained silent. She had never been close with her family, and quite frankly, they disgusted her. But she knew she had to endure for now. Soon, she thought faintly. Madeline smiled at Diane. Who's the one stirring trouble for who now? Diane beamed before turning to the box lookout. He nodded in their direction before speaking. Supreme Elders, don't you think it's about time we begin? This brat, he has no respect. A fiery rage erupted in the lookout from none other than an elder that looked to be the exact replica of Lahabam. Also, I'd like to say that after I win the tournament, I won't be taking anyone as my master. I have already sworn an oath to only have a single one in this lifetime. I hope you understand, Supreme Elders. Arrogant. When did the elders ever say they wanted you as a disciple? This kid. He has no idea how high the heavens are. The elders in the box were red with anger, but they slowly calmed down when they thought of something. Who's his master? This matter made the elders apprehensive, so they thought to ask first. Little one, may I ask who this esteemed master of yours is? A booming voice came from Elder Orbis. This is of course a simple matter, Elder. Although revealing this will bring me no end to troubles, I am not one to hide with my tail between my legs. My master is the 25th White Mother of the Celestial Deer Sect. The atmosphere seemed to implode. 5 elders immediately appeared floating in the skies. Big Sect Elder Kami was still on the ground, but even he looked up towards Diane. Do you understand the ramifications of what you just said? Spoke an elderly woman wearing a robe with elegant green patterns marking the Green Blade Sect. Of course I do. In fact, I doubt anyone here understands this more than I do. However, as the sole successor of the Celestial Deer Clan, I don't want to lurk in the shadows. I want everyone to know very clearly, so that everything I do will lead to endless glory for my master. Madeline looked at Diane's profile, her eyes sparkling as she watched her man stand tall against the world. When I kill someone, everyone will know who I am. When my step shakes the heavens, everyone will know who I am. When I love, everyone will know who I am. A celestial aura erupted from Diane, shining crystals orbiting him and Madeline. Such confidence, such arrogance. I want my enemies to know exactly how weak I am right now. I want them to despair when they realize there's nothing they can do to stop my rise. I want their hearts to shake in terror when they realize they knew who I was this whole time, yet couldn't stop me from ripping their lives from them. That purity, that must be the ever-elusive celestial will. The elders trembled. Celestial will was such a high attainment in the hierarchy of wills, that often people wouldn't even recognize it. If it wasn't for Diane's reveal, the elders would never know. Little one, are you interested in participating in the world tournament? Instead of joining one of our sects, I'm sure the others would agree to you helping our seeded geniuses participate. Our alliance is in need of your talents. Although you can soar anywhere, I'm sure you'd want to bring glory to your master by representing the region the Celestial Deer Sect originated from. Correct. World tournament? Diane looked a bit confused. Forgive my fiancé, elders, until about 6 months ago, he was living in the human world. He is quite ignorant of martial world affairs. The elder's lips twitched. 6 months and he's already understood so many wills? He's already so strong? What about his array alchemy mastery? What kind of sick joke is this? Diane chuckled on the inside when he heard Madeline call him her fiancé. But he assumed that this was just the culture of the martial world. He had no intention of refuting it. Looking through Madeline's memories of the past months, he knew she was someone he always wanted by his side. In a world like this one, if Madeline was just his girlfriend, It would give those with too much time on their hands an excuse to slander her reputation. But if she was his fiancée, a woman promised to him, no one could say a word. The context was much different. So he gladly accepted, even though it would be odd in his mortal world. Even the Storm family geniuses looked at Diane in awe. Although Tammy knew about Diane's origins, she had never had a reason to tell them about it. It seems we must take him much more seriously. Dagon's eyes sharpened. If what she said is true, doesn't that mean he's even more talented than First Brother? Whispered Autumn. Ball had a serious expression on his face for what seemed like the first time ever. But it soon disappeared as he licked his lips. It's always best when they struggle. But the big sect geniuses had a completely different reaction. Only 6 months? He was dead for at least 2 of them. Are you telling me he won my goddess's heart so quickly? I refuse to believe it. Lahabam boomed. Dyon. I don't care who you are. I challenge you to a match. Lahabam. Silence. Boomed a fiery-haired elder. Don't mind my disciple, little one. He's a bit hot-headed. The mouths of the other elders twitched. Who do you think he got it from? Your voice was even louder than his. The elder of the Wind Blade sect shook her head and continued. You have no need to participate in this tournament, little one. Neither do the other seated geniuses. We will grant you entry to the Legacy World opening. If you're keen on fighting, I am sure there will be many battles in the Legacy World as you compete for the treasures. It's only a shame that you missed the Elven world. If you had access to those fruits, it would be greatly beneficial. But I'm sure your master left you with many things to replace that. Diane watched on as these elders fawned over him with no small bit of disgust in his heart. Anyone looking on would think these elders to be amiable and caring. But where was this caring attitude when thousands of their students were getting slaughtered? Despite this, Diane nodded his head. Then I'll listen to you, elder. There's only one thing I have left to take of here, Diane said faintly. Diane turned to the Sapientia family, causing Oliver to shiver. But he sighed in relief when Diane's eyes didn't seem trained on him. Diane laughed. Don't worry, big brother Oliver. Although I can't promise Madeline will forgive you, I want you to know I have. How could I make her choose between her brother and me? Madeline's parents breathed a sigh of relief. The last weight on their chest had been lifted. Madeline harumphed. Why would I want a big brother like him? Oliver smiled bitterly but said nothing. What he didn't hear was Madeline whisper, Thank you, Diane. Diane smiled. Didn't I say there's no need for thanks between us? Diane's voice was carried by his will of wind, hiding it discreetly. Madeline, though, still felt endlessly swirling emotions within her. Forgive her family. Even if Diane allowed her a chance to do exactly that, for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to. Finally, Diane's eyes trained on a seemingly ordinary old servant lady, causing her eyes to widen in shock. I assume you're from the Sapientia family main branch? Diane asked faintly. The old lady was silent for a moment, before she looked to Madeline. A sweet voice that seemed like it couldn't possibly come from her rang out. You found quite a good partner, little Madeline. Madeline trembled. Master. The appearance of the old lady slowly changed. Her hunched back became straight. Her wrinkled skin became younger. Soon, a woman just as beautiful as Madeline appeared, causing the Sapientia family to be overcome with shock. Madeline's parents immediately rushed to her and bowed deeply. Branch Sapientia family members greet Elder Sapientia. The crowd was stunned. Elder Sapientia? She looks like she couldn't be more than 20. What's going on? The elder nodded, before slowly rising into the air. The big sect elders were trembling. I can't sense her cultivation, they all thought at once. Finally, she appeared before Diane and Madeline. Madeline released Diane's hand and leaped forward, hugging her master tightly. The elder stroked Madeline's hair. It's okay, little Madeline. I missed you too. Diane smiled at this scene. After a few moments, Madeline finally composed herself. Diane created another array formation for her to stand on, shaking his head. This girl is crazy. She just leaped into the air, completely forgetting she had no cultivation and we were 20 meters up. After Madeline was back to Diane's side, the elder turned a curious gaze towards Diane. "What's your purpose for exposing me?" "Well, for one, no matter what I say, I can't always guarantee Madeline's safety. So, having everyone know my Madeline has more supporting her than just a dead clan successor is nothing but beneficial. Secondly, although I would like to spend a while together with Madeline first, I want her to return to the main Sapientia branch. I have plenty of resources to support her even if our needs were multiplied by thousands. But I will be headed to dangerous places and hunted by dangerous people. I want you to understand that Madeline is almost all I have in this world. Having the backing of a god-level clan like the Sapientia family is a good thing." The elder nodded in agreement, impressed with Diane's understanding of the situation. It seems he's not only hot-blooded. The elder had been previously disappointed in Diane when revealed his origins. Though they hadn't said anything, all their intentions to recruit him had faded with the wind. The only reason they had invited him to the Legacy World opening was likely as a method of keeping tabs on him and keeping their relationship amiable. It could be said that the moment Diane revealed himself, he had become a target. However, in choosing to save Madeline, he had already painted himself in a corner. He couldn't exactly not to save the first woman to truly enter his heart. Right? Thirdly, I have awakened Madeline's constitution to 100%. I guarantee that your Sapientia God clan doesn't have that capability and thus has no one with comparable talent to her. As such, having a wife who will soon be the leader of a god clan sounds pretty amazing to me. Doesn't it to you? Diane grinned. Although Madeline was slightly sad when she thought of how many dangers Diane would soon face without her, she steeled her resolve. She didn't know a lot about the Celestial Deer clan, but what she did know was that for an ancient god-level clan like them to be destroyed, their enemies must have been powerful. If she could help Diane by becoming an influential figure in the Sapientia God clan, she would do it. Thirdly, I have awakened Madeline's constitution to 100%. I guarantee that your Sapientia God clan doesn't have that capability and thus has no one with comparable talent to her. As such, having a wife who will soon be the leader of a god clan sounds pretty amazing to me. Doesn't it to you? Diane grinned. Although Madeline was slightly sad when she thought of how many dangers Diane would soon face without her, she steeled her resolve. She didn't know a lot about the Celestial Deer clan, but what she did know was that for an ancient god-level clan like them to be destroyed, their enemies must have been powerful. If she could help Diane by becoming an influential figure in the Sapientia God clan, she would do it. 100%. The elder stared at Diane in shock. Although she knew the pill Diane had given to Madeline was extraordinary, she also knew that it was near impossible to awaken 100% of a god-level body, especially one in the top 10, let alone top 3. This couldn't be explained by it being a pill from the dead sect because pills lose potency over time. There's no way they would be as effective. The elder's burning gaze increased. Fourthly, I know the Sapientia clan will no longer dare bully her. Although before Madeline was a genius, she is incomparable to before. The Sapientia clan wouldn't use her as a pawn as they'd want to keep her within the clan. The fifth reason is because if an elder of your standing and power is willing to spend so many years as a servant just to watch over her, it must mean you care deeply for my Madeline. So, I can trust you. The elder nodded. It seems like you've got this all figured out. But then the elder froze as words shrouded in Diane's will of wind floated to her ears. After the Legacy World opening, it is likely there will be a major war. The Storm family is actually a defected branch of the Ragnar God clan and have a blood sacrifice technique from the Pakal God clan they plan on using to rise again. I suspect the reason for the early opening of the world is due to sacrificing the lives of many of the students who entered the Elven world. In addition, the Dayu clan is the source of the technique Akihiko was going to use to drain Madeline's potential. Even if they weren't going to massively benefit from the blood sacrifice technique, they would still attack now that I've revealed my connections with the Celestial Deer clan. As you probably know, the Dayu clan was part of the destruction of the Celestial Deer clan. In this war, I can only guarantee that the Sicarius family will be here and on my side. I have no way of contacting the Ragnar or Pakal God clans as a contingency plan, so I tell you all of this only so that you can spread the rumor to them. Once the war breaks out, There is no need for you to participate. I have my own plans. I can't guarantee that either god clan will appear, so it's imperative that the news spreads to both. Also, since they're unlikely to believe it, they won't mobilize their strongest experts, so there's a good chance that this won't end cleanly. Just make sure that Madeline leads a good life while I'm gone. Tell her I'll see her again at the World Tournament. The elder's eyes widened in shock. Just what is this boy at the center of? The day Diane had heard Cammy speaking to Dayu, he had already knew that something was brewing. But he was only even more certain of it when he was healing Ava last night. In Ava's memories, he learned that her soul was attached to an object. That meant her family was very clear on her condition. And after being shocked about the power behind her family, he knew very clearly that they wouldn't stand for not only losing their young master, but also having their young mistress be heavily injured. This meant that a clash between the Storm and Sicarius family was inevitable, but with the variable of the Kami God clan and the hidden Dayu clan, Diane wasn't sure of which side would be the victor, so he could only prepare for the worst. Oh, and also, Diane said out loud, don't believe I won't one day destroy the Sapientia God clan if they try to bar me from seeing Madeline. The elder felt a shiver run down her back, but she quickly composed herself. There's no need to worry. With Madeline's talent, it's likely she'll be able to do whatever she wants. My greatest regret is not being able to protect her back then. Will you still acknowledge me as your master, little Madeline? Madeline nodded heavily, tears glistening in her eye. I know it wasn't your fault, master. You tried your best, but you're only one person. I understand the cruelty of the cultivation world. Good, good. The elder had tears streaming down her beautiful face. Although I haven't been much of a master to you, I can tell you that I truly do approve of your choice in partner. It is likely that the Ragnar God clan might want to force a marriage alliance like they did in the past. The elder glanced quickly at Diane as though hinting something. But I would rather die than allow you to be used as a chess piece again. Madeline nodded, gripping Diane's hand. As far as the Sapientia and Ragnar clans should be concerned, I'm already a taken woman. Diane smiled, looking into Madeline's beautiful eyes. But it didn't escape his notice that she mentioned the Ragnar God clan despite having no idea about the current situation. Diane could only shake his head. It seems these god clans are really good at spreading wide-ranging pain. Diane looked to the elders. When does the legacy world open, elders? The big sect elders were awakened from their state of shock. The legacy world opens in just a week. The world tournament will be in 2 years. Then Madeline and I will take our leave. There's no need to waste time on this tournament then. Little Black jumped into Diane's free arm before diving into his t-shirt. Just as Diane was about to bid farewell to Madeline's master, he realized she had already vanished. Not minding too much, Diane waved his hands and a majestic celestial deer appeared, carrying him and Madeline on its head. The geniuses left on the ground gripped their fists. Their fighting spirits had been lit. To be looked down on a boy years younger than them. A boy with no cultivation. A boy who had taken their love right in front of them. The rage in their hearts was palpable. He really did survive, Tammy thought. But suddenly her head snapped. Her body trembled. Ava stared at the girl she had once called a friend. Her eyes filled with hatred. She knew well that Tammy wasn't strong enough to save her. But to not even try? And to also know exactly what happened to her brother and not tell her? Ava saw nothing but a mortal enemy. Turning away from Tammy, she focused her will. She wasn't afraid of this so-called Storm family. She had never told Tammy about her origins, but she was clear on the fact that this Focus Academy was just a small stepping stone for her. If it wasn't for the fact her martial heart was so shaken by her dead brother, it was likely her cultivation would be far ahead of what it was now. In fact, she only began cultivating so early because she wanted power to find out what happened to her brother, effectively destroying her best potential for him. But she'd focus on this tournament for now. She'd watch to her heart's content, with no fear in her heart. Not only could they not kill her in the open, she knew her father's temperament well. He was definitely on his way here. Tammy looked confused. She understood the anger, but Where was this confidence coming from? Did she think she could stand up against the Storm family? But then Tammy thought something that made her shiver. Did a normal family really raise two geniuses like Arios and Ava? What if she was confident because she knew her family was strong enough to protect her? If she was comparing her family to a pillar family, then Tammy had nothing to worry about. The true power of the Storm family could destroy Focus Academy 100 times over. But if Ava's family was stronger than that, strong enough to contend with the true them, that would ruin everything. Tammy looked at Ball with endless resentment. This was all his fault. Tammy bit her lip. I need to change my plan. I can't take this risk. Tammy knew that Ball would have no interest in a toy he had already played with, so Ava was safe for now. But simply not bothering Ava from now on wouldn't fix the situation. This situation was getting more and more complicated. Diane closed the door to his room, choosing to use a concealment and defensive formation as opposed to his metal disc. He felt safer that way. Little Black flashed and entered Diane's storage ring. He didn't like being confined to such a small space. Madeline giggled. Are you going to take that shirt off? It's still wet, you know. If you wanted me to take off my shirt, you just had to ask. Madeline smiled, then reclined in a chair, crossing her legs. The flash of soft skin Diane caught through the leg slit of the dress made his heartbeat quicken. Well, go on. I'd better like what I see, or else I'll have to replace you. Oh? So you like playing games? Diane smiled and walked to Madeline. He took off his shirt, causing Madeline's beautiful face to slightly redden. Her breathing quickened as Diane placed his hands on the armrests of the chair. So? Diane asked. Madeline didn't seem to be listening as her delicate hand touched Diane's tanned chest. Diane leaned forward and lightly kissed her neck, forcing Madeline to let out a breath. Passable, she said faintly, rubbing her cheek against Diane's as if to ask for his lips. Diane gladly obliged, kissing her fiercely as he felt her hands wrap around his neck. Diane found his hands invaded by softness as they trailed their way up Madeline's dress, stopping on her irresistible hips and playing with the straps of her underwear. Madeline's hands grabbed the sides of Diane's cheeks, unwilling to let his lips go. Her soft moans filled the room. Although she had been cured, the disposition of her god-level body was inclined towards intimate contact. Add to the fact that she had been feeling pent up for weeks, and this release was exactly what she needed. Diane slowly pulled away, looking into Madeline's golden eyes. Diane grinned. I have something I want you to wear. Madeline looked surprised, slightly embarrassed that Diane's hands were still under the straps of her underwear. Pulling back, Diane flicked his wrists and a pair of gray sweatpants and a white t-shirt appeared in Diane's hands. An incredulous look appeared on Madeline's face before she burst into a fit of laughter. Diane's smile widened. Once you try it, I promise you'll never want to wear anything else. Madeline said nothing else as she stood, allowing her dress to fall to the ground under Diane's disbelieving eyes. A pair of pure white undergarments appeared before Diane. It was laced and exquisite, but couldn't compare to the woman wearing it. The delicate curves, the supple skin, the deep ravine of her chest. It was all only made more enticing by the slight blush that covered her. Don't get a boner, don't ya fuck it. Diane could only bitterly smile. Madeline giggled, pushing Diane onto the bed. You might as well give me a clean pair of boxers too. It's only right I get the full experience. Diane had never felt so happy before. With a beaming smile, he pulled out a pair. Madeline smirked and turned around, gently falling onto Diane's lap. Diane groaned. She knows exactly what she's doing. Madeline slowly raised her hands to her back, unstrapping her bra and letting it fall from her shoulders. Diane's breathing was erratic as he pulled her tightly into his chest, almost imperceptibly rubbing his member against her. You're so rowdy. How am I supposed to change if you're holding on so tightly? Madeline said, trying to keep her voice from shaking. But Diane didn't seem to be listening as his hands found their way to her chest. Diane felt like he was in heaven. Madeline couldn't help a moan from her lips. She slowly slid her underwear down, letting Diane run his hands along her body. Diane couldn't help spinning her around, kissing her firmly. Madeline moaned as she felt Diane's strong hands grab onto her ass, pulling her into his lap. Diane looked up at the heavily breathing Madeline, grinning. "It seems the winter solstice really took a toll on you, hmm?" Madeline held onto Diane's face, looking down into his eyes with fervent passion. "Humph, you're going to have to marry me before you get to have all of me." Diane smiled bitterly, but then he grinned, thinking of something. "I wonder what would happen if I used my aurora to increase your sensitivity." An evil smile appeared on Diane's face. "Why?" Before Madeline could respond, a delicate flame had appeared in Diane's hand, slipping slowly along her leg. Diane turned Madeline around, gently kissing on her neck. A whisper sounded in Madeline's ear that made her shiver with endless pleasure. "How about we get rid of all that pent-up frustration?" Diane's hands continued gently teasing Madeline's legs, letting the aurora flame slowly increase her pleasure by manipulating her energy flow. Madeline was gasping for breath, digging her nails into Diane's arm. Just as she thought this couldn't possibly get any more intense, she felt Diane's hand finally reach her treasured place. Madeline gasped, "Diane!" Diane shivered hearing her call, but that just spurred him on. Soon, Madeline was sleeping soundly in Diane's sweatpants and shirt. Diane gently moved her hair from her face, letting her sleep on his bare chest. He soon fell into a relaxed sleep too. "Are you certain, Xianxia?" An elder shrouded in darkness spoke with a raspy voice. "Yes, father. I am certain," he said. He was a member of the Celestial Deer sect. "Since he's so confident, it is likely that our current clan strength can't deal with the life-saving treasures he has. Father, he killed an essence-gathering expert like it was nothing. I'm afraid if we want to deal with this situation, we'll have to awaken the ancestors from their slumber." "Absolutely not. What kind of laughingstock would we be using those experts against a child?" "However, you are right. His threat cannot be underestimated." According to the records, the 25th White Mother was a very prideful person. I am certain that she would rather the whole sect die out than let someone subpar be the successor. His future will be bright. "He must die as soon as possible," the raspy voice said faintly. "Should we enlighten the other clans?" "Impossible. Although we won the war, the toll was heavy. For now, we'll see if we can handle the situation ourselves." "Did you receive a quota to enter the land?" "Yes, father. I hid myself well. I managed to earn an inconspicuous spot." "Good. If I'm not wrong, this opening is special. Those foolish big sects don't even know what they're getting themselves into. If it wasn't for the Pakal clan's blood sacrifice technique, they could have spent 10,000 years more trying to properly charge their treasure before finally managing to open the world." Xianxia's eyes widened. "Just who made that world?" "If I'm not wrong, he or she was definitely an existence that surpassed the Tao formation stage." Xianxia drew in a sharp breath. "In fact, I'm certain that if it wasn't for the world wanting to be found, those weak sects would have never even come close to it. What I don't know is why it wanted to be found." Xianxia remained silent. "I'll give you a treasure. When fighting for the inheritance, it will come in handy. But you must remember that your top priority is to kill this successor. Although such an inheritance would speed up our comeback, I believe the opening of a world of this magnitude wouldn't escape the notice of the God Clan younger generation. Although you are talented, you've been stifled by our lack of resources. Until we can fix that, you won't be enough to fight them, I'm afraid." "I understand, father. The Dayu clan will rise again. AI. Although you won't be able to gain the main inheritance, there should be plenty of other treasures. Gain what you can while protecting your life. You are our future." Xianxia nodded heavily, bearing the responsibility on his shoulders. The alluring aroma of food slowly woke Madeline up. Opening her eyes, she found a banquet laid out on a table that definitely wasn't in the room before. Madeline's eyes widened, giving a confused look to Diane, who was looking at her with a gentleness that made her blush. "It's just the two of us. Why'd you bring all this food?" Diane was stunned by Madeline's appearance. Her cascading hair, the way her braless chest bounced through his white t-shirt, the adorable look she had wearing sweatpants too many sizes bigger than her. Diane found himself intoxicated. "Oh," Diane said with a grin, "this feast is actually for me, but you can have some of it if you want." Madeline looked at Diane like he was crazy, but the look soon disappeared as she watched him eat plate after plate after plate. "You're a glutton," Madeline said exasperatedly. Between bites, Diane unleashed his devilishly handsome smile. Soon, Diane had Madeline in his arms as he fiddled with a projector system. Madeline rested her cheek against Diane's, watching him work. "What exactly is this for?" she couldn't help asking. "I'm about to set up some of my favorite movies for us to watch together," Diane said with a smile. "Movies?" Madeline looked confused. She had learned a whole bunch of new things about the human world from Diane. Sweatpants was one of them, and she had to admit that they were very comfortable. "Sometimes it surprises me what your martial world does and doesn't have. But I guess it would be kind of weird if such powerful people wanted to watch people do superhuman things they could already do." Madeline gently placed her hands on Diane's after he released the projection into the air and wrapped his arms around her. "Movies are just plays on a screen. They tell stories about the most fantastical things. Although they're probably decidedly less fantastical here." Madeline watched with curiosity as a list of options appeared. "Choose whichever one calls out to you the most," said Diane with a smile. Madeline thought for a moment. "The one with the short man looks odd. Let's watch that one." Diane selected The Lord of the Rings and watched in satisfaction as Madeline lost herself in its world. Tammy stood silently, looking on to an elder and a young man who were sparring with each other. Soon, the young man let out a roar before using the last of his stamina. The elder calmly reflected the blow, allowing the young man to catch his breath. "Your rate of improvement is impressive. Go and rest. I don't want you cultivating for the next few days so you can be in optimal condition for the world opening. You're our future. You must do your best to gain this inheritance. I'm sure you understand that we slowed our plans substantially by diverting power to ensure its opening. Don't let us down." The young man stood tall after catching his breath. He was clearly a man of few words, but his aura was suffocating. His blue eyes were sharp and his blonde hair reached the ground. His muscles rippled as he stretched to his full 2.5-meter height. After nodding towards Tammy, the young man slowly left. Big Brother's progress is indeed impressive. Without turning to Tammy, the elder's voice rang out. "Your talent only pales to your elder brother, Tammy. Both you and your brother will do us proud," he said faintly. After reaching a throne, the elder sat down slowly. "So, what brings you here today?" "Father, I believe Baal has put us in a bad situation." How so?" "In the Elven Forest, he almost raped and killed Ava, the younger sister of a boy we killed for discovering our plans that time." The elder's aura darkened. "I hope you're not asking me to seek revenge for your friend. Although Baal is unruly, he is still a talent. So talented that even Dagon or Blade might not be a match for him if he's serious. I allow you all to compete amongst yourselves. Once you can defeat him, then you can seek your own revenge." Tammy shook her head. "That isn't it, Father. This Ava survived and is also not scared of appearing before us. Even to the point of glaring at me. I'm sure you can realize what that could mean as much as I do." The elder's aura sharpened. "This could indeed be troublesome. You may go. I'll also allow you to choose a suitable punishment for Baal. Do not cripple or kill him." The elder's voice sounded faintly. After Tammy left, the elder fell into deep thought. "It seems we much prepare for the worst case. War may be inevitable. Let's hope that this girl just doesn't understand how high the heavens are. But if it's a case of her having suitable backing to oppose us, I may need to alert the Supreme Elders." Outside the room, Tammy was clenching her fists. "This could work in my favor too. This could work. Let's go out tomorrow," Madeline said, lying comfortably in Diane's arms. Diane was quite enjoying the time they spent in his room. In fact, he was quite content with staying in, but he couldn't say no to Madeline. "Sure, we can go," he said with a smile. "I haven't been anywhere in the martial world besides here, honestly." Madeline looked confused. Didn't you leave and find a master? This secret doesn't matter too much anyway. But even if it did, I wouldn't mind telling you. The celestial deer sex remains are actually at the bottom of Focus Lake. I found it shrouded in a formidable concealment formation. Oh? So that's what happened. Madeline never asked about Diane's adventures or questioned how he got things done. In fact, she was never surprised when he did something amazing. She had birthed a strange confidence in Diane. Then I'll bring you to some good places on the main continent, she said with a smile. All right, then we'll do that. Madeline turned to Diane with a mysterious glint in her eyes. So you're not going to tell me? Diane looked at Madeline, confused. Tell you what? How did you make it feel so good? She asked with a slight blush. Diane shuddered, thinking back to when he was still at the bottom of Focus Lake. He had been trying to sort through his master's memories when he stumbled upon a whole section of dual cultivation techniques. That was also where he learned how beneficial it was to take the virginity of someone with a god-level constitution. But he was severely disturbed, suddenly gaining thousands of years of sexual experience. Good. Stumbling upon memories of two massive beasts copulating? Not so good. The vomit was barely held back by watching his master have sex in her human form, but even though she was exceptionally beautiful, it just made him feel dirty. That was his master, after all, not some porn star. She was a person he should see as his own mother. She was clearly too close to death to think about filtering some memories out, shivered Diane. But then Diane thought about how his master had time to put a block on some of the memories she thought Diane wasn't ready for yet. Then that just sent him down another rabbit hole. My master's a pervert? Diane shook his head viciously, confusing Madeline. Diane decided to tell Madeline the version that didn't include bestiality. The celestial deer sect had thousands of dual cultivation techniques. So, I thought if I fused the best circulation methods with celestial will and my innate aurora flame, I could amplify their effects even more. What could be more effective at manipulating energies than the aurora flame? Not only does it have a healing factor that gives a pleasant feeling, considering its use in manipulating precious resources into pills and manipulating energies to form arrays, using it to circulate particular paths is easy. Madeline shook her head bitterly. Diane spoke of manipulating cultivation techniques like it was as easy as breathing. He was clearly unaware that the same task he did on a whim was impossible for most people, let alone amplifying their effects. But then, Madeline smirked. Are you trying to tell me all you need to do is touch a woman and she'll feel hundreds of times more sensitive than I used to on the winter solstice? Pervert. Diane grinned. I didn't even think of that. But now that you say it, I guess I'll have to try it out. Madeline playfully hit Diane. But this sounds interesting. What is celestial will for it to have that effect? Well, Diane released his celestial will, causing his skin to glow slightly. Infinitesimally small crystals began to fall around him and Madeline. You can feel the purity, right? Celestial will is like the ultimate form of gentleness, but it is at the same time an absolute defense when its power is at a high enough level. Imagine washing away your opponent's attack by purifying it. At the same time, celestial will allows you to impose your will on others because its purity is so alluring, which helps when you want someone to feel as good as you do, which is even easier considering the calming and good feeling the will gives you in general. The final and probably most important is that it makes opening more than 72 meridians possible. Madeline looked up at Diane in shock. Really? As you know, there are a total of 108 meridians. But, since ancient times, due to the loss in density of the energy of heaven and earth, more and more martial artists have begun to rely on cultivation stones to improve in later stages. Common stones for foundation stage, profound stones for essence gathering stage, and so on. The problem with that approach is that the energy lacks purity. So, even the best of geniuses can at most open 81 meridians. In fact, many essence gathering experts have only opened 54 meridians to reach the minimum requirement for essence gathering, before using treasures to force their cultivation upwards. Madeline nodded, knowing much of this already, oblivious to the fact that Diane had glossed over the loss in density of energy. Even Diane didn't know the full explanation, he had a pretty good guess. Amongst the geography books in the Central Pillar Library, he found that the size of Earth was many times smaller in the past. But, for some reason, it had expanded by millions of times, allowing the human and martial world to stay perfectly isolated from each other. This obviously had the added effect of thinning the energy. The problem with that is that your future cultivation is restricted. For every 9 meridians you open, you gain access to 1 level of essence gathering. So, today, most martial artists can't access the 10th, 11th, and 12th levels of the essence gathering stage, which correspond to 90, 99, and 108 meridians being opened respectively. Usually, if you open 54, you'll be capped at the 7th essence gathering stage. If you open 63, you'll be able to push past with treasures and reach the 8th saint stage. If you open 72, you'll be able to reach the 9th celestial stage, and so on. So, the amount of foundation you have at the meridian formation stage is directly correlated to your future potential. Of course, these are just absolute caps. Usually, martial artists wouldn't even reach those levels. The only way to bypass the impurity of cultivation stones is by purifying it. And the only way to do so is through celestial will. Although there are rare treasures in the world that may allow geniuses to reach the 10th and 11th stages of the coming realms, from what I understand, only celestial will evolve to a high enough state will be able to purify the cultivation stone energy enough to allow you to reach that ultimate level. This is because other wills that have the ability to purify simply don't have the quality that celestial will does. Wow, breathed Madeline. You'll be pretty amazing in the future then, won't you? Madeline didn't even notice the slight pride in her eyes when she spoke these words. I think you mean we, Diane said with a smile. I'm only able to sense and understand celestial will because my master gave me her essence blood before passing. But, now that I have sensed it, I can purify your energy for you when the time comes. In fact, I could leave a bit of celestial will within you so you not only have a little piece of me, but you could also make use of your constitution to comprehend it. I could help you, but the effect would be the best if you have celestial will of your own. With goddess disposition, your affinity towards purity is unmatched by many. I believe in you, Madeline pouted. And here I was hoping you could place it in me like you did before. Diane grinned. There is actually another, even more efficient way for you to sense celestial will. Oh? And how's that? I could put a baby in you. Diane's grin grew wider. Although Diane was partially joking, the truth was that if Madeline had a baby in her that shared the blood of the celestial deer running through Diane's veins, it would indeed be more efficient. Plus, the exchange of primordial yin and yang would allow Madeline to benefit from the 2 bloodlines he had gained from his master and her husband. In addition, carrying such a baby for months would allow her to sense the fetus affinities quite acutely, making it even easier for her. Humph, Madeline said, being playfully angry. Don't try your tricks on me. I've yet to see a wedding ring. Diane smiled mysteriously. Then how could I not oblige with my woman's will? I warn you though, the more practice you give me using this technique, the easier it'll be for me to seduce other girls in the future. Madeline was about to respond, but Diane's rough lips were already on hers as he slowly pulled down the sweats she was wearing. Madeline moaned, letting the pleasure wash away all the pain she had held in her heart. Madeline and Diane sat atop a massive celestial deer formation that galloped along the ocean water, leaving behind slight ripples. So why do you think I've been stuck at the 7th level of musical will? Madeline asked curiously. She had left behind the sweatpants and t-shirt much to Diane's dismay, instead opting for her usual casual purple ching pow. Her hair was up, wearing the defensive hairpin Diane had given her, still oblivious to the fact it was a transcendent treasure. She had even forced Diane to wear his jeans and open blue dress shirt look. Diane looked at the girl who sat on his lap holding a lyre with an adorable focused expression on her face, feeling his heart in his throat for what seemed like the millionth time. You really are too beautiful, Diane muttered. Madeline giggled. Focus, pervert. Right. If I'm going to be honest, the fact you've even reached that level considering the state your heart has been in over the years is nothing short of a testament to your unbelievable talent, your sharp ear, and, quite frankly, a miracle. Madeline looked at Diane's side profile as he stared out into the ocean. The will of music isn't about just completely understanding the instrument in your hands and playing the right notes. It's about resonating with the environment you're playing in. It's about encroaching on the emotions of the people and things listening to you. And, maybe most important, it's about having a tranquil heart or an understanding of whatever turmoil that heart is in. Without the best understanding of yourself, it's hard to reach the purest form of the will of music. It's possible to jump over these hurdles at this stage, and you would definitely reach the peak level of musical will purely off of your talent. But the barrier to musical intent would be exponentially harder. Madeline nodded, looking down at the lyre in her hands. Closing her eyes, she listened to the gentle taps the celestial deer left in the water. She listened to Diane's gentle heartbeat and felt the heat coming from his body. All of a sudden, she seemed to understand something. Her hair fluttered gently in its bun, and her breathing quietened to almost resonate with the world around her. Diane looked on at this scene with a smile. He was afraid she wouldn't notice his phrasing, but it seemed like he worried too much. How could a genius like Madeline not realize that understanding your environment and the things listening to you meant that you're not only playing for yourself and the things that live, but when lilies sway in appreciation and blossoms twirl in the wind, and the air shimmers with life, can they not also listen to you play? Madeline's hand raised to her lyre strings. With a wave of his hand, without Madeline noticing, Diane removed the concealment formation on the spiritual lyre. A beautiful melody began to ring out. The steps of the celestial deer began to not only leave ripples, but also a pulsing light with its each step. Diane felt his understanding of the world increase under Madeline's efforts. This must be why Delia enjoys training with Madeline so much, to be able to induce the best in others. My Madeline is truly a pure soul. After hours, Madeline finally stopped playing, beads of sweat falling down her brow. But, despite her fatigue, she had an excited look on her face. I did it! Madeline kissed Diane on the cheek. It's all thanks to you. She had a smile that outshone the sun that hung high in the sky. Diane shook his head, pulling her in close. The only thing that was stopping you from reaching this step was the pain in your heart and the burdens you carried. With your level of comprehension, how could you not reach this step without me? Madeline smiled but didn't respond. Diane glanced at the lyre. Look, I think it wants to acknowledge you as its master. Madeline was stunned. She was well aware that only master level and above treasures had their own wills and could thus acknowledge masters. Wasn't this lyre just at the peak of practitioner level? The lyre glowed in Madeline's hands, vibrating gently. Madeline pouted. You've been tricking me? Diane laughed. I couldn't be certain that you'd have a way back to the Sapientia main branch, so I wanted to conceal it for a bit until I was strong enough to make sure you wouldn't come to any harm. But, when I came to stop that farce, I noticed a faint killing intent when Elder Cami mentioned signing a marriage contract in blood. That level of aura couldn't come from a simple old lady, especially to the extent of nearly hiding it from an innate aurora, so I made some guesses. I'm still surprised that even when I called out to her, I couldn't see through her disguise until she removed it. Madeline nodded. You probably didn't notice, but because of your beauty, the hairpin has long since accepted you as its master. And now that you've proven your talent to the lyre, it too has, Diane said with a gentle smile that hid nothing of the pride he felt in his woman. Madeline gently touched the hairpin. This is a master-level treasure too? You treat me well, Madeline said with a grin. Of course, but how could I only give you a measly master-level treasure? These are spiritual-level treasures. Nothing but the best for you, I promise. Madeline's eyes widened, but she just shook her head in acceptance. He really does nothing by half measures. But you should conceal them again, Diane. Even the Sapientia clan only has a few spiritual treasures. In fact, even when I was a genius to them to be married off at their leisure, I had never seen them. If I suddenly arrive with two, especially with how you revealed that you're the celestial deer sex successor, you'll definitely be hunted down even more fervently, Madeline said with a trace of worry. Diane sighed. I'll be a laughingstock for only being able to give my woman a half-step master-level treasure. But I'll listen to you. I'd prefer if you worried less. Madeline nodded in satisfaction as Diane waved his hands, leaning her head to Diane's neck and looking out to the slowly approaching land. Since you've shown me the entertainment of the human world, I can't let you look down on the martial world too much. Now can I? Oh? Can you beat Lord of the Rings, though? Madeline had a mysterious smile on her face. If we were powerful enough, I'd bring you to a volcano even more powerful than they described in it. Unfortunately, it's in the Demon Fire God Clan's territory, and I've only been there once when my master brought me. We also have real dragons in the Chilandrago lands, and real elves in the Elven Forest, and no orcs. How could we lose? Diane smiled wryly. It is a bit hard to beat them, I guess. Thinking of dragons and Chilans, though, Diane brought out Little Black so he could enjoy the view. Oh, what size is your spatial ring? Diane asked Madeline. It's not too bad. It's about 27 meters cubed. Diane waved his hands. Store your things in your hairpin instead. I forgot to tell you that it doubles as a storage device. Oh! Madeline clapped her hands in excitement. The storage of a spiritual level treasure was no joke. After putting away her lyre, Little Black immediately jumped into her arms. So, what are these entertaining things you're going to take me to do? There are illusory formation games, fantastic restaurants, magic performances. You can even enter dream worlds to live out a few years in just a few moments. There are a lot of Sapientia family-run auctions. There are also a lot of tournaments to watch. All over the continent, there are chaos arenas run by the Cavecitos God Clan. They enjoy battles so much that they try to find the strongest warriors to pit against the younger generation in their main clan arena. It's a lot like those sports games you mentioned from the human world. Everyone has their favorites, and fighters also have organizations that sponsor them, kind of like teams. If you work your way up, you can fight in higher-level arenas. If you win 3 fights against their Cavecitos clan members, whether in a row or after many losses, then you automatically have the choice of either joining their clan as a respected member or a prize of equivalent value. But probably the most entertaining thing is probably the ancient games. There is a total of 3. No one knows the names of them, and the rules have long since been forgotten. However, the formations and materials used to play those games from so many years ago still exist. Also, there's something very odd about these games. Once someone decides to embark on a journey of learning the rules through play, an ancient array formation appears as a mental block, disallowing you from discussing the rules you've figured out. Diane was intrigued. Wait, so why are games no one knows how to play so entertaining? Madeline smiled. The thing is, even without knowing the rules, you can still play and can still watch people play. Although no one can talk about the rules, there are still a few basic rules that even a child could figure out. But only true geniuses can delve into a more complex understanding and therefore win more consistently. But even they often lose. How could you win every time if all the rules aren't known to you? In those arenas, the elves have dominated for a long time. I'm sure if you ever meet them, you'll figure out why. Or maybe if you ever see the games, you could make some guesses. Unfortunately, the city we're coming to now doesn't have an ancient games arena. But there are a lot of other things to do, Madeline said with a smile. Wow! Ancient games that even till now can force billions of people to be unable to speak of the rules. Impressed? Madeline asked with a grin. Diane lightly pinched Madeline's nose. Don't get too cocky. I have more of the human world you haven't seen yet. Plus, isn't the thing that's most entertaining to you from the human world? Diane said with a wide grin. Madeline blushed. Pervert. Look, we're almost at the gates. Let's go. Diane and Madeline walked hand in hand under the night sky. Although the city itself was relatively small compared to others, as Madeline pointed out many times as she still argued the side of the martial world, it was quite ridiculously large and bustling. The roads were wide and diligently made with hexagonal tiles. Vendors filled the sides, often calling out to attract the attention of customers. Buildings as tall as Focus Academy's outer pillars were as frequent as the tiny pack stores were. After spending the whole day here with Madeline, Diane was pleasantly surprised that no one bothered them. It's either this city is quite morally upstanding, or they know Madeline's identity and don't dare to offend her. Madeline skipped ahead a bit, pointing towards the tallest building at the center of the city. That's our last stop for today. It's the reason why this is called Wine City, and also the reason why this city is so active even though it's near the edge of the continent. Diane allowed himself to be pulled along as he ignored the jealous faces around him. It's called Heaven's Wine. They actually have the best wine within thousands of kilometers. An expert of the Saint stage is actually said to be the founder, although no one has ever seen him or her. As for why they decided to come to such a weak place, I've heard that they just liked the ocean view, Madeline said with a smile as they reached the door. We'll only be able to enter the first of 4 levels, because we don't have any cultivation currently, but it's still good wine. I've been to the 3rd level with my dad before too. It's quite good. Oh? Are the floors restricted based on cultivation? Yes, there are 4 sets of 10 floors each to accommodate the people from around the continent. You can enter the first 10 with no cultivation, but to enter the last level you need to be essence gathering. Just as they were about to enter, a voice came from behind them. Oh, so it's Lady Madeline. It's been a long time since you've been here. Turning around, they found a well-dressed young man followed by another young man and a beautiful girl. Madeline smiled, causing the 2 young men to feel their hearts constrict. The beautiful girl's expression darkened, but she said nothing. So, it's the young master. It has indeed been a long time. We've known each other for so long, Lady Madeline. There's no need to be so formal. You can call me Big Brother Iacus. I think about you often, but as you know, my master doesn't allow me to go out very often. I'm always either managing Heaven's Wine or cultivating. Pardon me, I've spoken too much. I'm actually here with a couple friends of mine to receive some esteemed guests. Since it's a special occasion, I wouldn't mind escorting you to the top floor. It's usually reserved for peak essence gathering experts, but I of course have a way around this. Since I helped them, how could I not help you? Diane, who had been standing quietly beside Madeline, raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He had long since gotten rid of his dress shirt and was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and blue jeans. This naturally caused the young people to completely ignore his existence, although he doubted the dress shirt would have made much of a difference. That won't be necessary, Madeline said politely. I'm sure you have important matters to attend to. It's really no trouble at all. I'm sure none of them would object the company of such an esteemed lady. Madeline was going to respond when Diane's voice rang out. Don't mind her, of course we'll follow you up, Diane said with a smile. Madeline gave an odd glance towards Diane, but instead said nothing. Iacus started, finally throwing a glance in Diane's direction. Who are you to interrupt our conversation? Haven't you understood that attendants should remain silent? I'm not entirely sure why Lady Madeline would use a man as a servant, or why he'd have such a lack of etiquette, but please learn your place next time. Madeline's face darkened, but Diane's face kept his composed smile. Haha, you misunderstand. I simply meant we don't need your help to reach the top floor. By follow you up, I only meant that we'll be going to the same place anyway, Diane said in a carefree way, waving his hand. Iacus' face changed to a look of sheer disdain, but he didn't get a chance to respond as snickers came from behind him. I never thought I'd meet someone so stupid. Do you have any idea what this place is? To think a kid with no cultivation like you would think of going to the top floor without help. Someone help me. I can't breathe. The boy following Iacus couldn't help himself as he hunched over in laughter. Diane sighed. Idiots. Idiots everywhere. Well, 2 idiots, 1 refined young man, and 2 beautiful girls. Madeline looked over at Diane with a really look but only got a grin in response. The girl, hearing what Diane said, replied with a harumph. The expression on the boy's face froze, and Iacus' look of disdain turned to anger. Who do you think you are? We are disciples just recently accepted to the Wind Blade sect, and this is the young master of Heaven's Wine. Did you think I wouldn't attack you just because you're with Lady Sapientia? Iacus ignored the young man's outburst. You have 3 seconds to kowtow and apologize, or else I'll be forced to take action against you personally. Diane's grin widened. What? Is what I said wrong? How could you two be anything other than idiots? You stand here fawning over a beautiful woman while insulting her fiancé? Those are some interesting tactics you have there. Diane couldn't help but laugh. He really did find all of this to be very funny. Akis froze. Even the girl who was pretending this had nothing to do with her looked up in interest. Fiancé. Iakis couldn't believe what he had just heard. He looked over to Madeline and his heart sunk as he saw that she had no intentions of refuting Diane. Diane waved his hands in dismissal, pretending to be a magnanimous person. Forget it. Forget it. You had no way of knowing I was such a lucky individual. I can allow it to slide this time. Iakis' expression darkened. What right do you have to marry Madeline? You're nothing but trash. Diane hunched over, laughing hard and wiping tears from his eyes. I've never heard of anyone more pathetic than you. Here, I feel bad. So, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Iakis, who was about to attack in frustration and anguish, paused. You said I couldn't climb to the top myself, right? So how about we have a little bet? Iakis took deep breaths trying to calm himself. He had pined for Madeline every day, and she suddenly appeared with another man claiming to be her fiancé? How could he accept this? But Diane was giving him an opportunity to embarrass him, so he had to take it. How could a boy with no cultivation reach the top floor? Iakis smirked. If you can't reach the top floor, you can never see Madeline again. If you reach the top floor, you can eat and drink for free at every heaven's wine on the continent. Madeline had burning anger on her face. She couldn't believe this was a person she had once considered a friend. That's ridiculous. You're equating me being with the best woman in existence to your shitty establishment? If I win, you'll castrate yourself and get out of my sight. Absolutely not. Diane seemed unperturbed by Iakis' response. You disgust me. To actually think that I would bet with the happiness of my woman. Do you think her feelings are something you can toy with? Suddenly the expression of the three young people changed as they felt a suffocating pressure engulf them. A devilish killing intent caused them to sweat profusely. What's going to happen is that I'll reach the top. Then you'll give me whatever I need to never have to spend a dime here for the rest of my life. And just to make you feel even worse about when I do it, I'll let you know that had I lost, I would have given you a peak Grandmaster level weapon. Madeline was smiling brightly. It seemed she would never have any grievances as long as she was with Diane. Iakis couldn't control himself as he nodded his head. But an overwhelming sense of jealousy flooded him as he watched Madeline grab Diane's arm as he walked towards the entrance. Whispers began to flood Iakis' ears as they walked in. Isn't that the young master? Why is he so pale? Wow! Who is that beautiful lady? Why is she with that guy? They must be a couple. Oh look! They're walking to the elevator that goes directly to the 10th floor. It seems like they might want to go to the 2nd level. But they have no cultivation. Plus, how could they afford it? Maybe they're friends of the young master. Maybe. Iakis clenched his fists. Don't worry, young Master Vinum. He'll embarrass himself really soon. Without the protection badge your master gave you, how could a kid with no cultivation climb the tower? The Wind-Blade sect disciple was clenching his teeth as he watched Madeline smile and laugh with Diane. Soon, they reached the entrance to the 11th floor. There were no guards, there was simply stairs. But Diane's eyes gleamed with gold as though he could see everything. Leaning down, he spoke to Madeline. With your hairpiece, this array formation will be nothing to you. It will protect you even to the top floor, Diane said with a smile. Although defensive treasures were powered by a user's cultivation, something like the passive pressure of an essence-gathering expert's was nothing for a transcendent treasure. That being said, the outcome would be very different if it was an essence-gathering expert who actively attacked. Diane and Madeline began to slowly walk towards the stairs. Lady Sapientia! Wait! Iakis called out. Oh? Weren't you calling me Madeline earlier on? What changed? Iakis' face froze, but he grit his teeth and continued. Let this fool die alone. I can't stand to see you hurt yourself like this for an ant. Madeline's face iced over. Keep insulting my fiancé and I'll cut all relations to you. I trust him far more than I trust you. Iacus felt his heart tearing apart. He wanted to step forward and grab her to stop this foolishness, but a sharp sword chi made him freeze. You can talk about me all you want. You can even attack me if you want. But don't think of touching my woman. Stay in your place. Not bothering to look back, Diane took Madeline's hand and walked forward. His eyes were shining gold and his body began emitting faint mists of aurora flames. As for Madeline, a soft sheen of light fluttered around her, deflecting the pressure entirely. Young master, that defensive treasure, it can do the same thing your badge can do? Iacus stared at Madeline wide-eyed. The badge his master gave him was no joke, but even it wouldn't deflect the pressure so easily. But what was going on with Diane shook him even more. His face twitched. I tried to use a pressure formation against an array alchemist. My master would scold me to no end. The young girl and man looked over at Iacus with odd expressions. Array alchemist. And so young. I thought they were already nearly extinct, muttered the beautiful girl. Not just that, he has an innate aurora. This task is all too easy for him, Iacus said through gritted teeth. How could that be possible? But wait, even if he was an array alchemist, how could he deal with an array strong enough to hold a peak-level essence-gathering expert back? You still won't lose, young master. You all may know nothing about formations, but I do. I am a part of a formations guild in a city not far from here. Although many in the guild look down on array alchemy as outdated, my master has always called those men and women bitter fools who couldn't awaken their own auroras to a powerful enough extent to reach any measure of success in array alchemy. Without a powerful aurora, your ability to learn and do is severely diminished. So, how could you then focus on what seems like two entirely separate and complex professions at once? The comprehension abilities of those with auroras with higher percentages of awakening and even more so for those with innate auroras is off the charts. Iacus' fists clenched. The truth is that these formations are low-level. The only reason they can hold essence-gathering experts back at the top floors is because of a cheat my master used. Because his formation mastery wasn't high at the time he made the restaurant, he decided to substitute the complexity of the formation with raw cultivation instead. But that also means these relatively simple formations mean nothing to array alchemists. He must have noticed this outside, which is why he was so confident. The Wind Blade sect disciples finally came to an understanding. If it was a true high-level formation, it could be possible that Diane wouldn't have high enough attainments to manipulate it and divert the pressure from himself. But, since a trick was used, manipulating the energy used to make the formation was as easy as breathing for him. Iacus grit his teeth. We'll have to be respectful to him from now on. If my master found out I almost killed a true array alchemist, he would disown me. He felt as though he was swallowing a mouthful of needles saying these words. But it was the truth. He was among the worst of his master's disciples to begin with and was lucky to have been accepted. He couldn't afford to be seen in a poor light. But don't worry. With his arrogance, he will definitely clash with anyone who offends Madeline. And considering who the guests are on the top floor, and how beautiful Madeline is, how could there not be conflicts? An evil smile appeared on Iacus' face. The Wind Blade disciple suddenly understood and smirked. You can have your fun for now. But those God Clan disciples aren't as easy to deal with as us. The beautiful girl remained silent as they all made their way to the top. Under the astonished gazes of the customers of the restaurant, Diane and Madeline reached the last step to the 40th level. Only massive oak doors lay before them. Diane looked back towards Iacus, saying nothing. Dealing with characters like this meant nothing to him. Trampling on weaklings wasn't something he cared much for, but he wasn't going to allow himself to be disrespected. Diane was beginning to think little of this so-called martial world. The only grudges he had left were red and blue, but they were fleeting memories in his mind. How could Third Foundation layer fighters be on Diane's radar? I'm excited to see exactly how powerful those big sect-seated geniuses are. Whistle. A badge hurtled towards Diane, causing him to smirk. Still trying to test me at this point? Diane flicked his finger. A ray of celestial will penetrated through to the badge, immediately purifying the energy and will Iacus had infused in it. Dian leisurely caught the badge, turning away from Iacus without a word. Iacus could only clench his fists. You dare disregard me? Dian was quite surprised with the badge though. From what he could tell, it was the symbol of an esteemed elder, as the ancient character on it should represent a family name. But that wasn't all. The badge was actually a half-step Grandmaster treasure. A small smile appeared on Dian's face. At least he lives up to his bets. Hand in hand, Madeline and Dian opened the doors to the top floor. Whether it was due to their youth or Madeline's beauty, both were attention grabbers. It wasn't the norm for such youth people to reach this floor. At the far end of the room, a group of 3 young men and 2 women sat with lofty expressions on their faces, as though they couldn't be bothered to even be there. Big Brother Ragnar, did we really have to come here just for some ridiculous rumor? This backwater place is going to be the end of me. A feminine-looking young man was pouting as though he was a child. The man he was speaking to was lean and delicate, blonde hair gently falling to his shoulders. He opened his blue eyes after savoring the glass of wine in his hands. The loss of our branch family is a stain on the Ragnar God clan's prestige. As family members and auxiliary clans under the main clan's umbrella, it's only right that we were sent to do this. Plus, if the Pakel family were to act on this rumor, and it happened to be true, wouldn't that mean that we had warred with them and gained nothing? At least in this situation they don't have access to their technique either. Otherwise, this would have all been for naught. The feminine-looking young man didn't seem convinced. I still don't know why we warred for a technique like that. It makes no sense. If it was really that powerful, wouldn't the Pakel clan have suppressed us all? Brother Seeklam, I know your family lost many members in order to foretell and guide the battle, but you do well to remember what questioning the Ragnar main branch means. I won't pursue this because we've been friends for many years, but if you don't want to end up like them, watch your mouth. The Ragnar family youngster had pointed to 2 young men standing respectfully behind him. They each had scars running diagonally across their faces. If Dian had paid much attention to them, he would have found them to be eerily similar to the scars Red and Blue had, and if he looked even closer with his perception, he would have realized that each scar was deliberate, as though it were a branding. The feminine-looking young man nodded his head, falling silent. He was bitter and had been for many years. His Seeklam clan was already so small, but as such, they had no choice but to be under the umbrella of a god clan. Because their skills were so highly regarded, they were viewed more like treasures than humans. In fact, their family had a special constitution that was exclusive to their bloodline, making their powerful members a true rarity. Cheer up, Brother Seeklam. Coming here might not be all bad even if the rumor is false, spoke a young lady whose eyes shone like rubies through her brunette hair. She might have been extremely alluring if it wasn't for her oddly large and hooked nose. Why's that, Sister Ipsum? Seeklam asked with a clear, undisguised disdain in his voice. While you were busy sulking, the rest of us were paying attention to our surroundings. The big sects are having their world opening soon, we might as well crash it. How are they going to say no to us? In fact, they'll probably beg us to participate, snickered the young lady with red eyes. A radiantly beautiful girl with white hair and eyes sat silently, watching the scene. It's odd that a member of a family of hippy-dippy fortune-tellers needs to be told things like this, laughed the red-eyed girl. Seeklam's eyes narrowed. Didn't I tell you to stop coming after my family? You think I want to hear this nonsense from a girl who comes from a family of hook-nosed witches? A cold gleam flashed by the girl's eyes, but it was quickly settled. You're well aware that this is as a consequence of the technique we practice. At least my family doesn't die when we perform our ultimate technique. Seeklam's eyes iced over as he stared daggers at the girl in front of him. The rest of the group looked at each other somewhat bitterly. How many times had they already heard this exact argument? They should just get a room already. Whoa, let's calm down. A dark-haired, black-eyed young man with a fierce appearance was about to try and mediate the situation when he froze. The fighting duo looked at him in confusion. Young Master Cavasitas? Are you okay? The God clan youths seemed to always call each other by their last names as though to constantly remind those around them of their status. After a few moments of not answering, Cavasitas finally snapped out of his stupor. "Brother Ragnar, you're not going to fight me over this one, right? You already have Sister Niveus." At the end of the room, Cavasitas found something he didn't want to take his eyes off of. The white-haired girl's eyebrow raised slightly. "Wince, when did he have me?" Ragnar's eyes had landed on the same thing Cavasitas had. "I've been courting Lady Niveus for so long, yet she's shown no interest. I've already decided that she'd be my first wife, but never did I think I'd meet a girl more beautiful than her. Listen, Cavasitas, we're both God clan members who've earned places in our main clan's branch. Shouldn't you want to foster a relationship with me by allowing me this one?" Niveus didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you want to go after women, go ahead, but leave me alone." Diane and Madeline were oblivious to their impact as they walked to an empty table. "So, milady Madeline, do tell me what the best delicacies here are," Diane said with a smile. "I've never tried things on this floor either," said Madeline with a wry smile. Well, since the wine boy was so generous, let's try one of everything, shall we?" Madeline was about to explain how the ordering in Martial restaurants worked, but she noticed that Diane had already noticed that there was a formation mechanism on the table. His eyes shone a golden light as he slowly figured it out. Madeline put her hands on her chin as she watched Diane with a smile on her face from the other side of the table. "You could just ask me, you know," she thought while giggling. About 10 seconds later, Diane seemed to have figured something out. Taking out the badge Iacus had given them, he placed it on the table and an array in the form of a menu appeared. Diane grinned as he happily ordered one of everything. Iacus gritted his teeth as he watched this scene. "Those are expensive, you country bumpkin." His heart bled. This was the top floor. The delicacies available here were incomparable to the other levels. If Diane really ordered one of everything, he was doing the equivalent of squandering millions of profound stones. But Iacus could only keep his anger to himself as he respectfully walked to the table filled with God clan members. Bowing deeply, he spoke, "It's an honor to have 3 God clans gather in our humble restaurant." Iacus looked up to find he was being ignored as a heated battle of words raged. "Don't be ridiculous, Ragnar. We were supposed to be tempering ourselves for the world tournament, and you instead dragged me and Sister Niveus to this shitty place. This is the least you owe me. It isn't my fault. And you didn't have to come with me." "Bullshit. We've been friends for years. Was I just supposed to leave?" Niveus shook her head watching this scene. They were arguing like the girl would definitely choose one of them. But if you looked for even a split second, she was clearly already in love. She started regretting following Ragnar, but she really couldn't deal with his constant pleading. "Fuck it. We'll let her decide." Ragnar waved over to one of the scar-faced slaves. "Go over and get her to come here. Give the kid with her 1,000,000 profound stones to fuck off. Make sure to let her know that we're representing God clans." Iacus and the Wind Blade sect disciples could only stand awkwardly. Over at Diane and Madeline's table, they were looking at a table filled with spiritual foods and wines. Diane laughed. "If we ate all of this here, our bodies would explode from all the energy." "Humph. Who asked you to be such a glutton?" Madeline said jokingly. "What's life without some food?" Diane said with a grin. He was about to pick up some sliced fruit to try, when he heard footsteps approaching their table. Diane frowned but ignored it, content to watch Madeline take little nibbles of her food. Bang! Sparkle, a massive pile of profound stones wafted a pure energy into the large top floor. Such a commotion couldn't possibly be missed by the individuals of this floor, even though each and every one of them was a member of high society. So many profound stones. What's going on? Diane looked over with a raised eyebrow and his eyes flashed with something inconspicuous as he noticed the scar on the servant's face. "The young masters have given you 1,000,000 profound stones to fuck off. You can go now." Not waiting to see how Diane would respond, the scar-faced servant looked to Madeline. "Young Master Olaf Ragnar of the Ragnar God Clan main branch and young Master Ace Cavasitas of the Cavasitas God Clan would like to invite you join their table. They hope that you won't reject. Madeline's face darkened, but she heard a voice that lightened her mood considerably. Madeline, you have to try this. It tastes exactly like mangoes from the human world, but it gives you the same pure feeling as being washed over with celestial will. Madeline looked over at Diane to find him smiling at her. She could only shake her head and laugh when she noticed that the million profound stones were gone. The servant's face darkened and his scar seemed to throb as blood coursed to his face. Do you have any idea who you're offending? Diane turned to the servant. Go bark somewhere else. The servant was sent flying like a kite, blood spurting from his mouth. He couldn't even grasp what was happening even so long after he crashed into the ground. The servant slowly stood with an aggrieved look on his face. He wasn't weak by any stretch. If he was, he would have never been chosen as a servant for the second young master of the Ragnar clan. Yet, he was still sent flying in such a casual fashion. When the younger generation of the God clan saw this scene, their faces couldn't help but twist with displeasure. Killing intent rose in the air as the crowd whispered, "Who is that kid?" The murmurs of the spectators remained hush. They had already been walking on pins and needles ever since they realized the identity Olaf and Ace stood, the anger clear on their faces. They didn't care for the servant or the money, but the slap to their faces it entailed couldn't be tolerated. Diane didn't seem to notice their rage as he continued to merrily eat along with Madeline. Bang! The table cracked under the pressure being exerted by the two boys. But Diane seemed undisturbed as he immediately used an array to catch the food and wine before they fell. The anger on the faces of the young masters multiplied. They had purposefully exerted pressure on Diane's side of the table to make the food fall on him while leaving Madeline unscathed. But it hadn't seemed to work. Madeline's face flushed with displeasure. She just wanted a nice day with Diane, and it had been for the most part, until they started running into person after person who thought they could buy her love. I'm Madeline Sapientia, the current first-in-line genius of the Sapientia God clan. If you don't leave us alone, don't blame me for being impolite. The aura of her goddess disposition exploded forward, flooding the room with incomparably blind light. The crowd erupted. Since when did this small place become a den for God clan members? And a first-in-line genius no less? Olaf and Ace froze, their faces paling. Although they were God clan members, their statuses couldn't compare to a first-in-line genius. This was the person most likely to inherit the leadership of a clan. They had gotten information that the Sapientia clan had changed their first-in-line genius a few days ago because one of their members awakened 100% of their god-level constitution. But how could they have possibly expected such a coincidence? Diane was surprised too. He hadn't known that the Sapientia clan would work so fast. It seemed that Madeline's master worked fast and somehow also got Madeline a message without him realizing. Diane's eyes narrowed, such a realization leaving him feeling uncomfortable. That woman sure is powerful. The pale-faced young masters were about to apologize when Olaf thought of something. So, it's Lady Sapientia. Please excuse our offense. I hope you'll forgive us on account of your being betrothed to my elder brother. I only wanted to check on you and see why you'd be alone with another man if you know this, Olaf said slyly. Wait! Nivius recognized this girl. That's Madeline. She seems cured? She's the one who awakened 100% of her constitution. The sect would be very interested in how she did that. Diane sighed. Didn't I already go through this once before? What is this idiot saying? The marriage was broken off after you thought Madeline was sick, and now you want to turn it back on? Really? Madeline's anger peaked. How dare you say that to me? Olaf seemed unaffected. Although his body was being suppressed due to the difference in quality of their constitutions, Madeline was still too weak. I only say this for your sake, sister-in-law. If you made this a habit, what would people think of you? What of the Sapientia clan? It's a good thing I only have one fiancé and he's right here, Madeline said angrily. Olaf stumbled. But what? I never wanted to marry into the Ragnar family and they did nothing to help when I was sick. Why would you think that this marriage alliance is still a possibility? Do you have a screw loose? Diane smiled. She looks quite cute when she's angry. Olaf bowed. I apologize, young Mistress Sapientia. We were wrong. May I have the honor of knowing the identity of you esteemed husband-to-be? Diane's voice sounded faintly. You don't need to tiptoe around the subject. I'm not from a god clan. I'm the humble successor of the celestial deer sect, Diane Sakaro. Olaf looked over at Diane in shock, but his face went back to one of neutrality. Ace grinned fiercely. The successor of a dead sect? You must be quite strong then, right? How about we spar for a bit? He said, cracking his knuckles, letting a deadly chaos aura. Destruction will, huh? Not interested. I'm trying to have a nice and calm evening with my woman. Diane's sharp eyes bore into them. So how about you two fuck off? With a wave of his hand, a concealment formation surrounded him and Madeline, sealing off Ace and Olaf, who were grinding their teeth in anger. Soon a voice entered their ears that made them nearly pass out in anger. Oh, and I'll be keeping your profound stones. Consider it as a penalty for disturbing us. You! Ace was about to charge at the formation when he felt a hand stop him. Electric sparks went off in Olaf's eyes as he tried to calm himself. We'll find another opportunity to kill him. What right does the successor of a bullshit dead clan have to have such a woman? The first-in-line genius of a god clan? Diane Sakaro? I'll remember it for now, then erase it from my memory when I've killed you. Olaf knew that he couldn't offend Madeline any more than he already had. And he knew fully well that the Ragnar clan also had no right to force a first-in-line genius to marry anyone. Years ago, it was because Madeline was a genius, but not the best the Sapientia god clan had, that the Ragnar clan was able to use her as a chess piece to form an alliance. As for why the Ragnar clan was making so many power moves, Olaf had no idea. But he knew that his interests always aligned with his clan. The alliance had fallen through because of Madeline's illness, and the Sapientia clan had no other females with god-level constitutions that would have been worthy of the Ragnar clan. But now it was different. She had been cured. As long as Diane died, Olaf's elder brother could win her heart the conventional way, even if she could no longer be forced. My brother is among the best geniuses the continent, even ranked top 10. If he isn't worthy of you, who is? Olaf gave the array one more glance before waving his entourage over to leave. In a few days, we'll enter the legacy world. The big sects will open. Usually, this wouldn't be worth our time, but it took 500 years of power to open this one. It may be more powerful than the previous ones. Possibly comparable to worlds we open as god clans. No point in letting those small-time sects have something so good. So let's take it, smirked Olaf. Then, we'll find this Diane Sakaro and kill him without Madeline finding out, Ace replied. Niveus shook her head in contempt for her supposed friends. Madeline is my friend, and I have no intention of allowing you all to kill her love. Her delicate voice called out for the first time that evening. I'm not moving off of this point. If I see you use any underhanded means against him, the first person who will know is Madeline. And I'm sure you know how powerful her master was all those years ago. She almost fought the entirety of the Sapientia clan just in anger for how they treated Madeline. How do you think she'll react if you kill her treasured student's love? Do you think your god clans really care about your lives and deaths enough to offend such an existence? Ace and Olaf gritted their teeth, nodding. They couldn't afford to offend Niveus just as much as they couldn't afford to offend Madeline. Although Niveus wasn't the first-in-line genius of the woman-only Niveus god sect, due to the small size of the sect, they treasured each of their members very highly. Finding women with god-level constitutions wasn't easy, yet the Niveus sect was made up solely of them. As long as you were willing to discard your family name and take the name Niveus, you were protected to the fullest extent. However, the clan was very strict. Marriage into other sects and clans wasn't allowed. In fact, even purity had to be maintained at all times. Although Niveus never intended to give Olaf a chance, all God clan young masters think they'll somehow be the exception to this rule. The reason Madeline hadn't joined was because she was already a part of the Sapientia family, so it would be considered defecting to join, which would, of course, put a major black stain on her family. That said, even the Niveus sect wouldn't have been able to cure Madeline. Without unlocking the goddess constitution to 100%, problems would have continued to rise. And that was simply beyond the capabilities of any god clan in this age. Inside the concealment formation, Madeline and Diane continued to enjoy their meal. Diane chuckled. "You're worth so much trouble, you know." Madeline harumphed. "Since you wanted to make such a beautiful lady fall for you, you'll just have to deal with it because you're stuck with me now." Humph. Diane smiled and suddenly leaped over the table, which caused Madeline to nearly cry out in shock. Still, she settled into Diane's arms as she felt an arm around her waist. Diane grinned. "I'll never get tired of making sure as many horny and arrogant young masters know that you're mine." Madeline smiled, kissing Diane softly. The two had a peaceful rest of the night. A long while later, they began to fly back to Focus Academy, the soothing sound of Diane's singing voice resonating through the night sky. Madeline looked at Diane as they sat atop the celestial deer. "Musical will, with your voice? Is that possible?" Diane smiled, holding Madeline in his arms, his voice continuing without pause. Madeline trembled. The emotion in Diane's voice, it felt so clear. "This is actually a song from the human world. He obviously has no cultivation, but he can still make people feel indescribable pain and love to the point of tears. Why? Because the best instrument you have access to is your body. Nothing connects with what you want to convey more than your voice. You've been communicating with it since you were born. Whether they were gurgles or cries, and now that you can use it to its fullest extent, think about how much it would amplify your will of music. Cultivation will always cap you at the 9th level of a will, but I've come to understand that when you can find the root of a will, its most perfect form, you can make that will emit power comparable to an intent." Madeline sat in a state of thought for a while, partly to wait for the tears in her eyes to stop from the song and partly because it seemed that whenever she spoke about cultivation with Diane, she would reach a new level of enlightenment. "How'd you figure that out?" "I must have read hundreds to thousands of books on cultivation by now. Some of them mentioned a state of understanding of wills and intents that surpass a surface understanding. I didn't understand what it meant initially, but the human world appreciates vocal music to a much higher extent than the martial world does, so while I was trying it out one day, my musical will evolved. So, I came to understand that a state of oneness with your will can come once you've understood the essence of what the will was created for and what medium maximizes it." Madeline smiled. "My master would bow down to you if you explained this to her, no matter how you try to play it off as simple." Diane laughed. "If I wasn't at least this amazing, would I be worthy of you?" Madeline giggled. "At least you understand." Madeline had fallen asleep while leaning on Diane. The trip back was a long one, so Diane was looking up at the sky and thought, "I have so many cultivation techniques I can choose from, but I can't seem to decide on just one." The truth was the cultivation was entirely too complex for most people. Much like arrays and alchemy, there comes a point when you realize that everything in cultivation is connected. However, when you come to realize this, it only increases your confusion. Almost as if being ignorant to that fact would make everything easier on you. Too many choices was the bane of decision-making. When Diane was reading on body cultivation and energy cultivation, he was hard-pressed to understand the difference between them. This was because energy cultivation begins with body refinement, and the body must get stronger in order to accommodate higher-level energies as your cultivation improves. But if you need to improve your body to cultivate energy, then where is the line of difference between body and energy cultivation? It just seemed as though everything was connected to the point where understanding was impossible. And if that didn't make matters bad enough, you also had to include soul cultivation in the mix, while also taking into account that you need a stronger body to accommodate a stronger soul. However, after reading so many books, Diane had begun to piece together what was actually going on. Energy and soul cultivation use the body as a container, diverting energy from themselves to strengthen the body. What this unfortunately results in is a relatively weakened state of the resultant soul or energy cultivation. Diane had come to this understanding when his master fused the 2 drops of essence blood with him. Although he was nowhere near accumulating 100%, his body's power had improved significantly. This led to his soul power increasing along with it. which meant his soul had finally stopped diverting its power. Originally, Dian had assumed this increase in soul strength was due to a tempering of his will. For example, after his near death at the hands of Darius, his soul strength had increased, so Dian couldn't help but link the two. However, that was a symptom and not the cause. The truth was that Dian's innate soul strength had already far surpassed any normal humans who had not soul cultivated, because of his innate aurora. However, that soul strength was boxed in and unable to fully manifest itself. Feeling its life in peril, the soul had no choice but to give up some of its energy to power Dian's body so that it could expand. When Dian had powered up his body via external means, his soul was finally able to take back what it had spent and manifest its peak middle blossoming level. This may not seem like much, but it's near impossible to find someone with an innate soul strength of the first stage, as the innate level of most wouldn't be comparable to a low-level foundation stage fighter. In fact, only clans that specialize in soul-type techniques such as the Ragnar Auxiliary clan, Seeklum, would have a small percentage of geniuses who reached this level before even cultivating. The fact Dian had an innate soul strength at this level, which would be comparable to a mid-level meridian formation expert, was unprecedented in the history of the martial world. But, now that Dian's innate soul strength had manifested to its full abilities, Dian would need a soul cultivation technique to improve it. Before, he had assumed it would just continue strengthening, but he then found out that for it to strengthen any more without consciously cultivating it, he would have to first reach that level in energy cultivation before his soul improved any more. Dian obviously didn't like the idea of slowing his cultivation down like that because there was no benefit to it, unlike with energy cultivation. For soul cultivation, Dian wasn't too worried. What technique could be better than an ancient god sects that specialized in the soul due to their mastery in array alchemy? In addition, unlike energy and body cultivation, soul cultivating only had a single method: masochism. Soul cultivating required heart-rending pain. To improve, the soul needed to be constantly torn apart and mended. They were only separated by the levels of pain you were willing to endure: common, earth, heaven, and divine. In a sick twist of fate, the best technique also required the most pain. The reason being that only the best techniques can completely tear the soul into its most minute bits, which would result in not only a purer, but also a tougher and stronger soul. Dian, not wanting to do anything by half measures, had chosen the divine soul cultivating technique, Celestial Deer's Rend. The issue, though, wasn't his soul cultivation, it was separating his body and energy cultivating. Energy cultivation techniques were as plentiful as the stars in the sky, but the issue was that there were so many paths to take, and yet, none of those paths seemed perfect, even among the cultivation techniques of the ancient god clan. As for body cultivation, the Celestial Deer sect had only a few, and they were all subpar. None were above the earth level, which made Dian feel a bit bitter, but he had to accept it. Not only were those who understood the deviations between energy and body rare, the ones willing to deviate time into forming good techniques for the body were even fewer. There was nothing Dian could do about energy cultivation for now. He still had time before his 18th birthday, so he planned on finding as many energy cultivation techniques as he could, and maybe one would be perfect for him. Although he hadn't found the perfect technique for him, he had found a technique perfectly tailored to Madeline's goddess disposition. It wasn't a surprise that a celestial clan would have a technique perfect for the purity of Madeline's constitution. It was called Celestial Goddess Will. It was also part of the reason Dian wanted Madeline to personally understand celestial will, because the technique required the meridians and body to be tempered with celestial will. With Madeline's compatibility with it, it was without a doubt a peak-level divine technique. By adding a few divine-level martial techniques to the mix, Dian would be confident in leaving Madeline so she could grow on her own while he explored the world. He would miss her, but he knew that this would benefit them both greatly. Madeline would affirm her place in the Sapientia God clan, and Dian would make the Celestial Deer clan's name ring through the continent. All Dian had left to do was figure out what to do about body cultivation techniques. Dian had a feeling that there was a reason for 3 paths in cultivation. Much like array alchemy, he didn't think they should be separated. In fact, he was certain that you'd only become a true expert if you practiced all 3. But, despite his confusion, there was one thing Diane was sure on. Body cultivation involved creating your own bloodline. For example, the demon Qilin bloodline within Diane currently was first cultivated by an ancient expert many millions of years ago, and yet it still remains this potent after so many generations of dilution. Of course, it would be replenished as some further down the line would decide to also pursue body cultivation, but Diane doubted they ever reached the same level as their ancestor. This thought made Diane's blood boil. Once I manifest my bloodline to its peak, I'll put a super baby in Madeline, he thought with a grin. That being said, there were many things that still left Diane apprehensive. When the Qilin and celestial deer essences completely merged with him, what evolution would the bloodline take? Were bloodlines just about improving one's strength and affinity for wills? How did constitutions, and especially God-level constitutions, connect with the idea of bloodlines? Despite all he had read, Diane still had so many burning questions. In a book Diane was reading on constitutions, he had found out that they were essentially bloodlines granted by the heavens. Almost like the will of the martial world itself didn't want body cultivation to fade out of existence, so it was screaming at the top of its lungs, "Look! Look at how powerful you could be if you followed the true martial way." Originally, Diane hadn't thought much of this. But the more he thought about the perfection you could reach cultivating body, energy, and soul, the more he realized that maybe it really was heaven's will for this to happen. So, although Diane didn't have a God-level constitution, he was confident that if he found enough bloodlines to merge with his own, he would soon form a bloodline incomparable to even those top 3 God-level constitutions. Then, he thought about how the Earth-level body cultivation techniques were all about how to temper your blood with your understanding of wills, intents, and doas, and he got even more excited. I'm already so lucky to have the bloodlines of 2 transcendent beasts in me. In fact, I might have a companion in Little Black who has surpassed transcendent beasts because of his lineage. If I can use my understanding of wills to even further temper my bloodline, and then combine that with other transcendent-level beasts, or even the bloodlines of ancient experts like those who started the bloodlines of those beasts and God-level constitutions, why would I need those shitty body cultivation manuals? Diane smiled. He had finally understood what he needed to do. Destroy and rebuild his soul. Find and merge with bloodlines. And accumulate knowledge on energy cultivation to the point of being able to create one that perfectly conformed to himself within 2 years. Diane smiled bitterly. Easy, right? All that left is to find strong techniques. I've reached small success of the first layer of the celestial movement technique. It has 3 levels to it, and each is broken into small success, large success, and perfection. So, I'll have to slowly improve that as my celestial, wind, and space wills improve. For attacking, I have my sword and the weapons hell array. Although I have not cultivated any sword techniques because none of the ones within the celestial deer clan were good enough considering it wasn't their specialty, I can pretty much match up against more Earth-level sword techniques used at this level purely because of my understanding of sword wills. For now, Diane wanted to focus on those martial techniques. If he found anything interesting in the future, he would use them as well. But having less that you were more proficient at was better than having a lot you barely understood. My sword, my movement, my body's strength, and my arrays. It should be enough. Madeline's eyes slowly opened as she felt her bra slip off and a comfortable white shirt being put over her head. She looked up to see Diane sliding into bed next to her with a smile on his face. Madeline was in a trance. It seems he really loves me. It wasn't that Madeline doubted Diane. It was just that as a human, sometimes you needed little things like this to let your heart rest well. Diane taking off Madeline's clothes to make her comfortable as she rested may seem like a small gesture. But how many men wouldn't take advantage of that opportunity? How many men wouldn't have woken Madeline up to try and get something out of it for themselves? A bright smile appeared on Madeline's face as she watched Diane roll over and gently fall asleep before falling asleep herself. This day, and the past few days in fact, had felt like a dream. She had never experienced such happiness in her life. From the moment she woke up to the moment she laid her head to rest, her lips and face almost ached from smiling. Yet she couldn't stop herself from doing so. All her life, she was either seen as a pawn to be used or discarded. Though she knew that Diane was infatuated with her in part due to her beauty, she still felt that deeper underlying connection that told her he would rather die than see her harmed, and the truth was that he almost had. There was maybe a parallel world out there where she never got to see his face again, and that thought tore her heart apart. I've yet to have an opportunity to protect you. You're so strong and always have a smile on your face despite what you've been through. I'll work hard so I can stand by your side. Forever and always. Later that evening, Madeline awoke due to the temperature in the room skyrocketing for an unknown reason. The first thing she noticed was a formation around her that seemed to be trying to regulate the temperature around her. If it's this hot in here, how hot must it be outside? Madeline worriedly looked towards Diane to find him gritting his teeth in silence. He was sitting cross-legged across the room with sweat drenching his shirtless body. Usually, Madeline would have enjoyed this sight, but now she was only filled with worry. However, she didn't disturb Diane, knowing that he must be going through some sort of cultivation. Something that was so painful for even Diane to display the pain he was feeling would require his utmost focus. She would only be distracting him by calling out. The winter's moon shone through the lake and into the room as Diane's breathing finally steadied, and the pain faded away from his face. He looked up to find Madeline watching him with a worried expression. Sorry? Did I wake you? Madeline shook her head. It only got a little hot. It wasn't a big deal. I was just worried about you. I don't need much sleep anyway. Diane smiled, removing the array around Madeline. It's just a soul cultivation technique. Although I'm waiting on energy cultivation, I want to start on my soul and build my foundation with body cultivating. Madeline looked surprised. You want to do all three? I've only heard of people doing two. Diane nodded. I get the feeling that you'll only reach the utmost peak if you manage to bring all three paths to perfection. Your God-level constitution is actually a kind of cheat for body cultivating, I think. You just need to nurture it with spiritual fruits that match its constitution. My master has told me about that before. With a little stimulation, especially since it's been awoken to 100%, my body should get stronger with time, Madeline said with a smile. Diane got up and stretched his back. That celestial deer's rend is something else. But I'm getting closer to the higher blossom stage now. I've only been practicing for a few days, but I've had good results. Since I was already at the peak middle level, I should move ahead soon. Come here, Madeline said with a smile. Diane still couldn't get over how alluring she was in a simple t-shirt. He shuddered when he realized she wasn't even wearing sweatpants anymore. The faint line of her underwear could be seen through the shirt, but Diane couldn't take his eyes off of her long, smooth legs. She's not even fully mature yet. Won't I die of blood loss when she is? This isn't even fair. Diane smiled bitterly as he walked over to Madeline, letting her bring him onto the bed. Madeline was already older than Diane and was already 18 years old, but even now, she was still growing into her woman body. He could imagine what she would look like in a few years. Diane started as he felt Madeline's delicate hand slightly rub against his member through his sweats. A whisper entered his ear that made him shiver. Why haven't you let me return the favor? Don't think I haven't noticed you avoiding it. Diane's voice was caught in his throat. Madeline giggled. It's okay if it's a little small. I can always have a harem. I promise you'll be my only husband, though. The rest will just be concubines. Diane didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Too small. He knew that Madeline was just joking. Truth be told, she probably didn't even know what was considered big and what was considered small. But he was still a man. He couldn't just take these things lying down. Madeline kissed his neck softly, her lips trailing down his collarbone. Let me help you for once, she said softly. The truth was that Diane had been avoiding it, but not for the reason Madeline thought. In fact, Diane had never worried much about his side. Diane also suspected that if he absorbed blood from any other promiscuous beasts like the demon Qilin, he'd be at a loss for what to do with his sexual frustration. He could barely hold it in as of now, and he had only absorbed 5%. The true reason was that he never wanted to make Madeline feel as though she had to do something. She had been through enough, so he never even tried to compromise with her when he realized she wasn't ready for sex. It wasn't as though he hadn't thought of letting her service him in other ways. It was just that he wanted it to be her choice. Plus, he enjoyed bringing her to her peak as well. It gave him a satisfaction he hadn't felt before. Diane shivered as he felt a soft hand play with the bands of his boxers, as whispers continued to flood his ears with sweet sounds. "I love your smell right now." Diane felt another kiss on his neck. Diane wanted to respond, but his voice came out in a low rumble that was barely audible. It was so deep that Madeline's face flushed red as she slowly slid her hand in while she wrapped a leg around Diane's. Madeline was instantly startled by what she touched, and immediately after by what she saw. "I've never seen one before. But this can't be considered small, can it?" Madeline giggled, understanding something. "You worry too much about me." Diane's voice was too weak to speak, so he could only wrap his arm around Madeline's waist and kiss her, letting her hand slowly move. "That could definitely be considered an ambush." Diane's voice still seemed somewhat labored. Madeline giggled. "It's about time I see you be flustered about something." Diane smiled bitterly. "It wasn't even really me. The demon Chilean blood in me was raging. When I absorb more of it in the future, I'll probably break you." Madeline's light laughter filled the room. "Then you'll just have to bring me a couple sisters, won't you? No more than 3 more, though. I don't want to share you that much." Diane looked down at the girl in his arms questioningly. Usually when she said those things, she would be joking, especially when she mentioned her harem. But this seemed different. "All I need is you," Diane said seriously. Madeline shuddered, but then a smile bloomed on her face. "I've seen plenty of the human world entertainment now. It seems monogamy is the social norm there." Diane nodded. "One woman, one man. That's how it works in most places there." This made Madeline's heart quiver with happiness. It was one thing if Diane had chosen her knowing he could choose more in the future. But it seemed he had really planned on only ever being with her. "It's different here. My little brother is actually the son of a woman from a higher Sapientia branch family. She's often there since she's an elder, so we don't see her often. But the reason I say this is because I've never seen my mom be bitter about it. When I asked her why, she gave me some ridiculous answer about how men and women are different, and how entering a woman's heart when there's another means the first did something wrong, while entering a man's heart when there was another just means another day has passed." Madeline paused. Diane frowned. He didn't like that answer too much either. He also didn't like the idea that men couldn't be loyal to a single woman. He had had plenty of option until this point, hadn't he? But Madeline was still his own first kiss as well. "But I think the answer is different. The reason you entered my heart is because you shone a light where there was none. You're strong, resilient, and what you've gone through isn't any less than what I've experienced. Yet we both tried our very best despite the circumstances. You care for me and respect my feelings. You stood against a pillar family for me. You were stabbed by my brother for me. You accomplished something no other god clan on the continent could do in curing me. Something like that can never be duplicated by any other man, no matter how amazing or handsome he may be. You've impacted me in a way that makes it impossible for another man to ever enter my heart. In fact, you did it so easily that I have no doubt in my mind you'll soon do the same for someone else. You may have already done it and haven't even given it a second thought. You do so many amazing things, yet you treat them as though they were routine. So, it hurts me to think that you might one day find a girl that you love as much as you do me, who you've impacted as much as you have me, just for you to walk away and destroy a life while tearing away part of yours." Diane shivered at Madeline's words, not knowing what to say. "Words cannot express how happy I am to have you in my life. And I know that even if I banned you from other women, you would stay by my side. But if you ruin the life of a girl you love, I'll never forgive you. It's not even necessary for me to tell you that I'll only accept the best of girls as my sisters, because considering your mindset on monogamy, I have no doubt it would take quite a lot for you to consider another. You don't have to go out and act on this if you don't want to. Just know that your lovely wife-to-be will always support you." Diane slowly sat up and pulled Madeline into his lap, slowly lowering his hands from her supple waist to her ass. He looked up and deeply into her eyes, causing Madeline to tremble at the passion in his eyes. Plus, if I don't have help, I don't know how I'm going to handle that raging thing alone. Madeline's voice was silenced with a passionate kiss. Quiet moans filled the room. A few days later, early in the morning, hundreds of expectant students stood on the deck of a silver yacht just outside the large open gates of Focus Academy. I believe it wouldn't be a problem for us to join this expedition, correct? From your treasure you've understood that we meet the age requirements to enter this world. Our god clans will of course compensate you properly. The elders smiled bitterly as they listened intently to what Olaf had to say. They were well aware that no compensation was coming. And they knew very well that the treasure had a limit of people it could teleport in and out. If they allowed these god clan children in, it would mean taking the spot from someone else. We understand, and of course we humble elders will always do our best to please the best the younger generation has to offer. Just give us some time to clear spots, as there is a cap in how many can enter. A round elder of the earthbound sect spoke respectfully. A snicker came from Ipsum, but she said nothing further. Olaf nodded with a lofty air to him. Understood. We'll be ready for when it opens. A tall Asian man with a sharp appearance stood nearby, watching the elders of the other factions bootlick, throwing away their statuses as elders. He had no need to, as he represented the Kami god clan. Even the second young master of the Ragnar clan wouldn't treat him too disrespectfully in acknowledgement of that. Losing his patience, the elder of the Kami higher branch family walked forward. Where is this Dayan child that dared to kill members of our family? Why is he not here yet? He said impatiently. The elders felt their backs breaking out into a cold sweat. Dealing with pressure from the younger generation god clan affiliates was one thing, but the Kami higher branch family was not only a member of their alliance, it wasn't a rare occurrence for them to use their god clan affiliation to pressure them. Dealing with so much at once was troublesome even for elders who had lived so many years. Elder Kami, please be patient. He won't be missing this opportunity. Olaf and Ace raised an eyebrow. Dayan? Dayan Sacharo. The elders panicked even more when they heard this. There was no way this could end well. If Dayan was a friend of these god clan members, then it would cause untold friction, placing the big sects right at the middle of it all. If Dayan was their enemy, it meant that all hope of saving him was gone. Without Dayan, the representatives of the big sects would take a blow. They didn't think Dayan could match up to the younger generation now. But he'd only been in the martial world for 3 months. If he had more time to grow, their region could really benefit, and their geniuses would have more of a drive to improve. But now it seemed like all hope was lost. Nivius frowned. Although she had a certain level of control over the Olaf's actions, if the Kami older generation wanted Dayan dead, there'd be little she could do. The crowd of students that had once been bustling was now deadly silent. After news spread that some of them might lost their places, they were angry but not to the point of lashing out. How could they lash out at god clan members? But now it seemed like dense killing intent was coming from the god clan members, and it was all directed towards Dayan. Ava, Eli and Venus stood in the crowd, frowning. Olaf smiled a smile that didn't look too much like one. This is simple then. Remove him and everyone he calls friend from the list of those who can enter. Since the Kami clan would like to deal with him, don't you think it would be a bit inappropriate for him to benefit from something the Kami clan themselves spent centuries to open? The elders paled, but then had no choice but to sigh and accept the situation at hand. Now that Dayan had missed both the Elven Forest and now the world opening, there would be little chance of him catching up to the rest of the geniuses. Darius, who was standing in the crowd with red and blue by his side, smirked. Although he wasn't entering the world as he hadn't earned a spot, much of the crowd wasn't entering either. They were just here to spectate. But this was the perfect opportunity to not only get Dayan back for his humiliation, but to also pay Ava back for stopping him from killing him. As Darius began to slowly walk forward, Tammy paled. That idiot! Can he not understand the ramifications of what he's about to do? Dayan, who was hidden in the clouds with Madeline, smirked at this situation. He had been trying to reach the higher blossoming stage before going down, but this turn of events was quite amusing to him. As soon as he saw Darius on the yacht, He was aware that this possibility might occur. As such, even after breaking through, he watched on silently. This was a happy coincidence that made his plan even easier to execute. The Storm family members shook as well, except for their first brother who pretended he wasn't a part of anything. They hadn't bothered to hide their identities because they had no idea a member of the Ragnar clan would be coming. But if they stopped Darius from moving forward with red and blue now, it would draw even more attention to themselves. Darius' voice boomed. "What are you still hiding for? Did you not hear the esteemed young master? Eli, Ava, and I'm sorry to say, senior sister Venus." Darius, red and blue, politely bowed. "Although this only makes 4 people total, I believe one additional person would not make a huge difference in the effectiveness of the treasure. I think the elders were being on the safe side with their estimates." "Correct." Tammy didn't know how to react. She immediately went to the side of her elder brother. "First brother, immediately contact the elders and supreme elders. They must be prepared to act once we enter." An imperceptible nod came from the strikingly tall man as he crushed a talisman discreetly. Olaf's eyes narrowed as he noticed Darius. But just being blonde-haired and blue-eyed wouldn't have been enough for his suspicions. What really caught his attention were the scarred slaves that followed him. This definitely could not be a coincidence. Ipsum and Seeklum froze before shaking their heads. "What an idiot!" Olaf crushed a talisman of his own before slowly walking forward. "Thank you, younger brother, for your services. The Ragnar clan appreciates those loyal to them." Olaf's last sentence was a clear probe, but Darius didn't seem to notice. Instead, a beaming smile played on his face. Ava, Eli, and Venus, oblivious to the underworkings, walked forward and stood before the crowd, hanging their heads in shame. Seeing Darius' reaction, Olaf started to doubt himself. Could he have gotten these slaves from somewhere else? Maybe the Ragnar branch family had been forced travel lightly and sold some slaves? No, better to kill 1,000 innocents than miss a single criminal. The team the clan sends should be here once we exit the realm. Then we can finally be rid of this stain. What Darius didn't know was that a group of 3 Pakal God clan members were hidden in the clouds as well. They stood on a floating boat that seemed to be swimming through the clouds. After analyzing the world that would be opened, they had reached the conclusion that it would be impossible for such small sects to power its opening. The only way they could is if they somehow got a hold of their blood sacrifice technique, which was a logical conclusion after one of their scouts received a tip that the Ragnar branch clan that had stolen the technique would be here. A young man with tan skin that almost imperceptibly shone a bloody red spoke. "Alert the clan. We've found a lead. But, third young master, can't we just act now? There shouldn't be anyone who can beat you here." The young man shook his head. "I've noticed a pair of eyes on me for a while now, but I can't pinpoint his or her location. Olaf and Ace may be relatively weak for their age, but they are still 3 years older than me. When I am their age as well, I will crush them beneath my feet, but for now, caution is most appropriate. Also, have you not noticed that tall young man with the long hair on the yacht?" The eyes of the young master's 2 servants shone. "How? Right? For him to be so massive in size, yet be nearly unnoticeable, he is definitely an expert. Considering how he just crushed a talisman, it seems his idiot of a clan member speaking out wasn't within their plans. As of now, it would be 3 against 9. 11 if you count the person watching me and Ace. And that's not even considering the fact none of them would have what we want on them. Alert the clan. It seems like I have to join in on the fun of this world opening too," he said faintly. "Do you need us, young master?" "No, I alone am enough. Plus, it's better if they don't understand that I have any help at all." "Well said." The Pakal clan's 3rd young master was stunned to hear the sudden voice. With a snap of his neck, he turned to find a shirtless young man with a ridiculously long sword strapped to his back. His sweats were rolled up to his calves, and he had the most beautiful woman the young master had ever seen by his side. The young master didn't seem too surprised on the surface. "So, you were the one watching me? To be so young. It seems like this part of the continent hides its own talents as well." Diane smiled. You speak as though you've aged for centuries. You're still a Tianger. We can get along. Pekel smiled. Why should I be friends with someone who spies on me? Diane shrugged. If it makes you feel any better, you wouldn't have known I was watching you if I didn't want you to know. Pekel's eyes narrowed a bit, but he said nothing. Since you want to go to the Legacy World opening, how about you come with me? Pekel didn't answer, instead choosing to ask a question. What do you know about this situation? I know that your Pekel clan lost something valuable. I know that that something valuable is a blood sacrifice technique. I also know that the clan who stole it is here and the clan who stole it from them is also here. And I also know that whether or not you act, whoever it is both clans decide to bring will die. Pekel looked startled for the first time since their interaction began. Whether or not we act? What Diane didn't say is that if it wasn't for him, the Pekel and Ragnar clans wouldn't even be here. Truth is that the Ragnar branch family has many idiots in its younger generation. One of them actually offended the only daughter of the continent's law enforcement unit. Ava goes to Focus Academy? Diane smirked. The truth was the assassin network of the Sicarius family was kept secret for obvious reasons. The only reason Arios even came to Focus Academy was for the Elven Forest because his understanding of wills had reached a bottleneck he wanted to break through as soon as possible. This led to his little sister Ava coming to find clues to his death. The reason Focus Academy had no idea about Ava's origins was because the name Sicarius wasn't synonymous with protector. In fact, Ava's father was a man who climbed up in the world through his own sheer willpower. The actual Sicarius clan was a little-known backwater one which would be lucky to send even a single member to even a school as small as Focus Academy. How could the Storm family know that the children of one of the most powerful men on the continent would willingly come to such a place? Especially when intent fruits found in the Elven Forest were no better than what the Royal God clan could provide. But Protector Head Sicarius was an eccentric. He believed that he would only be spoiling his children if he gave them everything they needed. Other than his daughter, who he doted on, his sons had all adventured on their own at some time or another. Diane had made the connection because of a few things. For one, he knew he had heard the name Sicarius before after he read a book on the Royal God clan in the Outer Pillars. He had dismissed it at the time because of the same reasons as everyone else. Why would someone with such backing be here? The second reason for his suspicions was Ava's whip. The way she used it, Diane suspected it wasn't her ideal weapon. Yet, he still noticed that there was something special about it. It wasn't until he had learned about concealment arrays that he finally realized what he had picked up were the fluctuations of that array. Since his innate aurora was already at the lower blossom stage at the time he noticed, it wasn't surprising that he'd feel it faintly. Yet, despite it not being her primary weapon, it was actually a master-level weapon. The third reason and most important reason was the life-saving technique she used to escape Ball. Such a technique had to be at least a heaven-level one. Couple that with the fact there would be no small clan in existence with soul stones for their younger generation, and Diane could only conclude that Ava's father was the most powerful Sicarius on the continent. You won't be the only one surprised when he gets here to wreak havoc. Once he gets here, knowing what happened to his daughter, he'll rampage. At that time, do you think the Ragnar family would escape his wrath? Pekel smiled bitterly. It seems you have all of this planned out. Not particularly. The Sicarius clan's involvement wasn't planned by me. It was just a lucky coincidence. My real plan won't come into effect unless unknown variables come into play. Diane's eyes shone with a cold light before returning to normal. He would be quite a troublesome enemy. It's better if I accept his extended friendship. Oh, I haven't even introduced my beautiful fiancée. This is Madeline Sapientia, Diane said with a smile. Pekel was startled again. The first-in-line genius of the Sapientia God clan is your fiancé. Madeline smiled. She was happy to bring prestige to Diane. I have heaven-defying luck, Diane said with a smile. Pekel shook his head to make sure he was still in reality. I don't mean to be rude, but I've never heard of you. From our talks and what's going on below, I assume you're Diane Sicaro, but I've never heard the name. Diane waved his hand, not minding. I'm not all too well known yet. I'm the celestial deer sex successor. Waves of shock hit Pakel. Although many may not understand the significance of what Dian just said, he did. To be willing to accrue so many enemies to himself without a single worry. Pakel couldn't tell whether Dian was just a prideful idiot or an unyielding genius. Only time would tell. If he died, he could only be an idiot. But if he lived, those clans that have been recuperating in the dark are going to have their hands full, thought Pakel. I have one last question to ask you before we go down. Ask away, said Dian with a smile. Since you know my clan has such an evil technique on hand, why are you willing to work with me? I could clearly see the disgust in your eyes when you mentioned the technique. What are you playing at? Dian shook his head. Techniques aren't evil. Only people are. If I could protect the ones I love, I would gladly become a demon. I was disgusted because I'm fully aware of how many students were sacrificed in the elven world for the sake of powering this legacy world opening. However, I'm also aware that your Pakel clan has had this technique for so long, yet you haven't risen above the other god clans. Sure, you could say you didn't want the retaliation of the royal clan, but what kind of martial artists wouldn't seek power for such a cowardly reason? It's clear you used the technique in moderation and most likely only with enemies. If nothing else, it seems like you're more so protectors of the technique than anything else. Dian stopped, not wanting to say anything else. He had seen the technique in his master's memories and he was fully aware of its origins. He knew exactly how powerful a clan who used it freely and without restraint could be. If you could survive the influx of death chi by constantly replenishing yourself with god-level constitutions and transcendent beast blood, wouldn't you be invincible? But the Pakel clan didn't do that. Despite their sinister appearances, Dian had decided to reserve judgment for now. Pakel looked into Dian's eyes. I can truly respect this man. Pakel stretched out his hand, shaking Dian's firmly. Let's go have some fun, shall we? Dian said with a grin, slowly lowering himself and Madeline through the clouds and into the slowly falling snow. He lightly held Madeline's hand, his back straight and his eyes sharp. Seems it's time to mess with some god clans. After probing Darius, Elaf couldn't be bothered with such an idiot anymore. So he decided to instead mess with Dian's friends. It seems as though this Dian character loves surrounding himself with beauties. I wonder how the Sapientia clan would feel about that, Elaf said with a smirk, turning his dirty gaze to Ava and Venus. You can't want to fight me over these two as well, Elaf, Ace said, licking his lips. There are two of them. Can't we just try one then swap? I like the way you think. Ava had a look of disgust on her face. This was no longer a dark forest with no one around to help. Slapping these disgusting boys in the face would be as easy as pulling out her identity badge. But her father wasn't there yet, and although Dian had promised to help her kill Ball, she wasn't sure if he could take on the Storm family alone. Ava knew something big was going on. Not just any clan could produce such young Meridian Formation fighters. So, she held her tongue for now. Venus had a cold look in her eyes. But she gently rubbed her brother's head, telling him not to worry about her. She tried to send a glance over to her master, but it seemed like the Green Blade sect elder was doing everything in her power to avoid Venus' gaze. It seems like the god clans are filled with disgusting pieces of shit. That's not very godlike if you ask me. Dian's voice rang out faintly. He descended through the snow with Madeline's hand in his. The students from the other academies who had just joined the big sects looked up in surprise. Not having been to the tournament held at Focus Academy, they had no idea who Dian was. But how could they ignore the beauty by his side? What a douchebag. The sub-zero temperatures and he's no wearing a shirt? What is he trying to prove? How did such a celestial beauty get together with him? This is ridiculous. In the crowd, Lahabam and Hashim had been enjoying Dian's misfortune, but now all they felt was anger. This kid. Again. How dare he hold the goddess' hand? Put on a shirt, you pervert. Jessica shook her head, watching the Hashim and Lahabam yell up at Dian as though he was paying attention. Neither of you two are wearing a shirt either, hypocrites. A fat round boy spoke out. Don't look, my love. He's trying to seduce you. Jessica slapped the back of Orbis' head. Let him seduce me then. Orbis felt endless grievances. Weren't you in love with Madeline? What kind of nonsense is this? The elder from the Kami clan's face was red with anger right along with Olaf's and Ace's. His voice boomed through the crowd. Good. Good. Now that you're here, don't dream of entering the legacy world. You'll be following me back to the clan for questioning. A sinister glow in his eyes. No thanks, I'm good. Diane ignored the elder, touching down on the deck of the yacht while walking towards the elders. The anger of the Kami elder snapped. He was just about to attack when he heard a faint voice. Do you want to be crippled like your other pathetic elder? I ended his chances at killing me with a flick of my wrist. Did you think I couldn't do the same to you? Essence-gathering experts might as well be sheep to the slaughter for me. A thick murderous intent flowed out of Diane as he gave a side glance to the elder, causing the middle-aged man to shiver. Olaf and Ace clutched their hands, but then relaxed as they thought of something. We apologize, Celestial Deer Clan successor. But our spots have been confirmed by the elders of the Big Sex for a while now. I heard you didn't participate in the tournament to earn a spot. It's only logical that since there's been a mistake, you should be the one to be removed. It would be fairest that way. The elders shook their heads in agreement, not wanting to contradict Olaf. I understand, Diane said with a chuckle. Madeline's gaze was cold, but she knew that Diane would never allow himself to be taken advantage of. Good, good. Since you understand, it might be best for everyone if you stay here. As a compromise and in respect for the Kami God Clan, instead of going to them, maybe they can come to you. This way, there will be witnesses, and the process of your questioning can also be as fair as possible, said Olaf with a smile. I'm sure you understand too, right, Lady Sapientia? Diane nodded his head, smiling, but Olaf shivered, sensing something in it. I see. So, there was a mistake in the quotas. I do have a question though. What could there possibly be a need to ask about? I thought people usually shit out of their asses. Why do you do it with your mouth? The only sound left on the yacht was the dripping sweat of the elders and Madeline's giggle. Olaf's fists clenched. You! Diane didn't seem to be paying attention anymore as he continued speaking. So, if it was because I didn't participate in the tournament, what do my friends have to do with it? A questioning gaze slid over the elders and the God Clan younger generation. But Diane didn't wait for an answer. The funniest part is, Eli didn't even gain a quota to enter the world. Yet this clown Darius called him out anyway. If I didn't believe the God Clans and Pillar families were upstanding people, I might think you had something out for me. Diane laughed lightly. He soon made it to the edge of the yacht and looked back at the crowd with Madeline by his side. But, let's say you're right. I haven't participated in the tournament. And, since you've had these spots reserved for such a long time, it makes sense that someone who didn't do that should be the first to be replaced. However, I don't particularly care about what's fair and what isn't. Not only will my friends and I be entering I won't be going to the Kami clan. But, I guess you all could come here. I don't particularly have a preference about what you do. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? Even the elders couldn't control themselves anymore. This boy was looking down on them too much. The Celestial Deer sect was dead for a reason. Did he think that ghosts were enough to deter them? Diane, will have to retract our invitation. In addition, your representation at the Continental Tournament won't be necessary, spoke the Fireblade Sect's elder with disdain clear on his face. Did you think we would protect you more than we would a God Clan's genius? You can't be comparable to even our seeded geniuses, let alone their geniuses. The Wind Blade Sect's elder shrilly voice made its presence felt as her wrinkled face trembled. Diane tilted his head in confusion, shaking his head helplessly. I don't know if you old farts have too many decades of wax accumulated in your ears or not, but I clearly just said none of your opinions matter. The elders trembled in anger. How dare you? Kami, take this arrogant brat away. He clearly doesn't understand that geniuses such as him are as plentiful as there are stars in the sky. Get him out of our sights. With pleasure. The Kami elder began to slowly walk towards Diane, blanketing the yacht in his aura. Diane shook his head in disappointment. For people who have lived so long, you sure are stupid. There are a few reasons why I'll enter the legacy world unscathed. Cammy paused. The confidence in Diane's voice was making him uncomfortable. For one, my fiancé is the first-in-line genius of the Xianxia clan. The crowd erupted. Alaf clenched his fists. He had known this from the beginning, but he had hoped Diane wouldn't try to rely on this. The elders paled. They suddenly felt like they had been played by both parties, only to come up on the losing end. Ace erupted. You disgust me. Hiding behind a woman again? What kind of man are you? Do you even have balls between your legs? Right. Are you going to spend your whole life hiding behind her? Darius sneered, seeing an opportunity. Lady Xianxia seems to be that kind of woman, appreciating what's below the belt more than what's in the heart. You can't choose a compatible man like this. Red snickered. Such a weak man. Wasn't he spit on by us just a few months ago? I was surprised when I saw him come down from the skies, but he's still so pathetically weak. Blue didn't seem to want to be left. We've been away for a while because Master injured us heavily in anger. It's been a while since we've had some exercise. How about we blow some steam and beat him up and take his woman? It seemed as though Darius had taken out some frustration on Red and Blue after the banquet. But Red and Blue had never found out why they were being punished by Darius because it was for something he'd obviously never tell them. As such, they had taken it much too far, having no idea how powerful Diane was. To them, even a first-in-line genius was below their master. It was how they had been trained. While Darius' words could be considered as maintaining the facade of civility, Red and Blue completely forgot this line. Diane turned over. His gaze was cold and his aura blazing. What did you say? Red smirked. Oh, you want to get angry? We said we'd take you A flash of sharp chi rang through the air, resounding like an unsheathing sword. Red clenched the bleeding stump of his arm. Blue raged. What do you think you're due? Sword chi howled through the air, blinding many who dared to look right at it. A pregnant silence suddenly descended. Blue and Red had been completely cut in half, leaving a trembling Darius. I let you live last time, but you seem to think I'd let you go if you made fun of my woman. Unfortunately, I'm not so magnanimous. You can die along with them. Why? The blood covered the deck of the yacht, and there was not a single sound to be heard other than the slowly gushing of the blood. Anyway, Diane said with a smile on his face, I will gladly hide behind such a beautiful woman. How about you get a powerful woman of your own if you're so capable? Madeline smiled. She knew that the incident with Darius, Red and Blue had always weighed on him. She knew that he would always remember that day, but at least a major portion of the shame had been wiped away. No one dared to say anything. Ace snickered though. You just killed a bunch of trash. Congratulations. You can stand proudly now, good job. Diane smiled faintly. If you had the balls to face my true anger, you would insult Madeline. Then we'd see who really was trash. Diane unleashed his full level of sword will for the first time. The crowd was afraid to move, unwilling to be sliced by the whistling chi in the air. That's level 7 sword will? The elders trembled. To reach such a level at that age with no cultivation, it was unprecedented. Ace's smirk froze. If you want to test my rage, I don't mind playing with you, Diane said with cold killing intent in his eyes. It wasn't the Ace didn't have a good understanding of wills himself, but he knew well that when he was Diane's age, he was nowhere near this level. Humph, it's just a level 7 will. Do you think that Inu, bang, is that a purity type will? Space will, wind will, is that? Time will, Orbis trembled. He's unlocked his crystal will to such a level. If only he was in our earthbound sect. Crystal will experts are so rare. The second reason I don't care about your opinions is that I'm a genius anywhere I go. I don't need your sex. And I don't care to represent you anymore either. If you didn't let me in, I would just go and join a sect more powerful than you with the caveat that they destroy you first. The elders trembled. They knew that they were more powerful than Diane. But They had watched one of the elders of the Kami clan become a cripple before their eyes. Even if they were to come to know that Dian only had one of those pills left, who would they sacrifice first? Plus, if it was a pill missed, wouldn't he be able to cripple multiple of them at a time? But to understand 5 wills? Only the peak-level geniuses of the god clans would do such a thing. Normal experts or geniuses would understand 2, maybe 3 at the most. Oliver stood in the crowd, smiling at his brother-in-law-to-be. It seems I'm not needed to protect my little sister anymore. Ah, but these reasons are inconsequential. Honestly, I'm speaking nonsense. You don't have to worry about them. The crowd looked at Dian, confused. The reason being, the third reason too entirely much more important than the first 2. Pakel, how long are you going to spend up there? Dian shouted into the sky. A flying black boat with a Mayan mask attached to the helm slowly made its way down. Olaf staggered. Cadmal Pakel. The Storm family members froze. Sweat began to cover their backs. Anyone who knew the story behind the Ragnar and Pakel clan knew exactly what Dian meant. The appearance of the Pakel clan members and their faintly red skin was even more telling than the blonde hair and blue eyes of the Ragnar clan. The elders trembled. He knows. He knows what we did. With one simple move, Dian had let the Storm, Ragnar and Pillar families know that he had their fates on the palm of his hands. With a single sentence, every student here would know what really happened in the elven world. Then all the clans and families that had lost their younger generation geniuses would wage war. The Sicarius family protectors would never allow such a mass genocide to be allowed to go, especially when it was for the goal of encroaching on the royal god clan's power. With a single sentence, Dian could expose the true identity of the Storm family and removed any doubt Olaf had to move. With a single move, Dian had made one thing clear. Tor opinions mean nothing to me. Oops, I made a mistake. There's actually another reason, Dian said with a smile. The members of those afflicted by Dian's move paled. What else could there be? Oh, it's nothing much, Dian said with a chuckle. I think I'll actually keep this one a secret. It's okay if I let you all sweat a bit. Dian looked up and nodded to Pakel. My friend will be coming with me, by the way. I hope you don't mind. No, no, no. Of course. The elders had become bootlickers once again. But their eyes flashed with cold killing intent. They knew that once Dian and his friend came out of the world, they would have to do everything in their power to kill them. They couldn't allow this to be communicated. They hoped with everything they had that they would die within the world before they had to act themselves. Luckily, they were relieved to see the Storm family members thrumming with dense killing intent. In addition, they also knew their seated geniuses wanted nothing more than to kill Dian because of his relationship with Madeline. Plus, since he had offended Olaf and Ace, they knew Dian's likelihood of surviving was near 0. The Storm family thought of leaving and running far away. But they had invested everything into this world opening. Years of build-up, blood sacrifices, plus the thousands of lives from the elven world. Just for this. If they didn't get the inheritance, wouldn't it all be for naught? In the back of the crowd, a faint killing intent could be felt as Chunglei watched the scene unfold. Dian didn't even look in his direction. Do you think I've forgotten about you? You stood against me on Paishaniva Peak. You helped kill me. You stood silently at that sham of a wedding. Even if you didn't come for me, I'd come for you. Chunglei had no idea what Dian was thinking. But what Dian didn't know is that Chunglei had a treasure that made everything Dian thought inconsequential. You won't even know how you die. All right, now that everything's settled, go open it up. We're waiting patiently, you know. Dian waved over Ava, Eli, and Venus, ignoring the elders. Using wind intent, Dian whispered to Ava, "Your father's on his way, right?" Ava looked at Dian in surprise, but she nodded. Good. I'd prefer to be over-prepared rather than under. Then Dian spoke aloud. You still don't have cultivation yet, Madeline, so you can't come with me. Your master will of course protect you. I don't want you to stay here, it will get dangerous when we come out. From what I understand, the world will actually be only open for an hour, it's just that the time inside is distorted. In that time, you'll need to be far away. Okay? Dian gently touched Madeline's cheek. Madeline nodded. She was unwilling, but she knew that all she had was her 9th-level music will. Because of her illness, she had never had the opportunity to learn another. Although it was powerful, she had no cultivation to sustain movement techniques or other attacks. It was best if she didn't add to Diane's worries. In the future, if you dare send me away when I can stand by your side, I'll never talk to you again. Diane smiled and kissed her forehead. Of course. The seated geniuses trembled in anger watching this scene unfold. Using wind will again, Diane passed a practitioner-level spatial ring to Madeline. I don't know when I can see you again, but I don't want you to worry, so I left you a few things. Inside, there's a communication device I created that amplifies human technology with Dao stones. Considering we may end up being millions of miles apart, I wanted to make sure it had a proper boost. Using it, you can write me whenever you want. You worry too much about me, so I thought I'd make this for you. Make sure you don't try to absorb the power from the stones. Our bodies won't be powerful enough for that until we break through the celestial stage and enter the Dao formation stage. If I ever don't answer, know that it's because I've found a reason to use the remaining DOA stones I have. Diane explained these things lightly, but if others known what he had succeeded in, they would be shocked. The combining of technology and cultivation was something the Libro had turned Diane away for asking about. Yet, it seemed that in these months, after expanding his knowledge on matter of the cultivation world, Diane had been able to find a path forward himself. But Diane wasn't very surprised by his success. Who in this cultivation world could possibly understand technology better than himself? It was only a matter of time. About the other things inside. I suspect Delia has a god-level constitution because I witnessed her transformation at the opening ceremony. She's like a little sister to you, so she's a little sister to me too. I'm 60% sure she has either the Ice Queen or Infinite Ice Hell constitutions. It would be nice if she had the second, then she'd have a top 10 god-level constitution as well. Finally, I also left you a cultivation technique that's perfect for you, as well as some techniques. Diane smiled. As long as you feel the celestial will I left in you, I'm alive and I'm doing my best to come back to you as quickly as possible. It was a fluke that the Aurora Fire Lily I gave you burned out. It shouldn't happen again. Madeline blushed when Diane mentioned the celestial will, but still nodded. Oh, and take Eli with you. I don't want him to get caught up unnecessarily. With a wave of his hands, a massive celestial deer formation appeared. He helped Madeline and Eli on as a black hole appeared, darkening the skies. After giving Madeline a final hug and smiling to Eli, he waved as they vanished in the sky. Diane stood with Cadmel, Ava, and Venus, watching as Madeline and Eli flew away. Turning around, Diane looked towards the Legacy World opening formation with glowing eyes. He could feel the dense killing intent behind him, but it just made his blood boil even more. I'll make this whole martial world mine. You wanted me to get a taste of it, right, Mom? I'll show you how filial I am. Watch me stand tall. Diane, although I can promise not to actively try to kill you, I won't be helping you either, spoke Kedlam in a detached voice. Diane smirked. I wouldn't expect anything less. Diane turned to Ava and Venus. I can send you two away as well. They won't dare do anything while I'm here. Once we enter, we'll be randomly separated and I won't be able to protect you. Venus looked like she was lost in thought, but Ava looked right into Diane's eyes. You know what happened to my brother, right? I don't mean that he was killed. I mean who killed him and why. Diane nodded. It isn't smart for any of us to go in. It's best if you wait with me for my father. Considering how you've helped me, he'll protect you. Diane shook his head, and grin appearing on his face. I truly want to see how great these geniuses are. If I quit because of a little danger, I'd be letting down too many people. Ava looked at Diane fiercely but could only sigh when she saw his resolution. Without allowing Venus a choice, Ava grasped an orb in her hand. The both of them disappeared. Diane raised an eyebrow, looking at the spot they had just been in before smiling at seemingly empty space. Diane hopped onto an array, raising himself to the entrance of the black hole. His back was straight as his muscles rippled in excitement. The sword strapped to his back was vibrating along with him, almost excited that its master was as crazy as it was. A devilish aura erupted from Dian as his crystal-covered black scales faded into and out of existence. The crowd felt a shiver as they looked toward his back, their fists involuntarily clenching. At the same time, the geniuses felt their hearts burning with battle intent. Ruo Weier. The roar shook the skies, a mighty demonic chi surging toward the clouds above. A massive illusory image of Demon Qilin appeared behind Dian. Those of weaker cultivation immediately fainted, unable to control the flow of their own energies under the pressure Dian's soul exerted. Dian tilted his head back in an almost devilish way, the grin on his face reflecting his shimmering white teeth. His eyes had blackened from their hazel color, his sword glowing with a crimson aura, almost like it was dripping blood. Me against all of you, right? You all want to kill me? Come then. Dian leaped into the black hole with no hesitation, disappearing into an unknown world. Dian appeared in a world of darkness. The only light came from the cracked soil beneath his feet that seemed to glow a blood red. The sky had no stars. There was only the faint outline of a tower in the distance that glowed its own red color. The air was heavy, and the sense of danger made Dian's hairs stand on end. The space around him was filled with what looked like the outlines of trees. But, when Dian used his aurora to inspect them, he was startled to find that they were made of charred bone rising to such a height that even with the help of his aurora, Dian couldn't see the top of. If it wasn't for them being so thin and sparse, he would have never seen the tower in the distance. What kind of world is this? From his master's memory, Dian was fully aware that every world of legacy left behind by an expert was different. However, one thing stayed the same. Each and every one was a test to find the best successor. For this world to be so dark and bloodthirsty, what kind of expert created it? Dian immediately decided to travel atop the charred bone trees. With his eyes as an advantage in the dark, he wouldn't need to rely on the glowing soil. He couldn't be sure if the other geniuses had eyesight-boosting treasures, so he would still need to take precautions. Also, he would have to refrain from using arrays. They were too flashy in such a dark world. The best bet for now is to make it to the tower. Ruru Arer. Dian froze atop a thin branch, holding his breath. A few hundred meters to Dian's right, he heard a horrible beast crashing in his direction. Dian smiled bitterly. Of course they wouldn't let it be so easy. The charred bone trees snapped as a massive creature rushed for Dian. It was disgusting. Its head was too massive for its 4-meter-tall body, glowing a sickly gray color. Its body was naked and covered in pasty skin. It ran on all fours, carrying a sword that was broken in many places along its edge, giving it a sinister feel. But what was the most shocking was its distinctly bald human-like face. Dian jumped before the creature could break the tree he stood on, grabbing his sword from his back and grasping the branch of an adjacent tree. Dian looked down as the creature raged at him. Since you want to die, I guess I'll have to help you out? Dian took no chances, slashing out with his full power. The roar of the beast painted a picture of agonizing pain. It was so harsh and grating that Dian almost felt pity for it. He immediately let go of the branch, falling towards the injured creature. Dian's steps flashed, executing his celestial movement technique and appearing right below the neck of the creature and immediately slicing upwards. Dian skipped backwards, watching the creature writhe on the ground, rapidly losing blood. What the hell is that thing? It was only at the peak of the foundation stage, but I actually needed to use my sword to kill it. What's going on? Dian didn't get time to think as more roars sounded around him. The ground rumbled as larger and larger creatures began running towards him. Dian smiled bitterly. How could it be possible for me to not use arrays and do this at the same time? Dian froze as a sad song began being sung by the creatures. It tickled his eardrums, plucking the strings of his heart with a solemn melody. He felt as though he had sunk into a mysterious state, his blood pumping wildly. Darkness prevails over all, the blood seeps into the ground, the strong slay the weak and stand tall, while the unfortunate are silenced without a sound. The sage of the demon empire is supreme, unmatched and unprecedented, unchallenged, and without flaw, immortal and esteemed he. leaves his legacy for only those as evil as he only those as ruthless and heartless. Cast away your humanity for strength, drench the soil in the blood of your enemies, plant the seed of your life within it, become the next sage of the demon empire. Dian had been about to slash and kill his next creature, but he felt something within him change. He shook his head. Something's wrong. Human-like creatures? A sage and yet a demon? Cast away humanity? Blood on the soil? What the hell? Dian did something that would have made sense to no one else. He immediately sprinted to the dying creature and pumped as much of his aurora and celestial will into it as he could. It was much more difficult to heal this creature than it had been to heal Eli because its cultivation was so much higher than Eli's. However, even outside of Dian's expectations, something magnificent began to happen. Slowly, the once ugly creature became a young man. The wound on his neck slowly closing as Dian spent more and more to heal him. Dian suddenly felt enraged. It was as though someone had been trying to lead him by the nose. It wasn't just that, but rather the fact that it was actually for the purpose of making him commit such a heinous act. You want me to throw away my humanity just for this piss-poor amount of power? You're imprisoning people in this God-forsaken darkness? For how long exactly? Yet, you have the audacity to call yourself strong. The young man remained unconscious, but Dian immediately sent him into the world within his ring before pulling Little Black out. Looking into the little creature's adorable black eyes, Dian spoke, "Little Black, I need your help. We need to cleanse these people of the demonic chi that's afflicting them. I need your celestial will." The truth was that Dian had no idea how powerful Little Black was. When he first met him, he was faster than even his aurora could keep up with, an aurora that could clearly see Oliver attacking him at full speed. Yet, it seemed like the little guy was only getting stronger as time went on. Little Black jumped out of Dian's arms, washing over a radius of 50 meters with his celestial will and leaving him stunned. Wow! His celestial will has already evolved into a first-level intent. Wait, that's not it. It's a level 7 will, but he's using his bloodline and crystal will to boost it. So, crystals and body cultivation can be used like that too. Dian's celestial will was only at the 3rd level, so it was much more efficient for Little Black to do most of the work as he placed the unconscious people into his ring. Every time he ran into a creature, he repeated the same process. Dian shivered as he thought about the changes within him when he had attacked the creature. He figured out that the point of the test was to withstand demonic chi. The more you killed, the more you'd be infused with that demonic chi, then it would do you good in what Dian assumed would be the next trials. However, something seemed off to Dian. Not only were the creatures displaying the same symptoms as those afflicted with demonic chi overdose, Dian felt an innate revulsion toward the song. It felt as though someone was trying to coax him into doing something. Had Dian not felt the influx of demonic chi, he might not have even put the story together. It looks like I might need to deal with the geniuses and a past expert, but since you've given me this demonic chi, I might as well do you one better by understanding demonic will, right? I'll turn your evil into something good for myself. At most you're left as a weakened soul. How could you match up against my celestial will? If that doesn't work, I still have one other strand of hope. Dian sat cross-legged on the cracked soil as Little Black purified the creatures who approached him. I've felt this before. In the Focus Academy ponds. It's slightly different from the death chi I felt then, but the hatred and animosity, the will to destroy everything, the feeling is nearly the same. What Dian didn't know was that he had stumbled upon his first contact with the path of a will. The reason the death will felt in the pond and the demonic will felt here were similar is because they followed similar paths. Something Dian wouldn't learn about until later. The demon Chilan blood within Dian started thrumming in excitement. Unknowingly, as Dian was slowly comprehending demonic will, he was integrating the essence blood more and more. His body was becoming stronger and sturdier as he firmly stepped into understanding of the first level of demonic will. Dian grit his teeth in pain as he felt the changes in his body. It was almost as painful as his soul cultivation. It seems like Master made integrating the essence blood many times easier for me. It'll only get more painful from here on. Days later, Diane had firmly stepped into a peak first-level understanding of demonic will and was already at the edge of a clearing. All that was left to do was walk the half-a-kilometer distance to the looming tower. But, with so many enemies, Diane had to be careful. I should risk it and use a concealment array. The initial flash might catch someone's eye, but by the time they reach the source, I should be gone. It's really dark, but a single spot on this red soil would be really obvious. Little Black was taking a nap on Diane's head, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. But Diane let him sleep. He had been working hard for the past few days, cleansing all of the creatures they had come up against. Diane gently placed Little Black into his spatial ring. Sometimes Diane had no choice but to fight, doing his best to infuse celestial will in his fists in order to penetrate the tough skin of the creatures. This left him tired and worn out. The skin of his fists and the bones in his arms had been broken so often now that Diane almost felt like his whole arm had been reformed. It would have been much easier to use his sword, but now that he knew they were people, how could he do that? But Diane knew that his method of dealing with this trial would only lead to problems. The demonic chi provided by the expert of this world was meant to artificially boost demonic will within a person for the duration that they were in this world. Essentially, the laws of a legacy world created by an expert were formed to their will. So, something like this was considered very mild as a possible effect. But what this meant was that although Diane had used the artificial demonic chi to understand genuine demonic will, it would still leave him at a disadvantage in comparison to the other geniuses who he was sure would have taken full advantage of the creatures. In fact, Diane wouldn't be surprised if they had even broken past the 5th layer of demonic will. By his calculations, that would have only required dealing with a couple hundred creatures. Although Diane had purified numbers in the thousands, their demonic chi had dispersed. He was well aware that this would leave him at a severe disadvantage. For all he knew, only demonic will was allowed to be used within the tower. This is going to be a problem. With a flash, Diane disappeared within his concealment formation, sprinting towards the tower. A few miles away, also at the edge of the same clearing, a group of Storm family members noticed a flash. What was that? The color was gold. It might have been that bastard Diane. Their first brother started slowly walking forward, not paying attention to their words. "Let's follow first brother," whispered Autumn. They all emitted thick demonic chi. It was clear that they had killed many creatures. "Why haven't we found Tammy? It's possible her emblem was destroyed during an encounter. Those creatures got very strong. If it wasn't for first brother, we would have died. It doesn't matter. She can take care of herself. At worst, she'll just be ejected without seeing the true inheritance." The group of 5 moved silently towards the tower, relying on their numbers. Diane waited patiently at the large towering doors of the tower. He could go in, but he had no idea if there were any people inside. If a door opened and no one showed up, it would obviously be a dead giveaway. Soon, Diane's patience paid off. He jumped and hung on one of the engraved patterns of the door. "So, this is where the inheritance should be," spoke Calidora, rearranging the straps to her split spears. Autumn took the bow off of her back, readying an arrow. Their first brother placed his hand on the door. His long hair flowed as he forced the door open. Diane's eyes widened as he sensed danger. Immediately diving into the tower, narrowly dodging a massive ruby crystal that embedded itself into the place he was just at. Bang! "That clearly hit nothing, Seaclum. Are you sure you're not going senile?" sneered Ipsum. Seaclum frowned. "My senses are unparalleled among those at the same cultivation levels. There's no way I made a mistake. Clearly he dodged your weak attack." "Weak? You want to try it out, you man-woman?" Seaclum was about to retort when Diane spoke out. "I just got here, and people are already attacking me. Can't you all be more civil?" After saying this, Diane immediately used a higher-level concealment array, jumping back to give himself time while scanning the room. The room was completely bland. It only had a single wide staircase to an equally bland door. But everything emitted a deadly chi that could make anyone shudder. Candles were the only light in the high-ceilinged room, even decorating the chandelier. Before Ipsum could attack again, Diane had already disappeared and moved, watching quietly at those who had made it. "I don't see Oliver or Kedlam, and Chunglei isn't here either, but it seems like all the God Clan affiliates are here plus a few faces I've never seen before. Not to mention it seems like the big sect geniuses are here too. Only 13 people including myself. Come down here, you coward. Boomed Ace. Dian deflected his voice across the walls using his wind will, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. You blow with that mouth of yours too much. People would never think that you were a dignified member of the God clans. Bang! A spear stuck in the wall where Dian had projected his voice, causing him to chuckle. Dumbass. Ace trembled in anger. But before he could say anything else, a booming voice filled the room. It sounded like metal was scraping against each other and filled with incomparable bloodlust. This is what my signal brought me? A bunch of inconsequential weak children. This is the best the martial world has to offer in the younger generation? How pathetic. An aura swept the area, completing destroying Dian's concealment array and causing his face to pale. A cold snort filled the room almost as if to make fun of Dian for trying to conceal himself in his presence. Dian smiled bitterly, but he breathed a sigh of relief as he noticed that the concealment he had put on the strength of his soul stayed. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into Dian, but they didn't dare move for fear of disrespecting the expert. An illusory figure appeared at the top of the stairs. His face was covered in a black hood. You couldn't make out the outline of his body, but the form of his aura gave him a presence that couldn't be compared. The figure quietly scanned the room before his eyes fell on Dian. Why do you have no demonic chi within you? Dian, expecting this, answered respectfully. Senior put so much effort into your legacy world, so I thought it would be a shame if I lost all of after I left. So, I decided to learn demonic will instead of the fake kind my competitors likely learned. Although Dian couldn't see it, the expert started in surprise. This world has only been opened for a few days, but he learned demonic will already? Ace snapped. Impossible. Demonic will is among the most unattainable among the wills along with celestial time and a few others. How could you learn it in a few days? And you want to say that I'm the one who blows nonsense? Although the senior didn't like his conversations interrupted, he had to agree. Dian released blood-thirsty aura emit from his body, not bothering to look toward Ace. His opinion of those of this martial world seemed to plummet every day. Ace stumbled. You. Ha 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 ha. I don't care whether you had already known demonic will before coming here and are lying to me. The fact you know it at such a young age is enough for you to be considered a genius in any era. Good. Maybe this hasn't all been in vain. Now, the rest of you release your artificial wills. It will allow me to gauge the number of creatures you killed. A slight smile appeared on Dian's face. He noticed two things. For one, the senior didn't have full observational abilities even over his world. Secondly, he wasn't even able to tell that Dian had demonic will without him releasing it. Thirdly, he needed the rest to release their wills voluntarily for him to see their levels. His soul is weakened enough to not be able to do what an expert should clearly be able to do. He must have weakened to saint level at least, even if I give him every possible advantage. Saint level is still much too much for me to handle though. But celestial will might give me an advantage here. As the figures inside the tower released their wills, the figure's eyes landed on Alof, Ace, the tall blonde young man from the Storm family, Nivius, and a boy with red hair that seemed to be from the Flamesword sect. You've each surpassed the 6th level of demonic chi. Technically, only you 5 would have passed to enter this 2nd level. But I'll allow the child over there to enter as well as he's already comprehended the true demonic will. The figure turned around, expecting them to follow. Dian frowned. 6th level? He had expected the 5th would be possible. But them surpassing the 6th meant they were at the very least 7th. That was well out of Dian's expectations. They're strong. But they should have had help. At the very least the tall blonde guy had help. As they entered the door, a faint voice rang out. Other legacy worlds have smaller treasures for those who aren't worthy of the main challenge. Unfortunately, I can't bother with losers. The other geniuses could only clutch their fists in anger. They were hoping to teach Dian a lesson, but it seemed they wouldn't get a chance. The words of the figure made Dian pause. This, Dian immediately imperceptibly sent out of a string of 1st-level time will. The result made Dian pale. This is not good. Outside the legacy world, the elders and students were starting to worry. It's been almost a week since they've been inside there. Usually with the time manipulation of legacy worlds, Only an hour would have passed inside before the students were teleported out thanks to the treasure. Why haven't they come out yet? There shouldn't be too much to worry about.
This world is much more powerful than all of the other ones, remember?
So, it's a good possibility that it might take years before it collapses and teleports them out. Years inside could easily translate to days here. They should come out soon. If that's the case, this is good. That means we've invested well this time. AI, but we need to stay alert. As soon as he comes out, we need to kill him. With the cultivation of those behind us, we can say he was injured inside the world and was teleported out dead.
Yes. The ones inside are mostly his enemies. Even if they knew otherwise, they wouldn't refute us. This is what he deserves for not understanding how high the heavens are. No matter how much of a genius you are, a dead genius is no genius at all. A sinister light flashed in the eyes of the elders. What they didn't know was that experts were already gathering. People of the Kami God clan, Ragnar God clan, Storm family, and the Pakal clan were already on the scene. They were all waiting for the perfect time to strike.
For the Ragnar clan, they knew that if they attacked the Storm family geniuses once they exited, it would force the Storm family out of hiding. The Pakal clan needed this opportunity as well to recover their technique. The Kami God clan was only here for one purpose: to kill Diane. Madeline stood in the sky near her master, with a worried look on her face. Her master had told her that there were many experts gathered, and although she knew that this was mostly a conflict between the Ragnar, Storm, and Pakal clans, she knew they wouldn't let Diane go since he not only embarrassed the Ragnar family, he was the reason why the Storm clan was in any danger.
Master, are we really not going to help him? Madeline asked for what seemed like the millionth time. We can't.
Diane is aware of this too. While they won't hurt you since you are now our first-in-line genius, it would be a different matter if we interfered in their business. But, Master, he is my fiancé. Isn't the clan already implicated? Why can't we help him then? This was a new argument Madeline had come up with, hoping it would work. Her master sighed. There's a difference between being affiliated and directly helping him. To these clans, a fiancé is something fleeting. In fact, the Ragnar clan will probably make many attempts to court you while Diane isn't with you. To them, all they need to do is kill him and you will no longer have a fiancé. They have no concept of how deep your feelings are. They believe that if they kill him, with how long the lives of martial artists are, you'll eventually get over it. Madeline trembled. However, if the Sapientia clan acts to protect him, it adds a different layer to the situation. It means we've acknowledged him as your partner. It then becomes the Sapientia God clan versus the Kami God clan, the so-called Storm clan, and the Ragnar God clan. No matter how powerful we are, it's impossible to deal with all of these existences if we don't ask for the help of the other Sapientia main branches. Also, we'd be offending the big sects as well, which would make it troublesome for our smaller branches in their lands. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to do anything to our people. But things can very quickly change if they gain some support from a powerful backer. They might deem it worth it to offend us if the reward is big enough. Madeline didn't let her tears fall as she clenched her fists. She had resolved herself to believe in Diane. She now understood that there was no convincing her master to act, and she also knew that her acting would only further burden Diane. But this only made the God clans seem very fragile to her. To have such lofty names, yet to still not be able to do as they pleased, when they pleased. Was there even a worth to holding such power? It was all very meaningless. Compared to Diane, Madeline found these clans and sects to be very much lacking. He, as a long man within a hostile world, seemed capable of so much more than they could ever be, and he had far more courage than they could ever have too. Diane, you must survive. Diane's mind was working on overdrive. He had just realized something that made the situation a lot more dangerous than he assumed. It was likely that if he spent too much to get out of this one that he'd die even if he managed to survive. How laughable. I revealed my cards to the big sects and the God clans because I thought this world would be worth the risk. When I compared the information I knew about this world with my master's memory, I deduced that it must be the legacy world of an expert that surpassed DOA formation.
But, unfortunately for Diane, the only thing that was true was the power of the owner of this world. If Diane was right, this wasn't a legacy world at all. And now all of those who had followed him in were infected with a demonic chi that was supposedly meant to help them with the coming trials.
But if Diane was correct, all that meant was that they'd have no chance to resist when the time came. Diane's eyes sharpened. You think it's that easy to use me, HM? I don't know why you've set up this farce. But I promise you that playing with me won't be easy. Diane knew that even though these were his enemies, he would have to work with them if any of them wanted to leave alive.
That meant he'd need to find the first opportunity possible to wash them over with celestial will and remove the demonic chi. Bang!
The doors closed behind them. They found themselves in a room that looked more like a control center. There was an array formation and a clear place of deposit for energy stones. The tower is a device? Can it move? As you can see, this entire tower is actually the legacy I've chosen to leave behind. It's a supreme treasure surpassing spiritual treasures. As my successor, you'd be able to use your blood to form a contract with it once I officially pass on.
You'll have to become stronger to open the floors all the way to the top, but as long as you have the enough transcendent stones, the speed you reach will be incomparable to anything else. It will also provide you with a base level of defense that can also be boosted with transcendent stones. Other than that, all of my life's techniques, treasures, and thoughts on cultivation can be found as long as you have the strength to ascend the top. Senior, I'm not sure of how long it has been since you created this legacy world, but transcendent stones are incomparably rare.
Is it possible to power this tower with DOA stones instead? The figure tossed a look of Diane assumed was disdain since he couldn't see the expert's face. You can power the tower with any kind of stones as long as you have enough.
If you want to waste millions of DOA stones just to move a small distance, it would be nothing but a waste. If you want to be my successor yet can't even get transcendent stones, then why would I even choose you?
Diane smiled, nodding.
Dumbass, muttered Ace. Diane seemed unbothered. Only he knew the reason he asked the question. I'm actually interested in your story, Senior. I know you're an unparalleled expert, but I want to know your story so that I can properly represent you as your successor, Diane said politely. Diane was smirking on the inside. This guy sure is a good actor. Why is he telling us about a treasure he has no intention of giving us?
There must be a reason he needs to maintain a facade even against people so much weaker than him. The other geniuses were interested as well, but Niveus seemed to sense that something was off with the way Diane was acting. But sending secret messages in the presence of such an expert was impossible. AI? I'm the sage of the Demon Empire. I was an expert body cultivator and my understanding of the demonic and destructive was unparalleled. I've created many techniques in my life, but among my most prideful would be my blood sacrifice technique. The expert smirked, proud that his technique could maintain its place in history despite its simple name, a testament to its power. The geniuses who knew of the technique trembled to think the creator of such a powerful technique was right in front of them. Diane's eyes narrowed when he heard this. No wonder they were able to open this world after sacrificing a few thousand students. I was confused before. Although many students had died, in the face of hundreds of years of accumulating energy, some third and fourth foundation layer students should have been a drop in the bucket. It seems that the world itself resonated with the technique, making it willing to open itself up. I reached a transcendent realm of cultivation. However, my life came to an end when my lifespan had reached its final day. A silence pervaded the room. Enough. Let's begin with the test. The remaining candidate will have the opportunity to completely fuse with my soul, giving you all the memories of my life. This will make your future cultivation smoother. With a wave of his hands, they disappeared from the control room and entered another. This is one of the training rooms within the tower. The first test was to measure your intelligence and your strength. You needed to not only kill the creatures, but also understand the reason why it would be best if you didn't avoid too many of them just so you could reach the tower faster. This one, however, will test your comprehension abilities towards martial techniques. Massive obsidian stones sat in the middle of the room. This will be the final test. Each stone contains the same technique. Whoever reaches small success of its first stage fastest will not only attain my blood essence, but also gain the right to fuse with me soul. The blood essence of a body cultivation expert like me should be something you all dream of. Think of it as a last gift for my successor. A flash of lightning hit Diane as he heard this. He needs a body. The other geniuses had already reached their own obsidian stones and sat in front of them. Dian had no choice but to take a deep breath and sit in front of his. Placing his hand on it, a flashbang went off in his head as he delved into the technique. Let me slow down my comprehension and think. He's clearly doing his very best to have us lower our guard. This can only mean that it's much harder to attack a soul and possess than it is to defend.
I don't want to have to use my trump card here. How laughable would it be if a world I chose to go into is the one that forces my master's remnant soul to save me? Dian shook his head and decided to see if the technique in the obsidian stone was of any use. With a thought, the technique fully imprinted into Dian's mind and he removed his hand to meditate on it. Higher levels of this technique even require understanding domains and daos. What a high-level technique! Definitely divine. It was a body cultivation type technique called Demon Emperor's Will. It had 3 stages split into 3 levels of understanding, much like Dian's celestial movement technique. Except, this technique allowed you to multiply the power of your body and impose your will on the space around you. It's so taxing on the body, but it provides a 2x physical strength increase at the first stage small success. I need to take this opportunity to learn it, thought Dian seriously. The figure watched this scene with a sly smile covered by his hood. I appreciate your hard work. As soon as I understand which of you has the most potential, we'll know exactly who will have the privilege of ruling the worlds with me. Ha ha ha. How domineering, thought Dian. A demon stands above all, laughing in the face of pain, slaughtering in the face of peace, raping in the face of love, dominating in the face of oppression. As Dian began to read and comprehend these words, a blood-thirsty aura began to cover him. The figure's eyes widened. He's already taken the first step in understanding the technique? He shouldn't have such an advantage. Even if the others have only understood artificial wills, it should still help them much more. What a genius! A grin appeared on the face of the figure. If I had this level of comprehension in my past life, I would have long since crushed my enemies beneath my feet. I appreciate your efforts. The days passed in silence until finally on the 3rd, boom! Dian felt his body expand several sizes. He felt his muscles tearing apart and his bones cracking. Roar, a demonic roar filled the training room. Dian couldn't let this continue, so he immediately stopped stimulating the technique, unwilling to continue torturing his body. He fell onto his back, breathing heavy. Ha ha ha! It seems I've found my successor. The other geniuses awakened from their meditation with incredulous expressions on their faces. They knew very well how hard it was to practice that technique. They had expected to spend months here, but in just 3 days Dian had already broken through to small success of the first stage. Freak! The red-haired young man from the Flame Blade sect looked on at this scene with a look of anger on his face. Dian chuckled, wondering how they'd feel if they knew he only took so long because he was memorizing the rest of the technique first. The others aren't bad talents either. I guess I'll keep them here as slaves. They can become my new demon generals. With a flash, they appeared in another room. It seemed completely vacant except for one coffin at the end of the room, elevated on a set of stairs. This is my resting place and also the most central part of this tower. You won't be able to come here freely until you become more powerful, my successor, but I want you to know what you have to look forward to. Come, I'll give you my blood essence now. With it, your comprehension of demonic wills will increase by leaps and bounds. The geniuses clenched their fists as they watched Dian make his way up the stairs with the figure. They reached a black jade coffin, embroidered in what looked like demonic crystals. The figure tapped the outer layer of the coffin and a massive drop of blood came out. It was pumping with vitality and was a bright crimson red. Sit! Dian had no choice but to comply. He crossed his legs and slowed his breathing as a searing pain invaded his body. He roared toward the ceiling, feeling as though he was being torn from the inside out. Dian felt his bones rearranging and becoming denser. His muscles were ripping themselves apart and reforming stronger. His eyes were flashing black and crimson colors. His skin was becoming fairer and his features sharpened, enhancing his handsome features. A ridiculous thought passed through Dian's mind: if I wasn't wearing sweatpants, wouldn't I be naked by now? Unfortunately, the thought did nothing to help with the pain as his body expanded and contracted with no regard for his will. The sword on his back vibrated in excitement, which caught the attention of the figure, but he didn't think too much about it considering it would be his sword soon. All Diane could think of was the fact he didn't want to get freakishly tall, just 2 meters was enough. Anymore, and he'd never be able to return to the human world like a normal person. Hours later, Diane had integrated less than 1% of the essence blood, and the figure felt that that was enough for now. Sweat covered every inch of Diane. His skin was reddened from the strain, and you could faintly see his muscles still rearranging themselves beneath his skin, giving him a more defined physique. I've done all I can for you. The rest of the blood would have to be integrated later. The final thing I will do for you, my successor, is to fuse with your soul. Open yourself up and relax. Allow the memories to flow through you. Diane nodded, hiding the feeling of the cold sweat that was permeating his back deep within him. This is the moment of truth. The geniuses looked on in envy as the figure slowly morphed into a beam, entering Diane. The redhead gripped his ring. This is the best chance I'll have. Niveus was off to the side, biting her lips. Why would he bring us here? Niveus tried to move, but her eyes widened as she found she could no longer attempt to leave. What the fuck is going on? Raged Ace. Ace, what's wrong? Questioned Olaf. Try attacking him. Olaf furrowed his eyebrows, but then he seemed to realize something. This was the best time to attack Diane. The soul of the legacy was occupied, and Diane was focused on integrating the memories. But when he tried to attack, he shivered. I can't attack. It won't let us leave either, said the redhead through gritted teeth. How is this happening? Thought Niveus. Then, she came to a sudden realization. The demonic chi. The geniuses turned to look at Niveus, not understanding. The demonic chi is controlling our wills. Didn't you notice how the creatures were distinctly human-like? And how they were filled with demonic chi? This so-called sage of the demon empire had no interest in passing on a legacy. He wants slaves. It's most likely that Diane is about to lose his body right now. The geniuses were in no mood to laugh at Diane's misfortune. They were truly in a bad spot. They could only wait for endless slavery or death. How could they fight against such an expert? Inside Diane's body, the soul was calmly fusing with him as though he had no intentions of stealing Diane's body. Diane smirked. So, how long do you plan on pretending to be a legacy? The figure's soul was startled. But then a hoarse laughter filled the space. Ha 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 ha. You are quite smart. But that doesn't matter right now. I've already mostly integrated with you. I just need to not erase my will and your body will be mine. Oh? Is that so? It's a shame you've fallen so far from your peak. What is that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing much. Just that if you were anywhere near your peak, you would have been able to see everything going on in your own legacy world. And you would have noticed that the body you're trying to take over not only has celestial deer essence blood, it also has celestial will. The figure shivered. Impossible! How could you have such an affinity for the demonic with such a high affinity for the celestial? It's simple, really. I had a good master and she used the last of her will to balance not only her essence blood, but also her husband's demon Qilin essence blood within me. The figure was trembling in agitation. What kind of shit luck was this? So what? Your celestial will is only comparable to an ant's in front of me? You think you can fight against my demonic Tao? Don't be silly, I would never deem to. Originally, I was planning on using the remnant soul my master left me. Remnant soul? No. Diane laughed. There's no need to be so anxious. I won't even need to use it. I realized as you were integrating with me that you're not even really alive. You're using a demonic technique to keep yourself together. I don't need to fight you directly. I just need to use my celestial will to cleanse your technique, which is clearly already fading. Otherwise, why would you allow such weak people to be able to find your world? You must have been disappointed when they still took an extra 500 years to open it, huh? The soul trembled in anger as it began to feel itself being slowly enveloped in celestial will. Wait. Stop. If you destroy me now, those kids outside will immediately attack you. You may be a genius, but you're still too weak to face them. You need me. I'm fully aware that you're controlling them with demonic chi. But, unfortunately, I'm not in the business of allowing those who try to possess me live. You can die now. Bang.
An explosion occurred in Dian's mind as he wiped the will of the sage of the demon empire, leaving only a sliver. But this had an unexpected result. The world trembled, the tower creaked, and the geniuses began feeling as though they were being pulled out of the world. What? What's going on? I thought we were stuck here? Quick! We can attack now, raged Ace with a demonic look on his face. The red-haired young man smirked. He pulled out an odd treasure. It looked like a regular cube, but it reflected absolutely no light. It slowly opened up in time for Dian's eyes to fall on it. Dian looked up at the redhead, narrowing his eyes. Lei. The redhead chuckled. You're quite smart, to be able to outdo such an expert. I'd thank you for saving all of our lives, but I'd prefer it if you died. In your next life, you must really learn who you can and can't offend. The redhead slowly morphed into a tall and sharp Asian young man. His black eyes shone with killing intent as they stared intently at Dian. The cube slowly separated into 4 equal parts, opening to reveal an incomparably bright orb. SSSHHLINGGG, a beam of unfathomable power charged towards Dian. Even among the destruction of the world and the sneers of the geniuses or even the pounding of his own heart, there was no sound to be heard. There was only the beam and death. Only despair and resentment. Only killing intent and the end of everything. Dian smiled bitterly to really be forced to this extent. This martial world is really something. The entire world seemed to lose its color. It was at that moment that a celestial being appeared before Dian, defending against the beam. Dian, I can't block it all. Prepare yourself. Dian gritted his teeth, ashamed. He had been in this world for all of a few months, thinking that he had all the power in the world now that his master had given him strength. But he could only last a few days before being forced to use such a trump card. It enraged him. A roar left Dian's lips. He felt his inner organs tearing apart as portions of the beam passed his master's weakening defenses. No matter what he tried, he couldn't mend them back together. Dian grit his teeth, watching the strong back of his master fight to protect his life. This is the last of her power, the last piece of her in this world, and yet it'll disappear like this? The beam slowly weakened. The geniuses smirked, only Nivea stood there, pale-faced. Master, I'm sorry for being so useless. Dian felt a warm smile in his consciousness. I never expected you to take me as your master. But consider this as my last gift to my first disciple. I never wanted you to represent the celestial deer clan and face the world. But I felt an indescribable happiness when I felt your resolve. Thank you, little one. Master. No. He must have something here that could preserve his soul. A beautiful face turned to Dian, shaking her head. I can't use such evil techniques just to maintain my life. I'll entrust the rest to you. Who knows? Maybe we will see each other again. The beam of light slowly disappeared. Fading with it was the last smile of Dian's master. You cowardly men. He just saved out lives. You disgusting pieces of trash. Don't be like that, Nivea, Salaf said with a smirk. He didn't do it to save you, he did it to save himself. Although I should thank him very much. You disgust me. The smiles on the geniuses' faces froze as they heard a cough. Dian clutched his stomach, coughing up blood. He tried to use his aurora flame to heal himself again, but it just wasn't working. Is this because of that device? Suddenly a thought flashed across Dian's mind, or is it because of the sage demon essence blood? Dian had no time to think. He had to immediately get himself out of this situation. I don't have potent enough pills to heal me, and I have to make a contract with this tower, so I don't have time to use the pill condensation technique. Fuck. I can't let this trip only yield a masochistic technique. Get out. Dian's voice boomed in anger as the world crashed down around them. Dian imposed the last bit of soul of the sage within his body, tossing everyone but himself out of the tower and teleporting to the control room. Getting there, he wiped the last bit of the sage's will before rushing to the center and sitting cross-legged, ignoring the trembling world and the pain. Dian grit his teeth, fighting against the pull of the teleport to drop his blood onto the tower's mechanism. He slowly controlled it to the pattern of the array, ensuring that his blood outlined the entire formation. Outside the black hole created by the world-opening treasure, the geniuses began being teleported out, causing the elders to breathe a sigh of relief. Lehabim, let your master know how it went, ha ha ha. An elder with fiery red hair let his voice boom. Lehabim couldn't find the words to let his master know that he hadn't even qualified for the final trial, and to even further let him know that someone from their sect he had never seen had while he hadn't. The shame was too much. Hashim? What's wrong? A dark-skinned elder with long dreads looked at Hashim with a questioning look. Master. Well, spit it out. Orbis? Noton?
Any of you.
Let us know what happened. The geniuses could only bitterly smile. None of us received the inheritance elders. We have no idea who did. We weren't allowed to participate in the final trial, Jessica said bitterly. The elders froze before smiling bitterly. It's only to be expected. How could you compete with God Clan geniuses? The elder of the Wind Blade sect laughed, trying to lighten the mood. The geniuses were too ashamed to let their elders know that Diane had at least made it to the final trial.
Soon, the God Clan geniuses began coming out with equally as frustrated faces, causing the elders great confusion. An elder from the Kami clan looked towards Chunlei in confusion. Chunlei?
When did you go into the world? What happened? This elder knew Chunlei because he was often with Akihiko in the past. But he had always known him to be a calm and calculating boy, not one to show his emotions on his sleeve like this. Esteemed Elder Kami, we must kill Diane. The elder's confusion deepened. We were going to do this anyway. Why are you so adamant now? He is the sole possessor of the inheritance. The elders' faces paled.
The one they had rejected, the one they thought was the weakest among the geniuses, had won the favor of the legacy world?
What kind of sick joke was this?
Elder Kami frowned. What was the inheritance exactly? Chunlei clenched his fists. There was a divine technique, but it was erased from our memories when we failed to learn it as quickly as Diane. And? The tower we took the test in is a supreme-level treasure with countless treasures. Chunlei had wanted his family to secretly hunt Diane and steal these for themselves. But everyone that had reached the final trial with him knew, so it would be impossible to keep it a secret.
And that's on top of the essence blood of a body cultivation expert that reached a transcendent realm of cultivation. The elders trembled as the geniuses clutched their fists in agitation. Madeline smiled up in the sky, clenching her tiny fists. I knew you could do it. Where is he? Boomed the elders. We don't know, whispered Chunlei. He thrust us out of the tower as the world was collapsing. Nivius looked down on the angry geniuses with disgust. I've never seen a group of more pathetic individuals. Do you have any idea that Diane saved all of your lives? The geniuses who hadn't been in the final trial looked over in confusion. Have you ever heard of a legacy world that would be open for days from the outside? Have you ever heard of a legacy world that didn't give smaller opportunities to the supposed losers of the trial? Experts are incomparably boastful and prideful. How could they only allow one person to know the extent of their powers? Especially when they know it would be likely that the genius they chose would hide what they received from the rest of the world in order to maintain a certain level of safety. You would all have been slaves if Diane hadn't defeated the expert. The geniuses trembled.
They had wanted nothing more than to kill Diane, but now they knew he was their savior. That's irrelevant, roared Lehabim.
Our sects invested so much to open the world, and now only an outsider benefits? His voice filled with righteous indignation as though he had been wronged to a scolding degree. A sinister glare flashed by the eyes of the God Clan geniuses, feeling that their opportunity had truly come.
Surround the exit, roared Alaf. Lehabim, Hashim, the God Clan geniuses, and the Storm family geniuses immediately surrounded the swirling mass of energy, all wanting Diane's treasures for themselves. Ba licked his lips. I haven't had such a handsome man in a long time. My yin is starting to outweigh my yang. Maybe I should take a taste. The geniuses around him shivered, but said nothing.
Alaf had practically forgotten about the possibility of the Storm family being traitors from his family. All he was worried about was Diane and the inheritance. How could he be worried about a single technique when the creator of the technique left his everything to someone he hated to his very core?
I'll kill Diane first, then take care of these traitors. Oblivious to his thoughts, the Storm family was thinking along the same lines. They had spent so much effort for a single technique when the whole collection was before them now. Was this not worth the risk? They were already aware that their seniors were nearby and a war was inevitable. So, why not benefit some more? They had been waiting for 10 minutes, yet there was no sign of Dian. They were beginning to worry that he had found another way to escape. Not to mention, they had just found out that none of their geniuses had sniffed the final trial, let alone won the inheritance.
And this was on top of the fact that the kid they wanted nothing more than to kill had been the one to succeed. There was a formation of people around the exit to the world. Since it hadn't closed yet, they were certain that Dian had, at the very least, not actually escaped. Elders, there's no need for any of you to act in this situation. Let the younger generation teach him a lesson, spoke Hashem. It's about time that weak bitch caught a loss, sneered Lahabam. The first brother of the Storm family stood back. Are you not going to participate, first brother? Asked Baal while licking his lips. First brother said nothing, choosing instead to look into the sky as though he was calculating something. Don't bother him, Baal. It's below first brother to need to gang up on a single kid, spoke Autumn. Bang!
Dian fell from the rapidly closing black hole, breathing heavily on his hands and knees. Madeline looked down at this scene, her heart trembling. Master, he's hurt. The Sapientia clan elder furrowed her brows, but said nothing. Sitting up, Dian rested his back against the furthest edge of the yacht, looking at all of his enemies before him. Blood seeped past his lips as he smiled. This is quite a welcoming committee you have here for me. The crowd was astonished. He can actually still smile in this situation. Kedlam stood in the clouds, watching the scene. Much like Dian, he had realized the purpose of the demonic chi and decided to learn true demonic will as well. The problem was that his comprehension speed was nowhere near as fast as Dian's. So, he hadn't succeeded. It was unfortunate, but now all of the demonic chi was gone. Oliver was frowning. He wanted to help, but this was a level he just wasn't at yet. The geniuses clenched their fists in anger at Dian's nonchalant attitude when he was clearly heavily injured. Chonglei stepped forward. I don't know how you survived, but you won't be getting out of here alive. Dian watched this scene calmly, a funny thought crossing his head when he realized he couldn't find Tammy. That girl is more interesting than I thought. Well, that only helps me. 1 versus 11. Ha! Dian slowly stood, a killing intent rolling from him. He slowly rolled his neck, spitting the blood in his mouth over the yacht railing. Dian looked up at the clouds, staring right through them and landing on Madeline. He smiled a bright smile and winked. Madeline trembled. He can see me, and even now he's telling me not to worry. Madeline held back her tears, clenching her fists. You have to survive. There's not enough space here, thought Dian, watching the snow slowly fall and melt into the ocean. Dian stretched his back leisurely before jumping off the side of the yacht and onto the surface of the water. Since you all want to fight, let's do it. Dian cracked his neck, flexing his muscles, trying to get used to the changes in his body and strength. If I'm on the water, I can use formations to give me a little extra traction. They'll have to use their energy to get a foothold. It'll only be a small advantage, but I need everything I can get. He really did need every advantage. He had been trying to heal himself with his aurora for the better part of the past half hour, but nothing seemed to work. He pushed it to the last possible second of the legacy world being open, but it was to no avail. Dian could only conclude one thing: the less than 1% integrated sage demon essence blood upgraded his body past a quality his aurora could heal. Normally, this would be good news, but in his injured state, not so much. Dian skipped backwards, jumping 10 meters at a time. He kept his calm gaze on the geniuses before he looked up in the sky. Seems like everyone's here. Might as well give them a good show. The rage of the geniuses bellowed. They hated nothing more than Dian's attitude. As though he really thought he could beat all of them at once. I hope you're not naive enough to expect a fair fight, sneered Olaf. An elder spoke out. Simply give us everything you've gained from the legacy world, child. You not only don't have the strength to protect it, you don't deserve it. Dian raised an eyebrow at the elder before bursting into laughter. The elder frowned. Save your shitty excuses for the bitch that warms your bed. I'm not interested in it. I'm not scared of your geniuses, and I'm not scared of you pathetic excuses for elders. If you want to attack me, you'll find out just how Elder Kami lost all his cultivation. The elders clenched their fists, their faces reddening in anger. What is this idiot doing? The elder gave him a chance to survive, and he spit in his face? Dian could only shake his head at the stupidity of the crowd.
How could they possibly be planning to give me a chance to survive?
I need to find a chance to use the tower to escape, but first I need to do something. The water rippled as the geniuses jumped off the yacht, circling Diane. The martial world doesn't have a place for people as arrogant as you.
Hand over your treasures and we'll give you a quick death, sneered Ace. Diane said nothing, calmly pulling the sword from his back and letting it just barely touch the surface of the water. A calm ripple spread outward. Feeling his battle intent, Ipsum, Seclum and Autumn immediately jumped backwards, opening the distance. Autumn loosed an arrow towards Diane while he seemed to be in a daze. It sped forward with incomparable speed, slicing through the air. A defensive array sparkling with gold and crystals exploded as the arrow disappeared. Diane slowly raised his leg, his aura bursting forth. His sword vibrated with happiness, feeling his intention to kill. Tens of magnificent weapons hell array appeared behind Diane, spinning furiously and sending out spear after spear. His foot fell, projecting him towards Olaf who was fending off his attacks. The geniuses were raging, fighting off Diane's barrage. The crowd looked shocked. He's really fighting them all at once. Madeline's fists began to bleed, but she couldn't seem to unclench them. Diane swung down with his sword, shifting his head to avoid a ruby arrow sent by Ipsum. Diane felt his perception stretching out, feeling everything and seeing everything. His muscles rippled as sharp sword chi surrounded him.
He's using time will to slow down the projectiles. The elders trembled, a genius. Olaf had blocked Diane's attack with a long spear, roaring into the air as arcs of lightning filled the space around him and causing Diane to jump back. This was the moment Ace decided to act. A carbon halberd appeared in his hands, KS Chi wrapping around it viciously as he swung for Diane. With a flash, Diane used his movement technique to appear behind Ace. Hundreds of amplification arrays swirled around his leg as he swung a fierce kick forward. AGGHH, Ace felt his back fracture as he flew towards the lightning current of Olaf. What a movement technique. I couldn't even see him. Diane aimed his weapon's hell formations towards Autumn and Ipsum who were constantly barraging him with arrows as he flashed from point to point on the battlefield.
Diane grit his teeth. How can I keep this up? The movement technique was taxing, but Diane had already used it so often, and he hadn't even exchanged with everyone yet. As if hearing his thoughts, a war cry sounded from Hashim and Lahabim as they charged. A dark chi surrounded Hashim as a black rod appeared in his hands, swinging with no remorse towards Diane's head. Lahabim had coated himself in flames, holding a bright red saber in his hands and slashing down as well. Baal watched this scene, licking his lips in anticipation as Kalidora calmly put her spear together. 2 with 9 opened meridians, 5 with 12 opened meridians, and 4 with 15 open meridians, and we still haven't beaten a boy with no cultivation. Baal took out 2 short swords that were still rusted with blood. Seems like a true genius will die today. Blade and Dagon stood off to the side, their battle intent roaring as they fended off Diane's weapons hell attacks. Diane roared, his body expanding to 2.5 meters tall as he swung out to block Hashim and Lahabim. His eyes flashed with red and gold as he covered the area above him with 3 defensive formations, each larger than the one before, blocking the rain of arrows. What is this? Is that a body cultivation technique? His aura. It's frightening. That's second-level demonic will. Hashim and Lahabim were blasted away as celestial chi swirled around their weapons, dissipating its strength. Diane felt the sword in his hands expand to 3 meters long, increasing many times in weight. He held onto it tightly, covering himself with defensive formation after defensive formation, looking towards the geniuses with cold eyes. This is all you've got? Pathetic. Blood seeped out of Diane's mouth as he spoke. His internal injuries were still not healed, and using the amplification technique while in any state was already taxing enough, let alone one like this. An arrow pierced through Diane's formation, deeply cutting into his skin, but Diane didn't seem to notice. Turning his demonic eyes towards the Storm family, a devilish grin appeared on his face. In a flash he disappeared, appearing before Kalidora and sending a slash towards her. Kalidora used her spear guard to block, but she was still sent flying, coughing up blood as she skipped across the water. A sudden sharpness assaulted Diane's back. He felt a short sword slide into his shoulders as Ball slowly slid and twisted the blade in, looking into Diane's eyes with a fierce glare. "It seems you're angry," smirked Diane. Ball said nothing as he pulled the sword out, sending a barrage of attacks toward him. Diane's swordplay was incomparably sharp and refined. He parried and blocked, stabbed and twisted, but the attention he had to divert to blocking the raging geniuses was too much. Attack after attack bombarded his sphere of defenses as he tried to distract them with his quickly weakening weapons hell arrays. As time passed in his struggle with Ball, more and more arrow and sword wounds littered his body. Diane's chest expanded, his throat nearly tearing apart as he roared into the skies. His body expanded again, covering himself in black crystal-covered scales. A layer of celestial wool coated him, blocking most attacks that made it through. The drain on him was immense, but he had something he needed to do. What the hell is this guy doing? He's not even trying to dodge anymore. He doesn't even have enough stamina to form those weapons arrays. Ava stood on the deck of the ship under the cloak of invisibility, tears streaming down her face as she watched Diane fight. Venus, who was standing by her side, felt a tight grip on her hand, but she didn't protest. Madeline stood up in the sky, bitterly smiling. "You make it look so easy to do things like this. After today, you probably won't even give this a second thought." "Agagha, brother," Calidora raged, smashing spear after spear into Diane's defenses. The lightning pierced through again and again, but the shield always seemed to replenish itself. "Diane, you coward! Come out here and fight," barked Alof. Diane couldn't help but chuckle at his hypocrisy. Autumn and Ipsum were sending arrow after arrow. "Are you ready yet, man-woman?" screamed Ipsum. This was getting too embarrassing for her to handle. All of them were going all out, but they couldn't beat a boy with no cultivation, and now one of them had actually lost an arm. Diane grabbed onto Bale's throat, slicing his other arm off, breathing heavily. Ball sent a lightning-infused kick towards Diane's torso, but his foot snapped into an awkward angle, hitting what seemed like a stone wall. A scream that could curdle blood rang through the air. Dagon and Blade had long since lost their nonchalant attitudes. They bombarded Diane's sphere of defenses with everything they had, but it seemed like every time they cracked one, another would appear. Diane looked up into the sky, trying to take in as much air as he could. His gaze snapped towards the yacht. "A Venus." Bale's cultivation was crippled with a single punch from Diane before he threw his body towards what seemed like empty space on the boat. Aurora flames coated Diane to try and heal his wounds, but they didn't seem to be having much of an effect. What is he doing? Who did he just call out to? "Senior sister?" Bale's body landed face first onto the boat. He was in a sorry state. With no arms, he couldn't even push himself up. Ava trembled looking at the source of her pain in front of her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Even at that moment, she didn't know what to say. Diane only smiled as he watched Ava and Venus send barrage after barrage of attacks towards Ball, venting her frustration completely. "Now that that's out of the way," said Diane with a bloody grin. "Who wants to die next?" "Ball." Calidora burst through Diane's shield, spearing towards him. Diane had no energy left. He only asked the question to look tough. There was no way he could face all of these geniuses right now. Not with his current strength. Another sharp sting shook Diane's nervous system. Diane looked down to find a spear in his torso. He had thought his celestial chi and scales would be enough to block it so that he could get a rest. But it seemed as though he could no longer tap into wills, and he had no stamina to sustain tapping into his bloodline. "Diane!" Madeline was being held back by her master. She couldn't bear to watch anymore. Ava and Venus cried out too, but there was nothing either could do. Diane chuckled. "Well, shit." The defensive formations around Diane dissipated as the pain shocked him out of concentration. Diane immediately felt arrows flying into his back. A raging torrent of lightning, fire, and destruction blasted him hundreds of meters away. "Father, you have to save him," Ava yelled at the top of her lungs, tears streaming down her face. The elders laughed uproariously. "Did you think that you were a genius? There are no dead geniuses, you naive boy." Diane lay face first in the water. Everyone expected the geniuses to start moving towards him, but their faces paled as they looked at the stamina-drained so-called geniuses.
The geniuses. They're all too tired. I'll finish it. A torrential soul power erupted from Seeklum, immediately charging towards Dian. Dian, who was face first in the ocean, could only enjoy the coolness that was washing over him.
Finally, some relaxation. He didn't seem to realize the danger he was in at all. But very soon it became obvious why. A soul attack invaded Dian's being, attempting to rip him from the inside out. Dian chuckled, immediately activating his devour skill. He had long since noticed that Seeklum was gearing up an attack, and it was for this exact reason he placed concealments on his soul power. If Seeklum had known Dian's true soul strength, he would have never tried a soul attack. At that moment, Seeklum jolted, his body freezing over. An endless flow of blood started to drain from his mouth, his eyes rolling over with a vacancy that made those around him panic. Seeklum? Seeklum. Ipsum rushed to his side, holding him up as he sunk into the water. Seeklum smiled bitterly, unable to see Ipsum's face very clearly any longer. He's a true genius. The last thought that passed through Seeklum's mind was how incomparably monumental Dian's soul power was compared to his. Seeklum's life force left him completely as he fell into Ipsum's arms. Ipsum trembled, not knowing what to do with the blood on her hands.
She could only stare in shock. Wasn't this supposed to be easy?
Weren't they supposed to stomp on him like they would an ant? Why had the only man she had ever loved died in her arms then? I'll kill you. Ipsum looked up in rage, screeching in Dian's direction. Dian couldn't be bothered with such a hypocrite. Was he supposed to allow himself to be killed?
The idiot tried to use a soul attack with soul power only comparable to a high-level formation stage expert, while Dian had a soul comparable to a peak-level meridian formation expert. The comparison was laughable.
Dian was well aware of the fact that soul power usually lagged behind energy cultivation, and with his perception, how could Seeklum hide his soul strength from him? Dian slowly got up from the water, letting Seeklum's attack fuel him with a last bit of energy, scanning the eyes of everyone. I warned you all that I was ready for you to come, no matter how many you may be, no matter where it is you come from. It's funny that you in the crowd are supporting elders you didn't even know sacrificed thousands of your friends and family to open a world they had no idea about. It's funny that you place god clans on a pedestal, when the supposed one in front of you can't even control its own branch clans.
It's funny that you call yourselves geniuses when you can't even beat a boy 2 years younger than you with no cultivation. I think the funniest thing though is that you actually thought that if you killed me it would mean Madeline would give you a chance. It's no wonder you never captured her heart, you simple-minded idiots. Each word Dian spoke was calm, directed, and pierced to the root of every problem. The Storm family members shivered, the seniors in the sky got restless, and the students in the crowd were pale-faced.
Sacrificed our fellow students? That can't be true. Dian didn't seem to care to explain himself, and he cared not for how this would all end. He had already done what he wanted to do, and he planned on escaping with the little power boost Seeklum's attack had given him. He wished he could make use of his powerful soul, but it wouldn't be enough to beat elders even if he could, and the time it would take to cast a technique was too much for his level right now. Normal soul attack specialists were long-ranged for a reason. Banned! The water rose into a high wave, whipping and lashing out in every direction. A towering blonde-haired and blue-eyed young man appeared before Dian, exuding a blood-thirsty aura. Dian smiled, as though expecting this. I was wondering when the real genius of the Storm family would show himself.
It seems that you have to put your pride aside so that you can seek revenge for your family. The first brother of the Storm family remained silent. Dian didn't seem bothered by this. He knew he had no chance to defeat this man, and he also knew that that was especially so in his current condition.
You could attack, I guess. Or, you could think about why you haven't seen Tammy since the entrance to the Legacy world. The Storm family members froze. You bastard! Did you kidnap Tammy? Screamed Autumn. Dian playfully cleaned out his ears. You're too loud and you're too stupid. You want to kill outsiders for leaking your secrets when the person closest to you has already taken what you're all fighting for?
Isn't it funny that you're fighting to protect exactly nothing right now? Now, this first brother of yours is probably safe. Not only is he an incomparable talent, the choice to move was made by your elders and not him, but I highly doubt the rest of you will survive. Good luck with that, by the way.
I don't know why you thought you could kill someone she loved and her best friend, and somehow still not gain her wrath. Nice family values you got there. This was one of Diane's final trump cards. Much like Ava, he had always felt that there was something special about Tammy.
But it was only confirmed when he looked through the memories of that night in the Elven Forest. Diane didn't actually know whether Tammy loved Arios, he just happened to be right in this case. What he was banking on was the fact the Storm family wouldn't know either.
But even if they didn't believe this, that still wouldn't be much of a big deal. All that was important was that Tammy would betray the Storm family and her actions would alleviate her elder brother's obligation to do anything. Diane jumped backwards, grabbing onto Little Black as he flew out of his ring. A smile crossed his face as he realized his plan had worked. The seniors in the sky finally couldn't hold it in anymore. This is the Kami clan. We demand that you stop immediately. We can't let him get away. Our alliance will be in shambles because of him. We need his treasures to compensate. Boomed the Storm clan. The first brother watched this play out as Diane was expecting. What was he fighting for if what they were protecting was already gone? Was he really going to ruin his reputation just to fight a useless battle? Diane hung in the air, flying forward at unimaginable speeds. Due to Little Black's size, Diane had to hold onto the little guy like handle. But the power in Little Black's body couldn't be compared to his stature. I need a plan to disappear in plain sight. I need time to enter the tower. Diane immediately thought of something as a dense cloud of experts chased after him in collected anger. Madeline could only watch with her fists still clutched. With a wave of his hands, a concealment formation appeared around him and Little Black. Little Black, when you see the spatial transference array appear on the water, dive into it immediately. Soon, a complex array appeared and Little Black dove into it. But the crux of the plan actually happened a few hundred meters away. Using an array, Diane forced the water to move as though an object had entered it, sending the experts in a completely wrong direction. Cunning experts wouldn't be fooled for long. But Diane didn't need a long time. He only needed enough time to enter the tower and power it. In the eyes of true experts, Diane's concealment meant nothing if they focused. But if they weren't thinking about it, their eyes could be easily fooled. Instead of giving them time to focus their energies on finding the concealment formation, Diane had given them the visual of something entering and swimming in the water. So Diane used a spatial array to ensure that no ripples crossed the water from where he entered. Then, he used a defensive array far from him to disrupt the water and distract them. Diane immediately pulled out the tower as they hid in the water. Holding Little Black in his arms, he immediately willed them into the control room, pulling out millions of DOA stones that had been gifted to him by the Celestial Deer clan. Diane felt his heart ache as he poured them into the formation. But before taking off, he rushed to the window. Madeleine! Diane yelled at the top of his lungs as the tower expanded to its full size, pulling in the gaze of the experts. Get him! Madeline smiled with tears in her eyes as she saw Diane's pained but bright smile. He had gone through so much and his body was wet, beaten and bloodied. But somehow his smile was still there to reassure her. I'll see you soon. Madeline couldn't control her tears anymore as they streamed down her face. She watched the tower flash into the distance, disappearing from eyesight almost immediately. The experts could only watch bitterly as the treasures disappeared along with Diane. After Diane's departure, a strong red-headed man fell to Ava's side silently. I'm glad you're okay, he said gently. Don't speak to me, Ava said fiercely. I know you heard me ask for you to help him, and you did nothing. Humph. I'm not in the business of helping young men. Young men must be strong and stand tall for themselves, the middle-aged man said stubbornly. Plus, if he had that flying tool, why hadn't he used it from the very beginning instead of fighting that useless battle? Obviously, he had done it all to deal with that Baal bastard and fulfill his promise. But in the middle-aged man's mind, the brat was just flirting with his daughter while he already had a fiancée. Why would he save such a brat? It's because of that nonsense that my brother died, Ava said with incomparable anger and sadness in her voice. The man sighed. Ava, your brother isn't dead. What? Ava looked over to her father with a look of surprise and hope plainly seen on her face.
I don't know where he is, but his soul crystal never shattered completely. The connection was only cut off. It was best for you to assume he had died because we wanted you to continue on with your life. For all we know, he could be campaigning in a distant universe.
But, with your stubborn nature, you ended up coming all the way to this place, only to end up almost dying. You know, I would have stepped in if that dying brat was actually going to die. Humph. Who does he think he is, having other women when he could have my daughter? Ava and Venus gave Ava's father a weird look. It's not like that, Dad. I'm well aware of who the woman he loves is. With how straightforward his personality is, if he felt that way about me, I would know. The Sicarius family head looked down at his daughter but said nothing.
In his world, powerful men could always have more than one woman, but that wasn't a path he wanted for his daughter, so he was relieved to hear what she said. But he also knew that the feelings of people weren't so simple. Whether Ava truly felt that things were okay like this or not,
only time could tell. Boom! Boom!
Shocks reverberated through the clouds. Sicarius bitterly smiled. It seems like the Ragnar family is warring with the Pakel family again. To think they dealt with that supposed Storm family so quickly. What?
The Storm family is destroyed. Ava couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. Although Tammy had betrayed her, it was because she could do nothing about the situation anyway.
Yes, according to intel, a little girl of the Branch family not much older than you snuck in and stole the Pakel clan technique back from her seniors in order to secure safe passage for her and her elder brother. The betrayal fractured what was left of the family. Ava froze.
It seems you really are much stronger and talented than people give you credit for. I'll settle my debt with you another day. At Focus Academy near the top floor, a tired Diane stood at a complex teleportation array clutching a DOA stone.
Well, Little Black, how about we go check out the world of your mother's past allies? Little Black looked up at Diane with adorable eyes, licking his face as though to say yes. Diane calmly stepped onto the formation, tossing the single Dao stone into the powering mechanism.
The array whirred to life, shutting Diane off with blinding light. Kami clan, Ragnar clan, Alaf, the big sex.
Chile. Don't think I didn't notice you fading away as soon as the battle began. I'll make you pay the most for being the reason my master's last strand of life was taken away from me and Little Black. I'll be back. Unbeknownst to Diane, Patient Eva had watched this scene unfold.
Without a word or emotion, he waved his hand and shattered the teleportation array after Diane was gone. He walked away looking up at nothing, seemingly reminiscing about something. Diane appeared in the middle of a dense forest. Unable to hold it together anymore, he collapsed to the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He clenched the hole in his stomach as the suppressed wound began to reel its ugly head. I guess taking a spear to the gut wasn't exactly great on my part. I lack battle experience and I should probably stop doing stupid shit like this. Diane began slowly digging a small hole in the ground into the base of a nearby tree.
After struggling for a long while, he was finally satisfied with its depth, so he gingerly placed his spatial ring within it. With his last remaining strength, he punched the tree, letting the leaves fall around the area before quickly willing himself into the vast inner space. I'll have to hope that hides me well enough for now. Just to be safe, Diane sent his mind out for a moment just to place a discreet concealment formation, but his exertion was too much. He had underestimated the strength it would take to send a formation out from within a separate world.
The last thing Diane saw was black before he passed out. Many days later, a girl was walking through the forest. She wore tight leather pants and a kilted short skirt above it. Her crop top was actually made of a protective armor that held her thin sword strapped to her back. Although her face wasn't that of an extraordinary beauty, her silver blue eyes had a calm and serene depth to them that completely contrasted with her fiery personality. Her hair was long, gently swaying across her exposed Venus dimples and illuminating a beautiful stream of light blues and silvers that gave her an otherworldly feel that her barely pointed ears couldn't match. Her footsteps were light.
Not a sound could be heard as she carefully made her way through the forest. Although she knew that this was a relatively safe area, she preferred to ensure she had no followers since she was headed to her favorite secret place. The girl's silver blue eyes caught a flash of gold to her side.
An incomplete array? Here?
What's going on? She cautiously made her way to the tree roots, double-checking to see if anyone was around her. This, a ring?
It must be a formation that's been here protecting this for a while before finally eroding. The intricacies of the array. It must be from a top-level expert. It would take thousands of years for such an intricate array to begin eroding. The girl immediately came up with this deduction. To her, it was impossible to even think of what really happened. Even those who had studied array alchemy for centuries could only send arrays out from them a few hundred meters. The concept of sending an array out, and an array that actually had any sort of form, from an entirely separate world was much too ridiculous. She flipped the silver ring around her hand, looking to see if there was anything special about it. But when she tried to delve into it with her mind, she found that there was a block. This ring is still owned? After so long, the realization made the girl shiver. For such an expert to have hidden the ring for so long, yet, for him or her to still be alive was inconceivable. However, this wasn't a normal young person. The feeling of the unknown made her shiver with excitement. She decided to keep the ring, placing it on a simple string to be worn as a necklace. She hoped that one day the expert would come to her, realizing that someone had tried to see what was in her ring. Maybe they'd thank her for keeping it safe. Maybe they'd know things she wanted to know about herself. The girl wasn't naive. She knew fully well how dangerous this could be, but she was confident that there was an adventure on the horizon. And after being caught up in this land for all her life, there was nothing she wanted more than to escape. This life wasn't for her. Just like this, many months came to pass. The girl carried around the ring. Sometimes she would sit in a secluded place and take out an array plate to study. Array alchemy had always fascinated her, and this was a plate that someone from her family had brought back from their trip to the human continent. She had never seen such a low-level array done so well. It fueled her fire to want to improve her foundation and build towards a higher level of formation expertise. In fact, her passion for this was a large part of the reason why she took the risk of keeping the ring. Meeting such an expert would help her improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for Diane, this array plate happened to be the same plate that he had made thousands of while trying to make money at Focus Academy. It seemed that the general had done his job of collecting and selling the unused plates well, to the point where it had made its way over the seas and to the land of another species of people. But Diane was oblivious. He remained unconscious. Little Black would often lick his face to see if he could start him awake, but it was to no avail. The worst part was that Little Black wasn't the only one who was worried. Madeline had been sending messages to Diane every day for the past 6 months. She had even given up on getting him to respond. It was almost like her messages to Diane had become a diary of what she did every day. She spoke about everything from the techniques she training in to the people she met, and even spoke of the meals she had. The countless messages all culminated in a single thought. I miss you. All this time, Diane's Aurora was working towards healing Diane. If it had just been a few arrows and a spear wound, maybe it wouldn't have taken so long. But Diane had put untold stress on his body by tapping out his wills to the limit. And that wasn't even mentioning the stress of using the Demon Emperor's will technique with already damaged organs. With the infusion of the Sage Demon's blood, the quality of his body had improved so much that it had taken all this time to even heal him to a reasonable point. And yet, he was still unconscious. On top of all of this, the device Cheng-Lei had used may have seemed simple, but it was anything but. It was a transcendent-level treasure called the Demolition Cube, and if it was used by someone with real power, it could just barely match up to the weapons of the pseudo-33rd Heaven's Layer. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a person with such weak cultivation using it, even the 25th White Mother's will wouldn't have been enough to stop it. In fact, had Cheng-Lei been strong enough to use it repeatedly, Diane would have long been dead. This was the reason Cheng-Lei hadn't participated in the final battle. He was too drained. Instead of risking the geniuses exposing his treasure, he chose to leave in the shadows. The loss of such a weapon was a bigger hit than the Dayu clan could take. And the fact they even had such a weapon would expose them to the world well before they were ready. This was something Cheng-Lei wasn't willing to risk. However, this battle wasn't without its benefits. Diane's soul was able to increase in power from the initial middle blossoming stage toward its peak level. This also gave him experience he hadn't had before. in order to fight all of the geniuses at once. He relied heavily on the enhanced reflexes given him by the essence blood he had absorbed as well as the sixth sense granted him by his mind's eye. But now he realized this wasn't enough. He needed to increase his control over his techniques and his wills. He had already begun to understand that wills, despite what levels they had reached, could have different depths of understanding. For example, Diane's 9th level of music will would hardly find competition against the 9th level wills of most others. This probably led to his first mistake in his battle. He hadn't used his music will although it was his strongest asset. The second problem was his speed arraying. With Diane's level of soul, it should have been impossible for the arrows of geniuses at the initial layers of meridian formation to ever pierce his defenses. But, because of the flaws of speed arraying, there was no way for him to have time to create better arrays. So, he relied much too much on an ability that should act as a supporter rather than his main abilities. His third problem was his stamina. The battle had lasted less than 10 minutes, but Diane was already tapped out by the end. If it hadn't been for Seeklam's ill-advised attack and the memories of his master letting him know that it was smart to conceal his soul strength, he wouldn't have been able to get up. His fourth problem was that his most powerful aspect, his soul, was nearly impossible to use in real combat. Soul experts usually specialized in auxiliary abilities. Direct attacks using the soul were exceedingly dangerous, as Seeklam had found out the hard way. Diane had come across many soul techniques since it was part of the expertise of the Celestial Deer clan, but he hadn't learned any of them because he had no one to rely on while executing techniques that took so much focus. It was nearly impossible to come up with a speed technique for something so delicate. So, Diane could only use his soul as the power source for his array alchemy, but that led right back to the problem of his speed arraying. Unless Diane powered his soul to such an insane level that he could speed array formations originating from the peak practitioner level and beyond, he wouldn't be able to win a fight against so many geniuses. His fifth problem was that he understood too many wills. He had many tricks but no masteries. Much of his wills were too shallow. His understanding of the sword had reached the 7th level of wills, but it had no form or substance. He might as well be swinging wildly. On top of that, he had no idea why his understanding of the sword had progressed so quickly. For example, his time will was only at the 1st level. His celestial will, despite being one of his most important abilities, was only at the 3rd level and he was nowhere near understanding its true essence. With his most useful abilities being so shallow, there was little to say about his other understandings like wind, demonic, space. At this point, Diane could only make use of space will on himself and it was only at the 1st level. The same point went for his understanding of wind. Imagine if he could apply wind will to his sword will. Imagine if his sword could transport itself through space and appear in the body of an enemy. Imagine sharpening his sword with the ripples of space itself. Diane's unconscious mind was running through all of these possibilities. What he didn't know is that the level of comprehension he was angry with himself for not having reached was something even experts at the saint level and beyond were still pondering. The true understanding of wills, the fusion of them, their applications in more ways than just yourself, those were things that an expert may go their whole lives without understanding for a single will. Let alone Diane, who wished to do the same for all of his wills. He had opened himself to a new level of comprehension, will paths. Despite his indignation, it was impossible for Diane to train in his current state. He could only allow his body to slowly heal while his soul reached a new sublevel. Finally, near the end of the 7th month, Diane awoke. He found the arrows that had been in his back littered around him. It seemed as though his aurora had pulled them out for him, recognizing them as foreign objects. Diane knew that his technology from the human world couldn't heal wounds to his current body, so he had no choice but to rely on his aurora. He made a silent promise to use his pill condensation technique to carry around some high-level healing pills with him. A black blur rushed over to Diane's arms, licking him furiously. "Haha. Sorry, little black. Did I worry you? Wow, you've gotten massive," Diane asked with a delighted smile on his face as he stroked the fur and scales of little black. The little guy was not so little anymore, he was at least 1.5 meters long. But somehow, his gaze was just as adorable. Little Black gave him one last lick before nudging his nose to the ring on Diane's hand. Diane gave him a confused look, but then a look of worry invaded his handsome features. Madeline. Diane felt horrible. He had told her that she could contact him using the device he made. But he barely had any Dao stones left since he had used almost all of them on Tower. The one he had left had dimmed considerably since he had used it to teleport here.
If he used it to send messages, it would be impossible to sustain it until the tournament. Fuck. I want to know about how she's doing, but if I always respond, the power will run out long before the world tournament. Diane decided that sending one message wouldn't drain the rest of the power. He let Madeline know what the situation was and that she could continue sending him messages, but responding would be impossible from now on. I always want to know about your day.
If I don't get at least one message a day, I'm storming the Xianxia main branch. Not even half a minute later, Madeline had already excitedly answered. After months of worrying, finally receiving word from Diane made a huge weight lift from her heart. Although she was sad that he wouldn't be able to answer, she was glad that he wanted to know about how she was doing. It hurt her heart to know that his injuries were so severe that they took almost 7 months to heal even with his Aurora. But the present was all that mattered now. Diane spent hours with a smile on his face, reading through Madeline's messages as she excitedly told him about her experiences. She had already stepped in the meridian formation second stage after only half a year of practice.
Her teacher was excited for her as well because she noticed that Celestial Will really did have a purifying ability on energies. It wasn't all happy though. Apparently the first-in-line geniuses of the other Xianxia main branches were constantly annoying her. This hit Diane with a realization. He remembered Libro telling him that the Xianxia God clan was the only one with multiple main branches. But what made Diane a little sad was apparently that some of the Xianxia main branches were actually trying to marry Madeline to them. This made Diane think of something else.
It seemed as though the Xianxia clan wasn't anywhere near what he thought it was. It seemed more powerful than other god clans. And it also seemed as though the other main branches were located in places other than the continent they were on. The thought made Diane look into the stars.
Seems like Libro wasn't exaggerating. They really do control all the information in the universe, not just here.
Maybe even information beyond that. Madeline teased him about how he'd have to place well during the world tournament, or else they'd try to steal her from him. Luckily, she wasn't too worried about them doing anything. Although the main branches of the Xianxia clan were numerous, they were all relatively equal in power within this universe. Xianxia clans of other universes wouldn't be worried about something happening here. If a first-in-line genius didn't want to do something, there was little they could do. There would only be a problem if the leaders of all of the clans converged for that singular purpose. But such a thing was unlikely. Other than Madeline's life, the other details that caught his notice were the happenings of the war he left behind. Apparently, Patieniva had disbanded Focus Academy and Delia decided to join the Niveus sect. Because Niveus felt bad about what had happened and her inability to help, she ended up personally apologizing to Madeline. But Madeline didn't take it to heart considering her personality. So, Niveus was there as Delia awakened her god-level constitution. Although only time would differentiate the power of Delia's constitution. Because her constitution was ice-based, the difference between the Ice Queen or Infinite Ice Hell wasn't so obvious as of now. Unfortunately, since the Kami clan was a god clan, the Sicarius family couldn't do anything to punish them. However, the big sects were heavily penalized for their involvement in the loss of life. But what disgusted Diane was the fact that this so-called punishment was only a reduction of quota for the world tournament. It seemed the martial world didn't care much for such things. The other surprising thing was that the Ragnar was magnanimous in dealing with the Storm family.
While the current head, Tammy's father, was executed along with the current elders, the ancient ancestors of the branch were kept alive. The same was true of the younger generation of the Storm family as well.
From Diane's master's memories, he learned that ancient ancestors were previous elders and clan leaders that had reached such high levels of cultivation that they could be preserved for tens of thousands of years should they maintain a deep sleep with the help of special materials or techniques. They would only be called out in special cases since each second they spent outside of that deep sleep meant a step closer to death. In fact, often if they were in this sleep for long enough they wouldn't wake up at all. This aside, Diane couldn't help but think that all these moves by the Ragnar God clan were odd. With his understanding of the martial world, cutting off problems at the root was a common practice. But It seemed like the Ragnar God clan was intent on maintaining its power, only choosing to kill off the main culprits. What are they playing at? Diane could only ponder. In fact, it was odd to the point where the Ragnar God clan was apparently intent on killing Diane for having killed Baal, even though he technically didn't do it. Diane was happy that Ava had decided to protect Venus and Eli for him. He'd have to thank that girl later. On top of all of this, it went without saying that the Kami clan and Big Sex wanted nothing more than to see him dead. To Diane, their punishment was too light, but to these sects, there could be nothing worse. If Diane were to know that, his level of disgust would reach new levels. After their talk, Madeline said she was off to practice with her master. Diane finally set the device down to meditate. He steeled his will and decided to practice and fortify his wills for half a year before going deeper into the elven forest to train. Suddenly, Diane remembered something. Jumping up, he headed to the area he had placed the unconscious victims of the demon sage. But he was disappointed that they were all still unconscious. Diane had formed a massive array under the thousands of them so it could slowly purify them with celestial will and keep them nourished. It would be a shame if after all these years they died because of lack of food and water. Sighing, he sealed the area again. Although he wanted to help these people, he also wasn't willing to put his life in danger by allowing them to wake up whenever they wanted and wander around. He couldn't be certain of how powerful they were or what the state of their minds were in. All he knew was that their bodies were incomparably powerful, to the point he was absolutely certain that, even without essence energy, they could attack with the power of someone at the peak of the meridian formation stage. They were all clearly talented youths. It's a shame they had been imprisoned for so long. Diane could only hope they maintained their sanity with the help of his celestial will. If it came to it, he could repair their minds with his aurora as well. Walking away, Diane headed towards the training rooms of the Celestial Deer clan. He had decided to immerse himself in the understanding of wills. He had noticed something during his fight that made him even more angry with himself. When his power had increased with the use of Demon Emperor's will, his sword had gotten stronger too. He had come to the realization that his sword was severely limiting itself in order to follow him. He knew very well how prideful the sword was, and he wasn't willing to have it shackle itself for so long. I'll get stronger. By the end of this period, I want my understanding of these wills to increase many times over. I don't need to reach higher levels, but if I don't truly understand them, even if they reach the peak of the 9th level, would it really make much of a difference? Thinking to this point, Diane hesitated no longer, immediately entering the sword cultivation room. Happy to learn his profound stones worked well with them. He wanted all of his other wills to revolve around his understanding of the sword, so it only made sense to start here. Diane was excited to get stronger so he could stand in the skies with Madeline by his side. Strong to the point where no one would ever think to act against him anymore. Strong to the point where his parents would smile down at him proudly. Many miles away from Diane and the blue-haired girl, a large ship filled with warriors and the corpses of their fallen comrades was approaching the elven forest. These campaigns is just getting worse and worse, sighed a green-haired man with long and sharp ears. I've long since forgotten what we fight them for, but it isn't normal for us to come back so soon during a campaign. Do you know what's going on? Spoke his subordinate. The green-haired man sighed. The situation in the kingdom is reaching toxic levels. When we left, it hadn't yet been time for the crown to be passed, but the subordinate gave his captain a confused look. It should still be many years before the king passes away. It's not that. It seems like the king hasn't appeared before the court in almost a decade. Also, without a proper successor, the larger families are clamoring for a better seat. The subordinate remained silent. The air was heavy and there wasn't the normal happiness that came with coming home from the bloody fields. It felt like they were stepping out from one hell just to enter another. A hell where not only their lives were at stake, but the lives of all those they loved and cherished. The Elven Kingdom had been rotting from the inside out for a long time already, all fueled by the unexplained absence of their king. What was a kingdom to do when surrounded by ravenous wolves from all sides? If the Elven Kingdom falls because of ourselves instead of our enemies, that would surely be the stuff of legends. The captain chuckled bitterly as he looked towards the massive lush green island and the calm ocean waters as though nature itself was oblivious to the coming storm. As the months continued to flow by, Diane spent many meditating on his wills. When he wasn't doing so, he focused on control. whether that be repeatedly slashing the same stroke again and again, or streamlining his wills into needles as opposed to the gush he had used before.
In his master's memories, he confirmed his thoughts on the levels of mastery when it came to wills. For example, in his master's prime, she would be able to send an infinitesimally small beam of celestial will that would completely cripple attacks.
That not only showed her level of control over the will, but also her understanding of it. Celestial will at its core was meant to purify, but that also implied that it was meant to be focused on flaws. To use celestial will the way Dian had been could be said to be incomparably wasteful of heaven's treasures. To one day reach a level where he could sense the crux of a flaw in a technique, and then focus his celestial will there would have to be Dian's goal. Of course, the other wills had their own ways of perfecting them, some easier and some harder. But Dian knew it was impossible to figure them all out in such a short period of time. So he was calm and patient, instead slowly building his understanding as time went on, fortifying his wills more and more. However, the months were not without problems. Under the pain of celestial deer's rend, Dian had managed to reach the peak of the blossoming stage in his half a year's time, but he found this to be horrendously slow.
In addition, when he tried to integrate more of the 3 blood essences he had within him, he had only managed to add 0.5% of the ones bestowed to him by his master and had made no progress on the one he had taken from the sage. This was a major surprise to Dian.
He had assumed that the sage essence was only incorporated to 1% because his master was much stronger than the sage, but it seemed as though he had it backwards. The blood itself was far more powerful than the demon Qilin essence or the celestial deer essence.
Just who was he? And how could someone so powerful end up in such a state? Dian didn't let this get him down though. He understood that incorporating different bloodlines to yourself was incomparably hard without an expert to help you. He would need high-level treasures to replace the help he should be receiving. But what did worry him was the effect the blood was having on him. The lust he felt due to the demon Qilin essence and the sage's essence set a continual undertone on Dian's consciousness.
This made him almost happy that he couldn't incorporate any more for now, or else he had no idea what he would end up doing. As such, Dian set aside body cultivation for the moment, and focused much of his attention on his soul and understanding of wills. Although he still lacked a suitable way to use his soul in combat other than array alchemy, he had no choice but to make do. Because of this, Dian spent a lot of time on his will of crystals as well, so that his arrays would be boosted to the best of his abilities. His focus paid off. Before he began this training, Dian was able to speed array low-level practitioner arrays. With the weakening caused by speed arraying, the arrays were comparable to the strength of an 8th foundation stage fighter. Dian had been countering this weakness by layering his arrays with crystal will and making many at a time. This allowed his arrays to be comparable to a low-level meridian formation fighter, which is also why he was able to fight the geniuses. However, this was before Dian had thought to focus his attentions on the split minds drawing technique instead of speed arraying. Instead of simplifying arrays to draw them faster, Dian decided to invest as much time as possible to split his mind into more and more pieces so that he could draw the arrays in all their complexities in the heat of battle. The problem with this, and the reason no one had ever tried to do it before, was that the split minds technique took incomparable concentration. This was originally the reason why Dian had decided on speed arraying instead. But what Dian noticed was that although his peak could split his mind 16 times, he could still split his mind 4 times in battle. Which means if he increased his level in the split minds technique, the level to which he could split his mind in combat would also increase. If Dian combined speed arraying and the split minds technique, he wouldn't have to simplify the arrays as much as he does, which means they would lose a lot less power. This would mean a low-level practitioner array that he speed arrayed might only be marginally weaker than it would be in its full state. If anyone knew what Dian was planning, they would think he was insane. To be able to speed array was already a feat no one else could accomplish. But to then combine that with another technique that only Grandmaster-level characters even dared to try? It was ridiculous. Not to mention, the way Dian planned on incorporating it was ridiculous. Not only did he want to split his mind multiple ways, he wanted to split them up to draw multiple arrays at once. Meaning, if he split his mind 4 ways to create 10 arrays, he would want each of those 4 minds to be working on 25% of each array. The founders of array alchemy were rolling in their graves. However, Dian had tapped into the essence of array alchemy. Although there were formulations that were better made in some ways as compared to others, the crux of array alchemy is understanding the laws of the universe, communicating with them through your aurora, then manipulating them to your will. To forge your own path was the exact point.
Soon, the 6 months Dian had given himself were drawing to a close. His movement and sword techniques had increased with his understanding of wills. His movement technique had officially reached the peak of the small success layer of its first stage, and although he had yet to comprehend a sword style of his own, Dian's sword and control had become refined much more than it had been. Dian looked over to the unconscious collection of people from the sage's world for what seemed like the millionth time since he had taken them in. But once again he was disappointed in the results. With a sigh he stood and stretched his body. He walked to a lake in the inner world, soaking his body to ease the aches he had undergone in fusing with the essences. It seems like the only way to alleviate this lust is with true Yin energy. The celestial deer essence was able to balance the demon Qilin on its own to a certain extent. But with the sage's blood, the balance has been thrown off. True Yin was a specific Yin resulting from life forms that had an innate affinity towards it. This could be women or fruits of that caliber. What it didn't incorporate were artificial Yins, which would include men who learned ice-type techniques, for instance. Although this was also a form of Yin, it wasn't a form pure enough to help Dian. And Dian definitely wouldn't want that kind of help. He shuddered just thinking about it. Dian sighed, "It seems like I'll have to find some Yin fruits. They should be able to help me incorporate the celestial deer essence as well." Dian had no choice but to stop his infusing of the sage and demon Qilin blood. Although his own willpower was strong, he'd prefer to not even have thoughts he had to control in the first place. This was a bit disappointing because this would also slow his understanding of the Demon Emperor's will technique, but a 2x boost would have to be enough for now. Dian let his body air dry to try and cool his body further before checking on messages from Madeline. It seems like Madeline has broken into the 4th layer of wills for celestial will. Seems she's surpassed me. And 26 open meridians? She sure works fast. Dian smiled, happy to see Madeline was doing well. Dian knew that opening meridians slowed substantially as you progressed, mostly because the body was acclimating to being tempered by wills. As every martial artist knows, opening meridians requires understanding of wills. You then use that understanding to nourish your meridians into opening. Usually, the more wills you use, the more powerful of a meridian formation expert you are at a given level. However, as you progressed, the will levels needed to continue opening meridians increased. And usually, for those without celestial will, tempering became muddied with impure energy because of the use of energy stones. What Dian had been confused about before was why energy stones were used if wills were what were needed to open meridians. However, what he learned with his research was that the meridians themselves were opened by wills, but the paths between them needed essence to open because they were too fragile to handle the tempering of wills. As you increased in levels in meridian formation, the paths became more and more fragile, so impurity becomes more and more important. This was part of the reason Dian didn't want to start on his path of energy cultivation too soon. He didn't like the idea of using energy to open his meridian paths. It felt like using duct tape to cover the hole in a billion-dollar yacht. If wills were what gave you your true power, why would you use a replacement like energy? Now, energy was obviously important in the essence gathering stage and beyond, since that was the process of actually filling your meridians with essence. But you can easily imagine how pampering your meridian pathways during the meridian formation stage would only lead to weaker cultivation in the Saint Realms and beyond, and often make progression impossible. It frustrated Dian that no one had spent time on this problem before. Or maybe they had, but it was only available to those on an even higher level than the Celestial Deer sect. Dian eventually shook his head, slipping on his usual comfortable sweats and white t-shirt. He wanted to take his sword with him, but he decided to use a weaker sword for now. He didn't know why, but he just felt uncomfortable using a sword who had to nerf itself to his level. So, Dian instead chose a normal iron sword of similar build. It had no ranking as it was a regular weapon. Its length was still the same 7 feet long, and it was a sleek metallic color as opposed to the striking black of Dian's original sword. Dian had also done this so that he wouldn't rely on the power of his sword, and instead refine his understanding of sword will.
Battling with this handicap would help him improve faster, so he didn't give it a second thought after making his decision. Strapping it to his back in a slanted fashion, Diane called over Little Black, who stood over 1 meter tall now, as he prepared to go out of the inner world for the first time in more than a year. Outside the world, oblivious to all of this, the silver-blue-haired girl sat silently in a cave studying the same array plate she had been for the past year. It seemed like there was so much she could learn from it. She had realized over her studies that this plate wasn't actually drawn in a conventional way. The master had actually used many clever shortcuts that baffled her to no end. Essentially, low-level arrays like this couldn't actually change the laws of the world to sustain its effects. Instead, it used a myriad of tricks in order to reach the same results to a much smaller degree. For example, an amplification array. High-level arrays worked at the subatomic level to manipulate energies. Basically, atoms have different levels of energy they can release depending on what interaction they're displaying or what elements they are. The smaller components of these atoms can be communicated with to change energy outputs. As an example, a noble gas is named as such because it is completely inert. As such, the energies it releases in reaction is practically zero since they never react. However, if one were to use energy to change these noble gases into volatile atoms such as halogens, which were known as the most reactive, all of a sudden you have so much energy you have no idea what to do with it. You essentially use arrays to communicate with the chemistry of these substances, and then use the energy released to fuel your own attack, thus resulting in amplification. Of course, whether the girl actually knew all of this was unlikely, as these were concepts from the mortal world. The way the martial world viewed things was very different. Low-level arrays wouldn't have this high-level ability. As such, they used tricks. They would often feign an amplification by many different means that could include concentrating the energy used better, increasing weight, or increasing speed. As such, the level needed to create such arrays was much lower because none needed such fine manipulation. To increase weight, you would only need to convert the energy used to make the array into something tangible at the perfect instance of contact. To increase speed, you could easily use the energy used to create the array as a booster to slice through air, or propel something like a fist or sword forward. Also, concentrating energy was as simple as using the array like a funnel to focus it in a point. What was probably most important about all of this was that these were things the blue-haired girl had only understood after studying the array plate. Without these things being true, it would be impossible for the master of these plates to have simplified them as they had. What the girl didn't know is that she was exactly right. Diane had incorporated his knowledge of the human world into his understanding of the essence of arrays. Whereas someone of the martial world might understand that some energy was more volatile than others and that some combinations are better than others, they had never needed to study quantum mechanics and chemistry like humans had. They had never needed to understand physics and the nature of things outside their own realms of comprehension. The mere fact the blue-haired girl had deduced any of these was a testament to her intelligence. What astonished the blue-haired girl was that the array of the plate incorporated all three tricks so cleverly. It was efficient in not only deploying the amplification but also in the way it was drawn. It made the girl wonder what would happen if the master hadn't used shortcuts and drew to the best of their abilities. Would they receive heaven's chimes? Just as the girl was lost in thought, she was started awake by the ring that hung close to her chest. Snap! The ring flew off of her neck, appearing before her. Panicking, she immediately jumped forward to catch the ring. But what happened afterwards had her stunned. Oof! She slammed into a firm body. She was about to fall backwards, but she felt a strong arm grab her waist and stabilize her. She looked up in confusion, only to find a devilishly handsome young man. She was caught in a daze for a moment before she regained her senses. She hurriedly pushed him away with a strength greater than her body would suggest, a small blush on her face. "Are you okay?" Diane asked. The girl didn't respond. Her eyes instead fell on the adorable creature by his side before widening in surprise as she noticed the ring she had been carrying for so long was on his finger. "That my ring? You took it?" Diane looked at the girl in confusion before looking down at his hand. "You mean this?" "Of course. What else would I be talking about?" I think you're mistaken. This is my ring." The girl's face flushed with fury. She had been dreaming about the master behind this ring for so long. Was she just supposed to believe that a young man around her age was the expert she had been pining for?
In anger, she immediately unsheathed her thin sword. I'll give you 3 seconds to apologize and return my item to me. Or else I'll kill you and take it myself. It doesn't seem as though you're elven, which means you've come through the array formation.
If you want to go back home alive, you'll give me what's mine. Dian was astonished. Inwardly, he had several grievances. For one, he had realized that his array had no effect on hiding the ring like he had hoped it would. Secondly, this girl he had never met before was trying to kill him for something that was obviously his. Lastly, and worst of all, her personality couldn't be further from what she looked like.
How could you be so quick to anger with such an innocent appearance?
The only clue you might have to who she was her crop-top armor and leather pants covered in her kilted short skirt. But even then, the gentle and pure eyes plus the light blue to silver hair overpowered whatever vibes you got from that.
He felt as though he was being bamboozled, like some god was playing a practical joke on him. Hold on. You're too beautiful to be caught up in anger so easily. Wouldn't it be a simple matter to prove whether the ring was mine or not? The girl was aggrieved.
She clearly had an ordinary appearance. But this handsome boy was calling her beautiful as though just that would be enough to calm her anger? Dian's playboy antics were only making her angrier.
Fuck you. You think your cheap lines will work on me? The girl lunged forward at the flabbergasted Dian. Dian leaped backwards and out of the cave, narrowly dodging her strike. She's strong. Dian knew he had made a mistake in his words.
He had been so entranced by her eyes and hair, he hadn't even noticed her ordinary facial features. He could understand how his words could be misconstrued as sweet talk to distract her. But that only added to his list of grievances because he really meant what he said. Plus, he had been serious. Weren't her eyes and hair part of her appearance? So he hadn't lied.
Watching Dian calmly dodge her strikes only fueled the blue-haired girl's fury. Are you a man? Or have you long since lost your balls?
Stop dodging like a coward. Dian couldn't help but be startled again. This girl has such a fierce mouth. I kinda like it. Dian realized that it didn't seem like she had any cultivation either. But her body was clearly stronger than normal and her sword will was sharp.
She didn't seem to be making any noise with her movements. It was almost as though the only noise she made came from her mouth. If Dian didn't have his aurora and his sixth sense, dodging her attack would be much more difficult than it was even now. What ability is that?
Is that a will? Or a technique? Thought Dian. As shocked as Dian was, the girl was even more so. She knew fully well how effective the methods she was using were. For Dian to dodge as much as he had was astonishing.
She had already decided that Dian was most definitely some sort of con man that had seen through the value of her ring. There were countless mysterious methods and techniques that existed in the Mariel world who knew which he had used to take the ring right from under her nose.
Plus, the fact he wasn't an elf meant that he would be even more likely to have techniques she didn't recognize. Given Dian's strength, he most definitely couldn't be the expert she had been thinking about all this time. Her anger wouldn't be alleviated. Suddenly, her attacks increased in speed. A cold and harsh aura began to fill the area. Ice will? Wind will? Something's replenishing her stamina too. The girl's light blue-silver hair raged behind her, flowing freely. Her steps were swift and silent as she lunged forward again and again. Dian was beginning to be unable to dodge by normal means anymore.
He immediately began using his celestial movement technique. His foot lifted and slowly descended. His body flashed, appearing behind the girl. His eyes immediately flashed with a golden light, encasing the girl in layer after layer of defensive arrays. Bang!
The arrays began to shatter, but luckily, the sword stopped before it reached the last one. Breathing a sigh of relief, Dian tried talking again, hoping this girl would finally see through some reason. As enticing as it was watching her battle with her toned belly and slender legs out like that, he felt a subconscious unwillingness to actually hurt this girl. Can we talk this out, please? It really is my ring. Assuming you found it in the forest, I can even tell you which tree roots it was buried under. Well, actually I can't because I don't know this forest well, but that knowledge should be enough. Right? The girl didn't seem to be listening to Dian anymore. Her eyes were trained on the spherical arrays that surrounded her. The ice-cold aura had completely disappeared. Instead, a face filled with contemplation had appeared.
Diane looked confused, but her voice finally broke the silence. Show me the array plate you made this with. It's even better than the one I have. You must be related to that expert somehow. Array plate. Diane waved his hands, removing the defensive arrays. I made these myself. Why would I need an array plate? The girl stumbled, looking at Diane like she had just heard the most unbelievable thing. Don't bullshit me.
I've forgiven you once. Don't raise my temper again. Now show me the plate. Diane sighed. He had dealt with this before. So, instead of speaking, his eyes flashed in gold. 16 points of spirals began drawing complex symbols in the air, culminating in complex swirls and moving parts that looked like the gears to machinery. The girl was silent, unable to find the words to speak. You're... But... Suddenly the girl took out the array plate she had been studying. Did you make this? Although she couldn't be sure, every array alchemist had a fingerprint that was impossible to replicate. When she thought about how she had just tried to fight an expert who was centuries old, her heart trembled a bit, but she maintained her normal appearance. Diane looked down at the plate and his face transformed into a surprised expression. How did this get here? Diane's words were simple, but they made the girl tremble with agitation and excitement. The girl immediately kneeled to the ground. Please, take me as your disciple. She felt that she must be wrong. Maybe Diane really was an expert and had just been going easy on her. After all, he didn't seem to be struggling much. Diane was startled out of his thoughts. What the hell is going on? Diane rushed forward to help the girl up. Please don't do this. How could I take a girl my age as a disciple? The girl trembled again. You're really my age? Diane gave her an odd look. Of course I am. How could I not be? Do I look old? But your level of mastery, it's too high. Diane finally understood. She must have assumed my age from my understanding of arrays. Diane shook his head. I have an innate aurora, so my affinity for array alchemy is quite high. I was just lucky. The girl nearly fainted. Lucky? Even if you just considered having an innate aurora, that wasn't something that had appeared for millennia. If you then considered his mastery, that wasn't something an innate aurora could account for. Innate aurora, wow. I still insist that you teach me. I won't take no for an answer. The blue-haired girl's fiery attitude had all of a sudden appeared once again with her firm assertion. Diane could only shake his head helplessly. How about we be friends first? My name is Diane. What's yours? You can call me Ree, the girl said with a massive grin, tugging on Diane's arm to pull him to the cave. Diane sighed. All right, we can do this first, but you have to take me to deeper areas of the forest so I can hone my skills against some of the creatures. The girl was startled for a second, but then she nodded. She remembered how difficult it had been for her when she fought him earlier. Despite the fact he hadn't begun energy cultivation either, he was definitely no weaker than her. Deal. The bright sun had dimmed considerably with the passing day. Ree was an endless faucet of questions. Her eyes hadn't lost their shine for hours. You can even imitate wills with arrays? Unbeknownst to Diane and Ree, the cave walls had begun to glow with a faint light. They sat together around a flickering light array as they bounced theories off of each other. This was something that was highly beneficial to Diane as well. Although he was very clever in his utilization of arrays, it could be said that his foundation was shaky. It was reminiscent of a fluent speaker of a language being unable to explain why a sentence made more sense one way as opposed to another. You can definitely, for example, take wind will. If you input a command to blow, it might work just fine. But if you instead input a command to create a vacuum, the effectiveness of the array increases many folds. You can imitate having more control over wind that way. Air wants nothing more than to fill empty space. If there's suddenly a lack of substance in an area, something will come to fill it. Exactly. All of a sudden, instead of using the array's energy to create a fake simulation of wind, you're instead manipulating the will of true wind by understanding how it wants to act and react. Fascinating. I've never thought about it that way. But you still haven't told me why you simplify your arrays like this. I've never seen an array expert do such a thing. In fact, although it's ingenious, many masters might even see it as a taboo. Actually, it's just for protection. I've decided to wait on energy cultivation, so I used array alchemy as my main form of protection. Ree looked confused at this, but your soul is so strong. Why would you need to use array alchemy?
For you to have such a high attainment in array alchemy, it's impossible for your soul to be weak. Diane gave Ri an odd look. He thought that she was too smart to ask that question. There must be a way then. Diane's eyes brightened. In my experience, soul cultivation techniques take too long to cast. Is it different here? A sudden look of realization hit Ri. I see, in your world the soul must be a supplement then, mostly used to defend against those that do specialize in such techniques. The elves actually specialize in soul cultivating. Often, we never even bother with energy or body cultivation. Although, technically, we're all born with great body constitutions, although they may not all be god level. Diane looked on in interest. The celestial deer sect had specialized in soul techniques as well, but that was mostly as a necessity to sustain their love of array alchemy. But it seemed that it was the opposite for elves. They loved soul cultivation, and array alchemy was just a logical follow-up of that. Maybe that might be connected to why they're so good at those ancient games? Diane's mind wandered a bit. Ri's voice snapped him out of this thought bubble. I've been ignorant, she said, berating herself. In the elven world, your soul is able to manifest into any number of things. For example, the Eostray family is able to manifest their souls as a moon. Actually, that's often how you can tell which clans people come from. But those kinds of techniques that ensure a specific kind of manifestation are heavily guarded by their respective families because it's the root of all of their powers. That's what we'd call a singularity-type technique, meaning only one possible outcome. Those who are completely confident in themselves or come from poor families with no backing use what we'd call a unique-type technique. That technique is formed on the basis of the talent and personality of the person. Not many choose this path because it also means finding your own path to soul cultivation. Singularity techniques already come with the next steps ready for you, but this isn't true of a unique type technique. Also, although I'm calling it a unique type technique, there's actually only a single method to awakening your own unique soul manifestation. Diane's eyes glazed over in thought. Manifestation of a soul? Diane's mind flashed back to the moment before he stepped into the legacy world. Just at that moment, his emotions were burning, and he felt himself resonating with the demon Qilin essence within him, and an illusory Qilin appeared behind him. At the moment, he had assumed that that was simply what happened when you tapped into your body cultivation. But when he was fighting the geniuses, he hadn't been able to replicate the same phenomenon. But now, Ri was describing something that was eerily similar to what he felt at that moment. Was I tapping into the remnant soul of the demon Qilin? Or is it just that body and soul cultivation can manifest the same phenomena? Also, why wasn't I able to do it again? Was it maybe the sage blood overrunning the demon Qilin? But why wasn't I able to manifest the sage then? Is it because I haven't integrated enough of the essence? Am I not powerful enough yet? Or maybe the souls of the essences within me haven't reached a proper balance yet. Diane's mind was running at high speeds, trying to analyze any and everything. Ri sat cross-legged with her elbows on her knees and her chin in her hands, watching him intently. The light flickered across their faces, and Ri found herself enraptured by Diane's serious expression. Wait, flickering? Shit, I forgot. Although they had set up a lighting formation, it shouldn't flicker. The only explanation was that the reason Ri called this her secret place was manifesting itself. But this could mean a ridiculous amount of danger for Diane. Diane! Snap out of it. You need to go. Diane looked up from his thoughts, confused. The cave's walls suddenly brightened even more. Suddenly, a rush of flickering lights swarmed from the depths of the cave. Damn it! It's too late.